Chapter 3283. Fellow Immortals, you can see it clearly. Yu Linfeng loudly said, "This is the word Confucian written by the Confucian school's senior Kong Liwen." When he wrote this scroll, he had already stepped into the realm of literary star. Therefore, the auspicious clouds of the 5 Qis unifications can also attract the starlight from the sky to destroy evil and exorcise demons. If this book was written by Confucius, the sage Kong Liwen, it would definitely be a clear cloud with a righteous aura. Not to mention the starlight, even if one's eyesight was slightly poor, they might not be able to see it. Fu Jiwen sighed, "Unfortunately, this one has only heard of it. This is the first time I've seen the handwriting of a great Confucian scholar." "Oh, why is that?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The Confucian school emphasizes the path of the golden mean. The golden mean is impartial and without fault. The common principle is the natural order of the heavens, the pinnacle of subtlety. Confucius's righteous aura must be quiet and without a trace, without the smoke and fire of the mortal world. This one understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, within the Tao sect's magical techniques, the brilliant ones didn't necessarily have great power. It was precisely those magical techniques that contained terrifying power that were extremely restrained and wouldn't waste unnecessary spiritual qi. Seeing Yu Linfeng put away the scroll, the soaring righteous aura disappeared. Xiao Hua heard the bidding sounds downstairs and his heart itched. He secretly pondered whether he should also get one to play with. Actually, this path of the golden mean originated from Confucius, but it flourished with Zhu Shi, old man Zhu. Fu Jiwen sorted out his mood, slowly sat down, and said casually, "What? Zhu Shi? Old man Zhu?" Xiao Hua heard this and was suddenly shocked. Is it the Confucian Zhu family? Oh. Fellow Xiao actually knows about the Zhu family? Fu Jiwen was greatly surprised. Xiao Hua laughed, "Hee, this one can't possibly not know anything. I've heard of this Zhu family. I wonder how they are now." "How are they now?" A strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face again. He looked out of the window and said, "The Zhu clan has been passed down since ancient times and has lived in Wuyuan County of Shuzhou. Back then, Zhu Shi, old master Zhu's name, shook the hidden immortal continent. He was known as another great master after Confucius who could be respected as Z. However, after the war between Confucianism and Buddhism, for some unknown reason, the once prosperous Zhu clan actually declined. In the end, it actually disappeared without a trace. Now, there are many surnames of Zhu on the hidden immortal continent, but I have never heard of anyone who is the true descendant of the Zhu clan." Xiao Hua inwardly nodded his head. He already understood that the Zhu family had likely been annihilated by the Tao sect. Their descendants should have been cursed by the Tao sect experts, causing them to slowly decline. It's a pity that the Zhu family has been annihilated, and so has the Zhu family's academic legacy. Fu Jiwen's face was filled with regret. Even now, there are still many students who frequently travel to Shuzhou's Wuyuan County to study, hoping to discover the heritage of the Zhu clan. That inheritance is second only to Confucius's knowledge. If you can get it, it will definitely be an amazing achievement. Hee, obtaining and achieving are two different things. Xiao Hua laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. But since you can get it, you might be able to break through the Zhu clan's academic legacy and become a great scholar. Fu Jiwen also nodded his head. Who wouldn't like this kind of temptation? It's still fame and fortune. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. While they were talking, the bidding for the authentic work of Senior Kong Liwen had finally reached the climax. Young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiao Hua, seemed to be competing with another VIP on the 3rd floor to raise the price, directly raising the price to a terrifying level. Unfortunately, in the end, young Master Duanmu actually had no choice but to give up when the other party only increased the price by 1 top-grade primeval stone. This made Xiao Hua sigh endlessly. Perhaps the 3 top-grade primeval stones that Xiao Hua used to obstruct him were the last few straws that broke the camel's back. The bidding for the authentic work of great scholar came to an end. The next bidding was still for the items of hidden immortal continent. However, these things were mostly refining techniques of imperial tools, only some great refiners had use for them. Not only were there few people bidding, even Xiao Hua was too lazy to listen. He could be considered to be proficient in the refining techniques of Tao's sect and soul cultivators. He also knew a lot of refining techniques of the devil world. Imperial tools, in essence, most of them were derived from Tao sect's tools. Xiao Hua could refine spirit tools, why would he be greedy for the refining techniques of imperial tools? Young Master Fu. Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out some spirit fruits from the space. He handed them to Fu Jiwen and said, "Try these spirit fruits, and then continue to analyze the remaining 10 great imperial tools with this Xiao." Okay. Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and took the spirit fruit. He gently took a bite, tasted it, and said, "Can I bring some back?" "Of course you can." Xiao Hua nodded his head. However, these spirit fruits are full of heaven and earth primeval qi, people without cultivation, are not suitable to eat. This one understands. Fu Jiwen carefully received some and replied, "My wife likes these things, but this one is incompetent and can hardly satisfy her request." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiao Hua understood and said enviously, "It's rare for your wife to be so loving, so this Xiao won't help you?" Then, with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, a large pile of spirit fruits appeared on the table as if they didn't cost primeval stones. "Ah. This is too much." Fu Jiwen was shocked and hurriedly refused. "It's okay, it's just some snacks." "Young Master Fu, take it and eat." Xiao Hua casually waved his hand. "This Xiao has troubled you for so long, I'm sorry." "All right." Fu Jiwen was really moved in his heart and happily put all the spirit fruits into his small universe bag. Then, he took out a bright red fruit and said while eating, "Ranked above the mysterious demon chess are the tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither." The reason why these two imperial equipment are placed together is because these two imperial equipment were used by the people of the Immortal Palace before the Golden Boy and Jade Girl were conferred into the Immortal Palace. Just now, didn't this one tell fellow Xiao that this music is one of the 5 classics of the Confucian school, and the art of music is also one of the compulsory lessons for students? The tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither are imperial equipment that mainly use sound attacks. Of course, if we were to simply talk about the power of these two imperial equipment, I personally believe that they cannot be compared to the demon and god chess. Perhaps it is because everyone thinks that these two imperial equipment are elegant, so they place them on the demon and god chess. Speaking of the tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither, naturally there is a story that everyone knows. Fu Jiwen said again, "In the early years, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl didn't know each other, and they were also enemies. When the two were young, they met in the same academy. It wasn't love at first sight, but after a long time, the two gradually developed feelings for each other. However, when the two were ready to reveal their relationship, they were discovered by their families. The two finally understood that their lovers were enemies, and under the opposition of the two families, the two couldn't get married. Therefore, the two had no choice but to stop their studies and fly away. However, since the seed of love was planted, it was inevitable that it would sprout. When the seed grew into a big tree, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl couldn't help but inquire about the other party's situation. When the two found out that the other party had rejected countless marriage proposals, and even Jade Girl didn't hesitate to fight with her life, the two's hearts suddenly softened. Just when the two were about to get in touch, the war between the two families broke out. The two families fought in a dangerous situation and killed each other. Many of their elders died, and even if the two were in love with each other, they were forced to act against each other's families. At the end of the bloody battle, the two finally met, but the two couldn't bear to kill each other. At the crucial moment, the two stepped into the trap set by the two families in advance, and prepared to go to the Yellow Springs together. This trap was set up by taking advantage of the danger of foreign objects. After the two fell into the dangerous situation, everyone thought that the two would die without a doubt. But after they fought a bloody battle for a night, they saw the inside of the dangerous situation shine brightly, and then a wonderful music like the sound of nature came out from inside. That music was like rain, and erased the blood in everyone's heart. That music was like the sound of heaven, and all the dead souls were transcended. In this music, everyone was remorseful, and everyone was reflecting. When the music was over, the two families didn't want to kill each other anymore. They shook hands and made peace, and vowed to be good for their families. When the two families made the vow, the golden boy and jade girl each took the tranquil heart flute and heavenly melody zither and flew out of the dangerous situation. The two were in love, and their love was stronger than gold. In the case of dying for love, the heavens were moved, and they actually obtained two imperial equipment in this dangerous situation. It was also these two who relied on these imperial equipment to change the blood feud between the two families. When the two cultivated to the 5-chi unification realm, they received the conferring document from the Immortal Palace, and entered the Immortal Palace to serve. Made up. Hearing Fu Jiwen's words, Xiaohua unrestrainedly asserted, not only is this story cliché, it's also full of flaws. Not to mention that when the two met in the academy, they didn't inquire about each other's background, and not to mention that the two were able to walk together in the battle between the two families, and went into the dangerous situation together. Just this imperial equipment, it's impossible to control it right away. The final ending is even more bullshit. I'm afraid that the old woman gave the name of the Immortal Palace to her young granddaughter to make them happy, right? Fu Jiwen shrugged, and said with a smile, maybe. But this story has been circulating in the hidden immortal continent for many years, and no one doubted it. Also, the tranquil heart flute and heavenly melody zither, these two imperial equipment are indeed from the Immortal Palace. It's said that when the Immortal Palace sent soldiers to capture the demons who didn't submit to the Immortal Palace, someone personally saw the power of these two imperial equipment. That's what the Immortal Palace used to trick people, to make people admire the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua pointed with his hand, and said downstairs, just like this Yu Lin Feng, saying so much, isn't it just to make people pay more origin stones? Ha ha ha, Fu Jiwen laughed, because downstairs, Fu Jiwen was bidding for a phoenix tail zither, and was exaggerating. Chapter 3284. By the way, what do you mean by Immortal Palace capturing unruly demons? Xiaohua asked in confusion. Does Immortal Palace still care about Hidden Immortal Continent? Hidden Immortal Continent has tens of thousands of countries and hundreds of millions of people. Fu Jiwen explained, these ordinary governance rights are all in the hands of the kings of the 10,000 countries. Immortal Palace naturally won't intervene. Even if the country's power changes, Immortal Palace still won't care. Even if a power different from Confucian cultivators appears, Immortal Palace may not intervene. But if these powers openly compete with Immortal Palace, openly oppose Confucian cultivators, and openly slaughter Confucian cultivators, then Immortal Palace will definitely kill them. According to what I know, 800 years ago, in the Yong province, there was a powerful bull demon who wanted to establish his own empire. Moreover, he treated the common people of the Yong province as his food. This angered the Immortal Palace, and they sent troops to kill that bull demon. Oh, isn't Bull Demon a demon of Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Can Immortal Palace just kill it? Xiaohua asked in surprise. The real demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm have never disdained to come to Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise. The demons that can appear in Hidden Immortal Continent are not the orthodox demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Moreover, Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm's Great Sage Palace has also publicly announced that any demon that enters Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise will be killed without mercy. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, so Immortal Palace also didn't show mercy to this bull demon. So that's how it is. Xiaohua understood. When he was about to ask what the number 1 ranked imperial equipment was, Yu Linfeng pressed his hand down. The Hidden Immortal Continent's light ball that was just flickering with brilliance immediately dimmed, and the light ball next to it started to glow. Fellow immortals, all the rare items of Hidden Immortal Continent's Confucian cultivators have been sold. Now, I will take out some rare items from Western Paradise, please bid. As Yu Linfeng's voice fell, dang, dang, dang. The sound of the wooden fish rang out from the ball of light, and the complete Sanskrit chants rang out at the same time. Amitba. The old monks who were sitting steadily had no choice but to put their palms together and stand up to shout. Namo Amitba. A Buddhist chant resounded throughout the entire place. The ball of light suddenly expanded and turned into a barefooted Buddha that was several feet tall. He stood in the air, and the swastika character between his brows and the benevolence in his slightly opened eyes instantly attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh! The barefoot Buddha waved his hand, and it came crashing down like a mountain. Dang, 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 dang. A series of hurried sounds of the wooden fish rang out again, and then there was a deathly silence. Whether it was the wooden fish or the Sanskrit chanting, both had disappeared. As the Buddha's huge hand pressed down, the entire Buddha flickered with golden light, and in a breath's time, it turned into fireflies. The fireflies danced in the air for a moment, and then condensed into the outline of the Nirvana world. Just like before, there were more than 10 slightly larger balls of light. These balls of light were different from the ones in the hidden Immortal continent. There were no other colors, only pure Buddhist light. Namo Amitba. Several old monks chanted in unison. As I heard, for a time, Bagafan lived at the top of the Eagle Peak in the royal residence city, along with a group of 1,250 people. They were all arhats, and they were all exhausted, no more worries, truly free. Their hearts were good, and their wisdom was good, like a wise horse or a great dragon. What they had done, they had abandoned all burdens, they had grasped their own benefits, and they were all tied up. They knew that they were free, and their hearts were free. Apart from Ananda, they lived alone and learned to obtain the fruit of pre-flow. Maha Kasyapa was the highest. Several old monks were solemn as they chanted Buddhist scriptures. The entire auction house was silent for a moment, and then there was a lot of noise. Clearly, these Confucian cultivators were not very interested in Buddhism. Yu Linfeng had an apologetic smile on his face. He raised his hand and saluted to his left and right. My hidden Immortal continent is a land of etiquette. Since there are treasures of Buddhism here, we naturally have to respect them. We will wait for a moment, and it won't be too late to bid after these masters finish chanting. Yu Linfeng, hurry up. It's already late. I still have to go back and meditate with my beautiful concubine. Who's here to listen to their nonsense for no reason? Who would have thought that just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an irritable voice rang out. Not only was it blaming Yu Linfeng, it was also ridiculing Buddhism's old monks. Yu Linfeng saw that everyone was unhappy and bitterly smiled. Since it's like this, then I will start bidding. With that, Yu Linfeng grabbed with his hand, and a Buddhist light flew out from the outline of the Pure Land and landed in front of Yu Linfeng. When the Buddhist light faded away, it was a monk's staff. That monk's staff had 6 dragons coiled around it, and each dragon head was extremely ferocious. Where was the benevolent appearance of Buddhism? This is one of the 18 treasures of the Pure Land. It is said to be the personal item of the famous Buddhist monk, Miao Chen. These 6 dragons are the protectors of Buddhism. This monk's staff has the power of 6 dragons after using Buddhism's secret technique. And with this 6-dragon monk's staff, one can also ride the wind. Yu Linfeng gave a brief introduction, then continued, I'm afraid that only Buddhism's experts can clearly see the mysteries of this monk's staff. I'm not fated with Buddhism, so I can't explain it clearly. The starting price of this monk's staff is 10 upper-grade vitality stones, and each increment is 1 upper-grade vitality stone. I invite the fated person to make a bid. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately raised their hand to bid, out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Strange. Xiao Hua laughed. Weren't there a lot of people making a racket just now? Why didn't they wait for these monks to finish reciting the scriptures before making a move? Could it be that they're trying to sell dog meat under false pretenses? This. Fujiwen looked around and hesitated. He whispered, I'm not sure about this situation. I remember that when I came down last time, there were very few people bidding for these Buddhist artifacts. Most of them weren't sold. Perhaps these people were planted by Zhai Xinglu? Xiao Hua frowned. They want the old monks of Buddhism to pay more vitality stones? Not necessarily. Fu Jiwen shook his head. These old monks of Buddhism don't care about ordinary Buddhist artifacts. They're eager to throw the Buddhist artifacts, scriptures, and Buddhas from nirvana to hidden immortal continent. What they care about are the relics of the eminent monks. Although those relics contain the psyche power of the eminent monks, most of it is the karma of the eminent monks. These karma are extremely difficult to control and can only be transcended using Buddhism. If it's obtained by someone with ill intentions, it may have an adverse effect on Buddhism. Moreover, relics are also the bodies of the eminent monks. Buddhism won't let them wander outside and want to bring them back to nirvana to be buried. N. Xiao Hua nodded. If that's the case, these bidders should have the cultivation of Buddhism. I'm afraid that's the case. Seeing the auction gradually becoming lively, Fu Jiwen sighed. Buddhism's invasion of Confucian cultivators is very serious. Bronze Pillar country strictly forbids Taoist and Buddhist temples, but it can't stop Confucian cultivators from practicing Buddhism's cultivation methods. Many Confucian cultivators who can't make any progress in Confucian cultivation may turn their eyes to Taoist and Buddhist sects, wanting to use them to advance their cultivation. And Buddhism's cultivation methods and heart sutras have always been given away casually. Confucian cultivators with cultivation experience can easily enter the sect. In the long run, hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators will no longer be Confucian. Hee, young Master Fu. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Don't ask others to worry. Don't you also have the cultivation of Taoist? Fu Jiwen hesitated slightly and shook his head slightly. My situation is different from theirs and also different from fellow Xiao. All right. Xiao Hua didn't pursue the matter. After all, this matter already involved Fu Jiwen's secret. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. Oh right, young Master Fu, didn't you say that there would be flying imperial devices from hidden immortal continent? Why aren't there any? The last time I came, I saw Bright Moon Palace bid for quite a few flying imperial devices. This time, I'm afraid there aren't any left. Fu Jiwen said hesitantly. Or perhaps, when the last few imperial devices are up for auction, we'll bid again? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the auction. After the 6 dragon staff, there were some other Buddhist artifacts, or prayer beads, or alms bowls, or incense burners. There was even a water bottle with a willow stuck on it. Seeing the aqua vase appear, Xiao Hua almost jumped up. However, when he saw the numerous sprouts on the willow tree that were trying their best to grow, he sat down. It was very obvious that the willow tree branch was a living thing. Perhaps it was broken off by some little bird at dusk and inserted into the aqua vase. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua asked again, Young Master Fu, do you know what the Buddhist sect's Bhikkhu's 18 objects are? Of course I know. Fu Jiwen said very casually. The 18 objects are the 18 objects that Buddhist sect's eminent monks often carry with them. These 18 objects are the Buddhist sect's eminent monks' protection. Unfortunately, one of them has committed a minor sin. Among them, there are 3 grades, heavy, medium, and light. That is, Li San Yi is shedding, which is a heavy sin. Li Bo is Tuji Luo, which is a medium sin. The rest are light sins. These ordinary Buddhist sect monks only use 6 kinds of things, Li San Yi, Li Bo, and water pouch. These 6 kinds of things are known as the Bhikkhu's 6 objects. Although this humble one did not deliberately listen to these things, the monks who are everywhere often preach them. This humble one listened and understood. Immediately after, Fu Jiwen looked at the kasaya that he was bidding for. He pointed at it and said, in fact, these 18 objects are what ordinary people need in life. They are Yangji, which is a wooden chip used to remove the stench in the mouth. Bathing bean, which is a powder ground from soybeans, beans, and peas, which is used for bathing and washing. Li San E, which refers to the 3 kinds of clothes of Sunga, Yodoro, and Antua. Li Bo, which refers to the army's 3 kinds of clothes. Li Bo, which is a water bottle used to hold water for washing or drinking. Li Bo, which is also known as a measuring vessel, which is used to hold food. Li Bo, which is a cloth on the ground or on the bed when sitting or lying down. Li Bo, which is a staff with a li bo on the head. When walking, the li bo vibrates to alert people of insects on the road, or when begging to attract people's attention. Incense burner, which is an instrument used to burn incense and invite Buddhas. Li bo, which is also known as a water filter, a cloth used to filter insects in water. Li bo, which is a cloth used to wipe hands, including face wipes, body wipes, and feet wipes. Knife, which is used to cut clothes, shave hair, and cut claws. Li bo, which is a flintlock used to strike a fire. Li bo, which is a tool used to pluck out nose hairs or thorns. Li bo, which is a bed made of rope, which is convenient for sitting in meditation. Chapter 3285. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. I thought the 18 objects were some profound things, but it turns out, it's just like this. However, the Buddhist artifacts of the Buddhist sect need to be supported by the Buddhist Dharma. They need to be constantly nourished by their psyche power, so most of the Buddhist artifacts come from these 18 objects. Fu Jiwen pointed out the strangeness, because these 18 objects don't leave the monk's side every day. Forget it, thinking about the Kasaya on top of his Buddha Sarira, the 9-dragon staff, and even the clear water bottle, all of which were things that the old monk never left his body for who knows how many years ago. Xiao Hua felt a bit sick of them. However, since they were all worn by the Buddha Sarira, Xiao Hua didn't think of throwing them away. The fun is here. Just when Xiao Hua was feeling disgusted by the Buddhist artifacts and was somewhat distracted, Fu Jiwen suddenly stood up from the chair and walked to the window with a smile. Oh. Xiao Hua was also curious. He looked outside and saw that there were dozens of jade boxes lined up in front of Yulinfeng. Each jade box was wide open, and inside were sariras as big as chicken eggs and as small as soybeans. These sariras were of different quality. Some emitted pure Buddhist light while others emitted multicolored light. Not only Xiao Hua, who had already condensed a 4th-stage lotus platform, could tell at a glance, but even a Confucian scholar who didn't have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect could also tell. However, Yulinfeng's voice sounded again. Fellow immortals, these are the sariras of the Buddhist monks that my Zhai Xing Lu painstakingly found near Yu province. As for the use of these sariras. There are Buddhist monks here, so I can't say it clearly. However, if there's anyone who doesn't know, you can go to my Zhai Xing Lu's place to look for it. All I have to say is that the Buddhist light is incomparably pure and can perfectly blend with the righteous energy of my Confucian cultivator. The base price of each of these Buddhist relics is 1 top-grade primeval stone. Damn it. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the hidden immortal continent. 1 top-grade primeval stone, what kind of concept is that? Just now, the true work of the great Confucian scholar only used a top-grade primeval stone as the base price. How could these relics have a base price of 1 top-grade primeval stone? What was more special was that these relics were of different qualities. Zhai Xing Lu's starting price was 1 supreme-grade primordial stone. Wasn't that clearly bullying? However, someone had really stepped forward to be bullied by Zhai Xing Lu. As soon as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a voice shouted, "I'll add 10 top-grade source stones for that untainted relic." This old man will add 50 upper-grade primordial stones. No, a relic of this quality can raise my nature energy by 2 grades. I'll give you 2 supreme-grade primordial stones, Fu Jiwen laughed. These people are really not afraid of trouble. Last time, when everyone made fun of these old monks, they still cared about their reputation and added upper-grade primordial stones one by one. This time, they actually added 2 top-grade primordial stones at once. Are they sure that these old monks are going to take action? Xiao Hua faintly smiled and asked, if the old monk were to go into silent meditation, this Xiao would like to see how they will deal with this. That won't happen. Fu Jiwen shook his head and said, Buddhism emphasizes that monks don't lie. Whatever they say should definitely be believed. According to this one's knowledge, every time Zhai Xinglu holds this kind of auction, they will definitely be present. All the relics will never be left behind. All of them will be bought by them. Humph. Monks don't lie? Say that again after you've seen people like Han Zhu. Xiao Hua was rather disapproving of this sentence, but hearing the end, Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. Then how much primordial stones will they spend? Fu Jiwen snorted and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you see who is behind them? Who? Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something, but he still asked. Behind them are the kind men and women of Burial Immortal Continent and Western Paradise Continent. The daily offerings of these trillions of kind men and women are unimaginable to ordinary people. These monks are relying on these offerings to straighten their backs and dare to challenge here. This is why they dare to say that every relic must be bought. Fu Jiwen sneered, it is also because of this, the relics here, these monks must buy them. Otherwise, they won't be able to answer to these kind men and women. Sigh. Xiao Hua listened and looked at the several monks whose expressions were calm as if they were not affected by the increasing bidding price of the relics. He sighed and said, respectfully welcoming the relics of the eminent monks back to Western Paradise Continent and letting the departed souls of these eminent monks rest in peace, this is originally a very good thing. If both sides were kind, it would be a good thing. But now one side is trying their best to raise the price, secretly rejoicing in their own gains, while the other side is fearless and unhesitatingly taking out the offerings of others. This is already not a good thing to respectfully welcome, but an evil thing to flaunt. I'm afraid this is one of the methods Buddhism uses to attract believers in Burial Immortal Continent, right? Fu Jiwen thought carefully and of course also felt sad. He nodded and said, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Even if this one is just a bystander, watching the show, it seems like I'm also helping the tyrant. That's natural. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the entire Bright Moon Palace. And this Zhai Xinglu is the chief evil and also the instigator. The secular people are right. Money is the source of all evil. Zhai Xinglu accumulates wealth like this. At this point, Fu Jiwen did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Seeing that the monk from the Buddhist sect did not respond, the several Confucian scholars who had been aggressively bidding immediately lost their confidence. They began to raise the price one by one. However, the number of people who raised the price also decreased. Quite a number of people chose to withdraw. After all, not everyone was willing to try this kind of stimulation that was similar to beating drums and passing flowers. Amitabha. Suddenly, one of the few old monks who looked relatively young took a step forward. He put his palms together and bowed to the surroundings. These relics are something that my Buddhist sect must obtain. I'm sure everyone already knows that. As for the meaning of the relics, this old monk also does not want to say much. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhism sect. This old monk is under the orders of the Buddha Lord to welcome them back to Western Paradise Continent. These relics can increase a Confucian cultivator's noble spirit, but correspondingly, the negative karma in the relics will also be added to the cultivator's body. Everyone here does not understand the secret arts of my Buddhism sect and does not know how to eliminate negative karma and get rid of negative karma. In the future, you will definitely be tired of this negative karma. Therefore, this old monk advises everyone here that greed is easy to breed and negative karma is difficult to eliminate. Practicing honestly is the right path. As he spoke, the monk pointed at the dozens of relics floating in the air. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhist sect's Arhat. My Buddha Lord is willing to redeem each wandering soul with 3 supreme-grade primordial stones. If anyone here is willing to pay a higher price than my Buddhism sect, then please go ahead. My Arhat's wandering souls cannot rest in peace in Western Paradise continent. My Buddhist sect's hundreds of millions of benefactors who sincerely worship Buddha will also not be at ease. This monk. Upstairs, Fujiwen was stunned. He actually dares to threaten? Looks like the Buddhism sect also has no surplus food. Xiaohua sighed and looked at Yulinfeng. He knew this monk's threat was nothing. The only one who would suffer losses was Zhai Xinglu. Yulinfeng's brows frowned a little, then he laughed and said loudly, the Buddhist sect's master has already made a big bid. I wonder which immortal friend wants to increase the price. How can there be anyone who wants to charge forward? Fujiwen lost interest and walked back to the chair from the window. He sat down and said, this is hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones, who can afford it? Just now, this monk already said those harsh words. If some idiot increases the price by one supreme-grade primordial stone and these monks really give up, wouldn't this idiot cry himself to death? What if I take this idiot? Xiaohua looked at the dozens of relics, his heart beating wildly, and he almost blurted out. Tch, Fujiwen was disdainful. Fellow Taoist Xiao is neither a Confucian cultivator nor a member of the Buddhism sect. Why would you take this idiot? If you want to be, it should be someone from Zhai Xinglu. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly suppressed the greed in his heart. Nonsense, it was a blessing to have 3 cultivators, but from another point of view, it was a great tragedy. In this conflict between Confucians and Buddhists, he might be caught in the middle. He might as well be a Taoist loose cultivator. Why would he expose his Buddhism sect cultivation for no reason? That's true, Xiaohua nodded and looked at the scene. He smiled and said, I bet that Zhai Xinglu will definitely test it out. Fujiwen shook his head slightly. I don't think so, because there's really no need. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Sure enough, after Yulinfeng's words fell, no one spoke. After half a cup of tea's time, Yulinfeng said helplessly, if no one bids, this old man will add 3 supreme-grade primordial stones for each relic. A slightly shaky voice came from downstairs. Damn it. Fujiwen almost jumped out of his chair. This is too fake. The people downstairs, can they have hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones? According to the rules, they have no right to bid at all. There's no need to be so angry. Xiaohua smiled. This is just like how young Master Duanmu tested me. Zhai Xinglu must give the Buddhism sect face, and the Buddhism sect must give Zhai Xinglu an answer. This auction is just a question and answer, nothing more. And this Xiao is sure that the bidder will definitely get something from this supreme-grade primordial stone. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua thought, the monk said lightly, this old monk will add 1 supreme-grade primordial stone for each relic. That person didn't make a sound. Yulinfeng laughed and waved his hand. The dozens of jade boxes closed at the same time and flew to the monk. The monk bowed and said, Amitabha, many thanks to Zhai Xinglu for your help. Chapter 3286. With a wave of the monk's yellow robes, the dozens of jade boxes disappeared at the same time. Then, with another wave of his hand, a small cosmos bag flew out of his sleeve and slowly landed in front of Yulinfeng. This is the ransom for the dozens of Buddhas. Yulinfeng, please check it. Monks don't lie. I know that. Yulinfeng naturally wouldn't check it and accepted it with a smile. Then, when he saw the old monks turn around and leave without a word, he hurriedly shouted, I'll see you off, masters. Amitabha. The monks left, but a Buddhist chant that was as clear as spring water was left in the auction. An eminent monk is indeed an eminent monk. Although this Buddhist chant didn't contain a trace of psychokinesis, it was enough to hear one's heart. Yulinfeng hurriedly laughed and said, they turned around and left without leaving a speck of dust behind. Since the masters have left, Zhai Xinglu's auction is about to end. The treasures from the Pure Land have already fallen to the ground. Zhai Xinglu still has some items from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. However, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is too dangerous for the human race. These items are not even comparable to the ones from the Pure Land. Of course, these few items are definitely the best of the best. That's why Zhai Xinglu has always placed the items from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm at the end of the auction. Come on. Yu Linfeng finished speaking and waved his hand. Caw. A bird's cry that shook the entire place was suddenly heard. An extremely small light spot flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the light spot transformed into a bird that was several feet large. This bird looked like an eagle, but it wore a golden crown on its head. Under the golden crown, the majestic eagle's eyes shone with a light that couldn't be looked at directly. Boom! The bird spread its wings as it landed, and thousands of streams of light flew out from its huge wings. When the bird stretched its neck and let out a long cry, the thousands of streams of light rushed into the outline of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and turned into a few spots of light. Fellow Taoist Xiao. On the balcony, Fujiwen smiled bitterly. I lost the bet earlier. I admit defeat. Actually, you didn't lose. Xiao Hua looked at the bird's shadow with interest and said with a smile, it's just that you never had the chance to come into contact with these scheming people, so you don't know what they're thinking. A loss is a loss. Fujiwen waved his hand. Fine, since you've lost, then tell me, what is the name of this bird? Why can it replace the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Xiao Hua pointed. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Fujiwen actually shook his head and said, I know very little about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and I don't know what this flying beast is. If I'm not wrong, then this beast should be a great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Only a great sage can represent the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Alright, then what is a great sage? Saints are supreme beings. Fujiwen explains, our hidden immortal continent saints are supreme beings in the human realm. The great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is the title of the most powerful demon. Xiao Hua was naturally not satisfied with this kind of answer. He waved his hand and said, if you don't know, then you don't know. It seems like you really don't know. It's not just me who doesn't know. Fujiwen said with a smile, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is a place where thousands of demons gather. If we humans go there, we'll be their food. In my hidden immortal continent, other than the great grandmaster and above seniors who have the qualifications to explore the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, no one else has ever been there. If fellow Xiao asks 100 people, it's already not bad if one person can answer clearly. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, you better reveal the mystery of the top 10 Imperial equipment. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the number 1 Imperial equipment will be. What can it be? Fujiwen smiled mysteriously and said, fellow Xiao has never practiced martial arts before, so I'm afraid you don't know what it means to practice the blade for 100 days, practice the spear for 1,000 days, practice the sword for 10,000 days, right? Xiao Hua was startled and asked curiously, could it be that young Master Fu has practiced martial arts before? Of course. Fujiwen said proudly, hidden immortal continent's Confucian scholars all have to practice the 6 arts. Martial arts, sword arts, and so on are all things that must be learned. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded, the top of the top 10 Imperial equipment is the sword. Right. Fujiwen said with a smile, the sword is an ancient sacred item, the most revered and noble, worshipped by humans and gods. It's the ancestor of short weapons, a weapon for close combat. With its profound Dao skills, it became a legend. In fact, because it's light and convenient to carry, it's beautiful to wear, and it's quick to use, the hidden immortal continent's various dynasties, princes, emperors, marquises, scholars, swordsmen, merchants, and commoners, all of them take pride in it. Since ancient times, the sword and its skills have been unhindered in the battlefield, dominating the martial arts world, establishing a country, and upholding justice. Thus, it has been passed down to this day, and is still loved by the people of the world. With its glorious history, it's deeply rooted in people's hearts, and can be passed down without decline. The top of the top 10 imperial equipment is precisely the tender like water sword. Tender like water sword. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to erase is the grace of a beauty. The sorrow of a beauty's feelings is like flowing water. If it can't be cut off, it will be chaotic. This tender like water sword is truly outstanding. That's right. This tender like water sword is like its name, a soft sword. The entire sword is transparent like water. When placed in water, it's the same as water. The sword's body is warm. After this sword is cut off, it can automatically fuse back together. Just like feelings. It can't be truly cut off. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiaohua said thoughtfully, if it's only like this, how can it be the number one imperial equipment? The sharpest thing in this world is tenderness, and the most hurtful thing in this aristocratic family is also tenderness. This tender like water sword can open the heavens with water droplets. When Fu Jiwen talked about tenderness, his eyes unexpectedly also showed tenderness. As long as there are still feelings in their hearts, they can't escape the attack of this tender like water sword. It's said that in the past, the hidden immortal continent's pear blossom fairy was injured and abandoned by the nobles of the immortal palace. In a rage, she held the tender like water sword and killed her way to the immortal palace. In front of the southern heavenly gate, her sword soared through the sky and annihilated tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. When Empress Dowager led the immortal palace's Star River to kill the fairy's sword cut the Star River into two. Unfortunately, this tender like water sword was broken by the starlight in the Star River and turned into a morning star that disappeared into the horizon. The pear blossom fairy even charged into the Star River with hatred, and her body and soul were destroyed. From then on, no matter what imperial equipment was born, it would be difficult for it to surpass. This tender like water sword has always been listed as the number one imperial equipment. Xiaohua sighed, this is another sad but beautiful story. I wonder if this story is the number one imperial equipment story? Or is it tender like water sword that is the number one imperial equipment? What's the difference? Fu Jiwen laughed, the things you can't get are always the best. The faintly discernible legends are always the most beautiful. The memories in a person's heart are always the most profound. Strange, hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of his own wishful staff and immediately interrupted, the ancestor of short weapons, the staff is also the number one weapon. Why isn't there a staff in the top 10 imperial equipment? Staff? Fu Jiwen scratched his head and laughed, fellow Taoist Xiao must be joking. A staff, isn't it just a staff? How can it be in the top 10 imperial equipment? Forget it, I won't play the lute to a cow with you. Xiaohua casually waved his hand, but before he could continue, his expression changed and he hurriedly looked at the auction hall. In front of Yulin Feng, there was a jade slip. That's right, it was a jade slip commonly seen in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment it was floating in front of Yulin Feng. Yulin Feng said, fellow Taoists, this item is the jade eye used by the ancient Taoists before they were destroyed by us Confucian cultivators. It should have been placed in the Taoist trifling item auction, but because this item was obtained from the Thousand Demons sacred realm, it wasn't taken out until now. This item's inspection method is different from the jade eye. After Zhai Xinglu obtained it, we searched through the ancient records and found out that this item was called a jade slip. After that, Zhai Xinglu specially found a Taoist expert and used their unique divine sense to inspect it. Only then did we find out that it was a 5 elements escape technique. Oh, to be more specific, it should be a commonly seen high-level escape technique in the hidden immortal continent called the water avoidance technique. This item is really rare. At least, I've never heard of it before. According to the person who inspected it, after practicing this escape technique, one can borrow the water of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to fly. It's even more powerful than us using the water avoidance technique to travel in the Jianghu. When the Taoist sect was flourishing, it must have been extremely precious. However, now that the Taoist sect has declined, according to that person, there isn't even a person who can use the elementary water escape technique. How could there be someone who needs this higher-level escape technique? Even when Zhai Xinglu saw that this item was of little value and wanted to sell it to that person bitterly smiled and refused. Thus, Zhai Xinglu could only bring it here to bid. It's a bit strange. Although Xiao Hua was excited, he had already calmed down. He pinched his chin and said curiously, "Why did this guy say such a secret so clearly? Isn't he afraid that no one will bid?" Ha! Fujiwen at the side laughed and said, "This is the third time I've heard this. This whatever jade slip is the same as the amplifying thunder wood that I want, no one will bid for it. If not for it being more rare than the amplifying thunder wood and having a higher base price, this guy would have already taken it out when the bidding started." "What's the base price of this item?" Xiao Hua hurriedly asked. "1 piece of top-grade primeval stone." Fujiwen was really familiar with it and said without hesitation. Xiao Hua cursed loudly, "Damn it, this is indeed a rare item worth hoarding. This kind of broken jade slip is actually sold for 1 piece of top-grade primeval stone?" Yes, this item is just like the golden core cultivation method. In some people's eyes, this item is trash. But in the eyes of others, this item is a peerless treasure. Zhai Xinglu fancied this point and would rather smash it in their hands than lower the price. The base price of this jade slip is 50 top-grade primeval stones. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to finish speaking, Yu Linfeng cut the base price of the jade slip in half. "Damn it," Fu Jiwen immediately jumped up, "this young master has waited for this auction 3 times and that amplifying thunderwood didn't even lower the price of a single primeval stone. How can this jade slip be lowered just like that? This is too unfair." Chapter 3287. Hee, it's not unfair. It's your bad character. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand. "I bid 51 high-grade source stones." "Io, fellow Xiao." Fujiwen hurriedly shouted, "You bid too early, others can see that you're determined to get it." "That's right. Since I'm determined to get it, then I naturally have to let others know." Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the opposite side, where Duanmu young master was. 52 high-grade source stones. Sure enough, Duanmu young master's voice leisurely came. Xiao Hua confidently said, 53. Fujiwen naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. This Duanmu young master was probably the biggest obstacle to Xiao Hua bidding for this jade slip, or even the only obstacle. No matter when Xiao Hua opened his mouth, Duanmu young master would definitely return the favor from last time. Since that was the case, why didn't Xiao Hua open his mouth earlier? What a pity. Fujiwen stomped his feet. "Fellow Xiao, I'm afraid there are even better things later. You let him return it too early." Not early, not early." Xiao Hua also leisurely said, "I've benefited a lot from this auction, this item will be the last item to bid. I won't be able to use any of the items in the future. Besides, even if there are more in the future, I'll just continue to bid, who would be afraid of them?" Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua thought, Duanmu young master only bid once and didn't say anything else. It seemed to be to return Xiao Hua's favor. And somewhere in Bright Moon Palace, Zhu Qing, who had been watching the entire auction with a sullen face, sighed again. Such a good favor, why, let it go so easily? Could it be that Xiao Hua really needs this jade slip? And his strength is so strong that he's not afraid of the Duanmu family? Okay, this senior bids 53 high-grade source stones. Yu Linfeng saw that the useless jade slip was finally sold as he wished, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "If no one bids, this item will be this senior's." 55 high-grade source stones. Just as Xiao Hua was about to call out Xiao Yi with a smile, another voice came from downstairs. Xiao Hua's face turned cold. Looking up, it was the person who bid for the golden core cultivation method. "Are you crazy?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Fujiwen scolded in sympathy. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already helped him bid for a gold core cultivation method. How can he repay kindness with enmity? Or perhaps, his identity as a cultivator of the Dao sect has already been exposed, so he can't add insult to injury. Young Master Fu, you're using the wrong words to make things worse. You should be trying to create new problems. Xiao Hua said coldly. Hee, that's right, that's right. Fujiwen chuckled. After chatting with Xiao Hua for so long, Fujiwen felt like they were old friends at first sight. Unconsciously, he had already regarded Xiao Hua as an old friend. He won't be bidding again soon. Xiao Hua said indifferently. He raised his hand and said, 56 high-grade primordial stones. Immediately after, he muttered, could it be that this guy is blaming me for not helping him bid for the golden core cultivation method? Or do you think that I'm making fun of you? Humph, no matter what, you made me spend 2 high-grade primordial stones for nothing. Good, this fellow Taoist has increased the price. Fellow Taoist downstairs, are you going to increase the price? Yu Linfeng appeared excited again, as if every increase in price could excite him. Ah. Just as Yu Linfeng was anticipating the increase in price, below the balcony, the cultivator who had just bid screamed for no reason, and then resisted the urge to say anything else. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fujiwen's eyes darted around, looking at Xiao Hua as he said in a low voice. Hee, using virtue to convince people, using virtue to convince people. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously, I've always advocated using virtue to convince people. Fellow Taoist, are you going to increase the price? Yu Linfeng was rather surprised, but he didn't have any other thoughts. After all, the Bright Moon Palace was surrounded by many experts from Star Plucking Tower, and they weren't afraid of others causing trouble. Since no one shouted to stop, it couldn't have been done by that mysterious senior upstairs. The Taoist cultivator who instigated the internal strife naturally wouldn't bid, and even the meddlesome people in the surroundings didn't dare to make a sound. Young Master Duanmu was even more bewildered as he looked at the similarly illusory window in front of him, thinking about something unknown. Good. Yu Linfeng's anticipated climax didn't come, and he could only somewhat dejectedly point his finger, and the jade slip slowly flew towards Xiao Hua's window. Seeing the jade slip fly towards him, Xiao Hua had the urge to use heaven and earth in the sleeve, as if only by holding this item in his hand would his heart be at ease. Of course, Xiao Hua's current magic power wasn't enough to support heaven and earth in the sleeve, and the current Xiao Hua didn't seem to be as impetuous as he was back in the Dawn Rain continent. He only looked, indifferently looked, and his eyes didn't move from the jade slip at all, as if he already had a card up his sleeve, and wasn't afraid of anyone coming to snatch it from him. It was as if he was completely certain that even if this jade slip was snatched away by someone, he would still be able to take it back. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua, who seemed to be a young lad, had already begun to transform, whether it was his temperament or bearing. Perhaps it was because of time, or perhaps it was because of a great change. In short, at this moment, Xiao Hua, who hadn't recovered much magic power, and whose divine abilities weren't even 30% of his peak, actually had a confidence he never had before. Xiao Yi. Xiao Hua took the jade slip and said, should this old man hand over the origin stones to you now? Xiao Yi answered and entered, then hastily waved her hand and said, reporting to Senior, as long as there's a bid below a supreme grade origin stone, Senior doesn't need to immediately hand over the origin stones. This is a kind of treatment for distinguished guests. No need. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, took out a supreme grade origin stone, and handed it to Xiao Yi, saying, this kind of treatment doesn't have any practical meaning. Hee, Senior, you'll soon know the treatment for distinguished guests. Xiao Yi took the origin stone, pursed her lips and smiled, then lowered her head and left. What kind of treatment do distinguished guests have? Xiao Hua used his divine sense to enter the jade slip, carefully probing it, and asked Fujiwen again. Fujiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread out his hands and said, fellow Taoist, I'm just joking. This is the first time I've entered a distinguished guest's room. How could I know the treatment for distinguished guests? However, after thinking for a moment, he probed again. If it's the most obvious treatment, it might be when bidding for the last few treasures. After a certain price, the cultivators downstairs aren't allowed to bid. They're probably afraid that they can't afford the origin stones, so they're blindly shouting there. N. Xiaohua answered indifferently. Fujiwen couldn't clearly see Xiaohua's appearance in the stardust, but he also understood that Xiaohua was probing the water escape technique. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua put the jade slip into the space, and handed it over to the green-robed Xiaohua to comprehend. At this moment, Xiaohua was really happy. Although this water escape technique wasn't a high-grade water escape technique like Yu Linfeng said, it was still a mid-grade water escape technique. After fusing with the water, it was an escape technique that relied on the water energy of heaven and earth to fly. In other words, as long as it was a place with water energy of heaven and earth, one could use this escape technique to fly. It wasn't like before where there was real water to be able to escape. As for the water avoidance technique from the West Sea, Xiaohua had already finished comprehending it with the Buddha's Saraira. That technique was very strange and required the so-called origin energy to be used. However, Xiaohua didn't know what origin energy was, so he couldn't test it out. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment and pondered a little. He knew that although these two water escape techniques weren't of the same origin, the realms of the escape techniques were connected. If he finished cultivating the water avoidance technique, he could naturally continue to cultivate the mid-grade water escape technique. Oh, right, isn't there someone in front of us who knows about origin energy? It's a waste not to ask. Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen, who was also silently looking at the auction, and came to a realization. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Young Master Fu, I still have a question to ask." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you so polite? Please ask." Fujiwen hurriedly moved his gaze away from the window and said with a smile. Xiaohua said, "Would like to ask, what is origin energy? Is it the magic power of Confucian cultivators?" "Yes." Fujiwen said curiously, "Taoism is magic power, Buddhism is psychokinesis, Confucian cultivators are naturally origin energy. But why do some demons' cultivation techniques also mention origin energy?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "This is what I don't understand." "Oh, I understand." Fujiwen said with a smile, "Does fellow Taoist know about the 9 grades of origin energy and the 27th rank?" "I naturally know about this." Xiaohua nodded. "Then it's easy to explain." Fujiwen explained, because the 3 continents have magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. "Oh, I'm not very clear about the 1,000 demons sacred realm, this kind of classification is too heterogeneous. However, some cultivation techniques can be used regardless of magic power, psychokinesis, or origin energy. Therefore, Confucian cultivators use origin energy to refer to all magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. So it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and said, "These Confucian cultivators are really tyrannical. Origin energy is 9 grades, the substitution of origin energy is convenient for them. It can't be helped." "Who asked the hidden immortal continent to have the most Confucian cultivators?" Fujiwen smiled, then pointed outside the window and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you just say that you want to look for flying equipment? Now they have already started to bid for flying demonic beasts, why don't you take a look?" "Okay." Xiaohua responded and looked outside the window. However, he was ecstatic in his heart. Since magic power can be used as origin energy, then when his magic power is fully recovered, he can naturally use the water escape technique. In other words, he can already use the complete 5 elements escape technique. His light escape technique cultivation has indeed taken a solid step. At this moment, in front of Yu Linfeng, there is a row of over 10 eggs of different sizes, which are also emitting different kinds of bewitching brilliance. The shape of these eggs is as strange as the halo. Some are oval, some are flat, some are gourd-shaped, and there are even some that are long. There are even some eggs that are faintly flickering, as if these eggs are lightly breathing. These are demonic beast eggs? Xiaohua squinted his eyes and asked Fu Jiwen in a low voice. Chapter 3288. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to answer, Yu Linfeng unfolded his fan and pretended to wave it a few times. He smiled and said, "What fellow immortals are looking at is naturally the eggs of the extremely precious birds and beasts of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Everyone knows that the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent can't be compared to the demons of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. They can't rely on their physical bodies to fly long distances. They can only rely on flying tools and birds. Generally, flying tools requires primeval stones and primeval energy. Sometimes, it also consumes divine sense. Birds for transportation don't need to be so troublesome. As long as you communicate with them, you don't need to think too much. You can sleep and be taken away by the birds. What's more, a well-trained bird is a great help to us. They can also help you kill any evil cultivators you encounter. And these birds and flying beasts are best raised from young. Sign a blood contract with them before they hatch. If you erase the blood contract with the birds and flying beasts, then sign a new one, the bird's spirituality will disappear a lot. The eggs of the birds and flying beasts in front of me are all from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. They weren't raised in captivity by the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the spirituality of these birds and flying beasts after they hatch. Of course, if any fellow immortal is unlucky and can't hatch the eggs, or if the hatched demonic beast doesn't have spirituality, my Zhai Xing Lu won't take responsibility." Ha ha ha. Yu Linfeng teased a few words. He flung his fan and said, "The first egg is a cloud crane egg. The starting price is 5 high-grade primeval stones." 6, 10, following Yu Linfeng's words, the entire auction hall became lively again. After all, these flying beasts were commonly used. Many people came here for these eggs. How could they be patient? They hurriedly bid. "That fellow Taoist Xiao." Fu Jiwen stole a glance at Xiaohua. Seeing that he didn't do anything, he said with a smile, "I want to bid for a wood-attributed green crane. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can help me." Xiaohua smiled and said, "No problem, you can bid as much as you want, it's not what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks." Fu Jiwen said with some shame, "Dao friend helped me bid for the thunder amplification wood, so I should have given all these high-grade primeval stones to Dao friend. However, I had been thinking that these upper-grade primordial stones are not enough to compensate fellow Taoist. I don't know how I can compensate or repay fellow Taoist. But now, I'm not paying attention to fellow Taoist's gift, and I'm bidding for the birds instead." "All right." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, "There's no need to mention this again. Just now, young Master Fu gave me a lot of pointers, and that's more than enough to repay him. Young Master Fu, you can bid as much as you want. There's no need to think too much about it." "All right." Fu Jiwen sighed. "Actually, the reason why I bid for the green crane is because I want to wait for my wife to escape, and take her to travel the world." "Escape?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, thinking that he had misheard, but Fu Jiwen seemed to have blurted it out. His face was a little embarrassed, and he immediately looked out the window, not saying another word. Since Fu Jiwen didn't say anything, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't ask anymore. Soon, the price of the cloud crane egg reached 23 high-grade primordial stones, and it was bought by a cultivator downstairs. Following that, the fire snake, blue wan, cloud howl, chick-ee, shihong, and other bird beasts were all bought by 20 or so high-grade primordial stones. Unfortunately, these bird beasts were not of the wood attribute. Fu Jiwen didn't say anything. Fu Jiwen, who always looked calm, was actually a little anxious. He stood in front of the window sill and looked at the decreasing number of beast eggs. Fortunately, when the third last beast egg was auctioned, it was the wood attribute cloud crane that Fu Jiwen wanted, and he almost couldn't wait to bid. His bid didn't matter, but everyone was a little hesitant. After all, everyone had seen the bid for the water escape technique. Who would dare to compete with a virtuous senior? After a slight awkward silence, this cloud crane was actually bought by Fu Jiwen for 10 or so high-grade primordial stones. But at this critical moment, young Master Duanmu started to bid again. Moreover, he increased the price by 5 high-grade primordial stones twice, and still raised the price of this cloud crane to the height of 25 high-grade primordial stones. Humph. Xiaohua sneered, and said in a low voice, "This is young Master Duanmu telling me that this is the last time he will be lenient. From now on, the bridge will be the bridge, and the road will be the road. He won't let go again. The conflict from before. Hee, I'm afraid it can't be revealed. Did I ruin fellow Daoists' matter?" Fu Jiwen hurriedly said. He really didn't think that much. How about I give it to young Master Duanmu? How is that possible? Doing this is adding fuel to the fire. Xiaohua shook his head. Don't be afraid of him, this has nothing to do with you. 26 high-grade primordial stones. I want to see, what will young Master Duanmu look like after he loses his mask? After Xiaohua spoke, the entire auction house was silent. No one bid anymore, and the green crane egg flew to the window. Fu Jiwen took the green crane egg and carefully put it into the small Qingquan bag. Looking at Fu Jiwen's relieved expression, Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, "Young Master Fu, this small Qingquan bag can store living things?" Of course. Fu Jiwen didn't find Xiaohua's ignorance strange at all, and said with a smile, Qingquan means to form a universe of its own, of course it can store living things. But no matter if it's the small Qingquan bag, the Qingquan bag, or even the Qingquan bangles, they can't store living things for long periods of time. After a certain period of time, the living things have to come out for air. In the following few bids, other than the remaining beast eggs, there were even a dozen young beasts. Although Xiaohua hadn't seen these young beasts before, he wasn't interested in them. He had a lot of strange things in his space, and every one of them was more powerful than these young beasts. He wouldn't spend primordial stones for no reason. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Linfeng finally finished processing the young beasts. Then, he looked at the last golden ball of light on the outline of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Fellow immortals, you should all know that every time my Bright Moon Palace bids for rare items, we leave the 3 most valuable items behind. The next item to bid is one of them." Swoosh. Once Yu Linfeng said this, everyone held their breaths and looked at the golden ball of light with rapt attention. They didn't even want to breathe loudly, and quietly listened to Yu Linfeng's analysis. They really wanted to know what it was. This item. Yu Linfeng didn't even take the item and said, "This item is only for the VIPs on the 3rd floor. As for the other immortals, I'm sorry, you don't have the qualifications to bid." Fellow immortal Yu. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone naturally wasn't convinced. He jumped up and said, "I know the rules of Star Picking Tower very well. When the price of a rare item is set, only the VIPs on the 3rd floor are qualified to bid. But this item hasn't even revealed its base price yet, so we're not allowed to bid? Could it be, this item's base price has already exceeded?" At this point, the cultivator seemed to have understood something and couldn't close his mouth. This was the first time he heard that the Bright Moon Palace bid for an item with a base price of more than 10 top-grade source stones. AI, it's not just the base price. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and sighed, "Even if you have enough source stones to bid, you still have to consider whether you have the strength to protect this item, whether you have the life to protect this item." SII. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, the golden light slowly flew closer. The golden light was blazing. Although it hadn't revealed its true appearance, the indescribable heat was like the scorching sun, and it already made everyone in the Bright Moon Palace feel anxious and thirsty. A feeling of difficulty arose in everyone's hearts. Unconsciously, everyone slightly narrowed their eyes, but the desire in their eyes was even more intense than the scorching sun. They stared fixedly at the light, wanting to know just how rare this item was. When the light landed in front of Yu Linfeng, it was actually dozens of feet wide. It was clear that Yu Linfeng didn't dare to approach the light and had already flown to the top of the Bright Moon Palace. At the same time, wisps of blue mist emerged from all over the Bright Moon Palace like clouds, enveloping everyone in front of it and blocking the heat. Rise! Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and a rare imperial artifact that looked like an ink brush came out of his sleeves. He let out a roar like spring thunder and reached out his hand. The brush was about to throw towards the golden light. Wait! Just at this moment, an extremely loud and clear voice that was even more shocking than muffled thunder came from the window sill on Xiao Hua's left. "Sai." Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua's mind was shaken by this voice. Xiao Hua couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air, and looked to his left in disbelief. This window, it seems like there hasn't been a bid. There hasn't even been a sound, right? It seems like their goal is this golden item. When Yu Linfeng heard this voice, his body naturally trembled, and the ink brush remained in his hand. However, Yu Linfeng's face didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior upstairs, may I say something? There's no need to open this item." That voice was very imposing, and in people's ears, it seemed to resonate in their hearts. There was an inconceivable power that made people submit from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, this little one understands. Yu Linfeng actually agreed, and withdrew his hand, putting the ink brush back into his sleeve. Cough cough. A clear coughing sound appeared at this time, and a ball of green light floated from the night sky of the Bright Moon Palace. Within the light, Zhu Qing had already changed into green clothes, and slowly flew down like a student rushing to take the exam. When Yu Linfeng saw Zhu Qing, he immediately sweated profusely. His usually calm expression was replaced with panic, and he hastily bowed and said, "Tower Lord, this subordinate, you can go down." Zhu Qing didn't talk to Yu Linfeng as warmly as she talked to Xiao Hua. Just a few words made Yu Linfeng feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to ask anything, and hastily floated down from the sky. However, he still didn't dare to approach the golden light, and followed the edge of the Bright Moon Palace to stand in the shadows. Chapter 3289. Phew. Everyone let out a long breath. The feeling of being suppressed by the dragon's might was really terrible. It was like the struggle of a drowning person before death. That kind of suffocation, that kind of helplessness, that kind of insignificance, was something that these people would probably never forget in their entire lives. Hee, this is good. What do you think? Another arrogant voice shouted, "Do you think you can profane the dragon's remains? You can't even resist this dragon aura, yet you still dare to make a big fuss about it. Do you think the likes of you have the right to see it? Go." Zhu Qing's face regained some color. She waved her hand and the ink brush landed in her hand. Then she pushed her hand and the dragon bone flew far away. It turned into a golden moon and hung in the night sky of the Bright Moon Palace. "Seniors." Zhu Qing bowed again, speaking softly, "My star-picking tower has some unspeakable difficulties in bidding for this item in Bright Moon Palace. This matter was done in haste. You can see that I didn't even prepare an imperial item to block the dragon aura. You can see. I was caught unprepared. Of course, there are some things that senior blames me too early. I, Zhai Xinglu, know very well what this dragon bone is. In front of the thousands of fellow immortals from the Bright Moon Palace, I can swear that I, Zhai Xinglu, have already sent people to contact Senior. It was only after we did not receive any news from Senior that we decided to bid for this dragon bone when the Bronze Pillar country was at war with other countries. As for how Senior got the news and rushed here, I don't know the reason. I wanted to explain it to Senior face to face, but Senior seems to have misunderstood. I can only explain it here. That faint voice spoke, unknown if it meant it heard or understood. In short, when Zhu Qing heard this voice, he became spirited again and said, however, since the bidding has already begun, I would like to invite the seniors to make their own bids. This dragon bone. Especially because of the dragon horn, this item is already priceless. I do not dare to profane the dragon bone, so I would like to invite the seniors to make their own bids. Zhu Qing's words were very clear, and Xiao Hua also understood. Not only did this dragon bone have some problems with its origin, but the bidding process was also very complicated. Zhai Xinglu had already known the importance of the dragon bone before the auction. He would definitely have contacted the East Sea Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was no reply. Furthermore, the Bronze Pillar country was at war. Zhai Xinglu was afraid that there would be problems with the dragon bone. He was anxious to get rid of this hot potato, so he hurriedly sent the dragon bone to the auction. But what was surprising was that before the auction, someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace actually came. What's more, the person who came was very aggressive. They did not receive the message from Zhai Xinglu, but got the message from someone else. They were here to denounce Zhu Qing, so they did not listen to her explanation at all. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more difficult for her to dismount. After all, ordinary cultivators wouldn't know what items would be auctioned in this auction, but people like young Master Duanmu would definitely know. Perhaps, the item that young Master Duanmu had mentioned earlier might really be this. For this, he was willing to sacrifice 3 supreme-grade primal stones. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Zhu Qing to give the dragon bone to someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace for free. The only way was to bid. Poor child, Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Qing sympathetically and thought, it seems that everything is not easy. I'll bid. Although no name was mentioned, everyone already knew that the person who bid first was from the East Sea Dragon Palace. At this time, someone in the room said, no matter how many primal stones others bid, my East will have 1 supreme-grade primal stone more than them. Hee hee. Before the person from the East Sea Dragon Palace finished speaking, the voice that was a little leaky laughed shrilly and said, I know that your East Sea Dragon Palace has countless treasures, but it's not only your East Sea Dragon Palace that has treasures in this world. I have 10 supreme-grade primal stones more than the East Sea Dragon Palace. Then, all the other forces entered the auction and started bidding. On the balcony, Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the golden moon. He secretly pondered whether or not he should bid. Just now, the dragon might above the dragon horn was really terrifying. If it could be used on a magic weapon, it would absolutely be a sharp weapon to kill people. Oh, I forgot about it. Xiao Hua suddenly patted his forehead and woke up. Damn it, it doesn't matter if I want it or not. Isn't Little White lacking this thing? If Little White needs it, I'll buy it regardless of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Thinking, Xiao Hua's mind immediately turned into a jade archive. Xiao Hua appeared in front of the mysterious dark cloud. This mysterious dark cloud seems to have some changes. Because he had learned from the bone that ordinary people couldn't see souls, Xiao Hua paid special attention to this mysterious dark cloud. However, when he saw the heavenly marks and earth deeds on it, Xiao Hua couldn't help but stare blankly. Previously, although there were heavenly marks and earth deeds outside the mysterious dark cloud, these mysterious natural objects were faintly discernible, and simply couldn't be seen clearly. But now, these heavenly might could be clearly seen, as if they were carved outside the mysterious dark cloud. Moreover, there were strands of green shadows entangling the heavenly might. Those heavenly marks and earth deeds were already like a tight armor wrapping around the mysterious dark clouds, and these green shadows gave off a green glow outside the armor, adding another layer of protection. Moreover, within the heavenly marks and earth deeds, there were some faint lightning and broken threads. Even Xiao Hua, who was in the Jade Archive, felt a burst of dizziness when he looked at these broken threads. Suddenly, a scene of 5 thunderbolts roaring appeared in front of his eyes. I'm afraid that the 9th heaven of spirit origin has made new progress. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. His figure hid in the dark cloud. The moment Xiao Hua's figure disappeared into the dark cloud, millions of lightning and broken threads were born from the dark cloud. However, as soon as Xiao Hua touched Xiao Hua's figure, his figure disappeared without a trace. Huh, Xiao Hua, you're here? When Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the sky, the little white dragon immediately sensed it. The huge dragon head poked out from the top of the sky and called out with a smile. Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Hua. At this time, the sky was incomparably spacious. Many green seal characters fluttered in the sky as if they were alive. Xiao Hua's incomparably huge dragon body was already entrenched at the junction between the sky and the sky, covering the entire horizon. Those countless dark green soul strands were like seaweed in the sea, entwining the dragon body. When the soul strands danced, the dragon body also danced. Countless dark green splendors were like fireflies that filled the sky. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua also transformed into 100 zhang tall giant. His whole body was not surrounded by the soul strands. His body was everywhere. I'm here, Xiao Hua said indifferently. He looked at the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who ignored him and saluted. Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. Buzz buzz. Countless green seal characters rushed out from the sea of soul strands. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua's figure slowly shrank, turning into the same appearance as Xiao Hua. He also cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, I have a bone here in a soul treasure called the Soul Bridge. I don't know if I can give it to fellow Taoist to cultivate? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Xiao Hua didn't smile. He only said indifferently, Fellow Taoist, please give it to me. Comprehending the bone and refining the soul treasure is my duty. Previously, my cultivation was insufficient and I couldn't control the ninth heaven of spirit origin. Now, with Xiao Bai's help, I can barely do it. Good. Xiao Hua laughed. The bone and soul treasure were comprehended by him, and even the soul treasure was refined by him. Now that he had the help of Xiao Hua, wouldn't he be able to save himself some trouble? Fellow Taoist, please take a look. With a wave of his hand, the Jade Archive Xiao Hua pulled the bone out of space and handed it to the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua didn't even bother to look at it. Instead, he opened his mouth, and several soul strands shot out like tentacles and swallowed the bone. Xiao Hua looked at this action with a dumbfounded expression. He smiled bitterly and said, Fellow Taoist, we are of the same origin. Can you be a bit more refined? Otherwise, don't say you know I in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Hua responded indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take this to heart. Xiao Hua waved his hand again and said, This is another bone. There is a green seal character recorded in it. I haven't comprehended it yet, so I'll give it to you. Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew his hand, and the bone disappeared into thin air. Give it to me. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and asked Xiao Hua for it. Pay attention to your manners. Xiao Hua put the bone in Xiao Hua's hand. The soul cultivator, Xiao Hua, took the bone and slowly placed it in front of his forehead, pressing it against his forehead. Good, that's how it should be. Jade Archive Xiao Hua praised with satisfaction. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Hua slapped his hand down, causing a ripple to appear on his forehead. Then, his knuckles sank back in. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say helplessly, Fortunately, this can be considered as some progress. What about the soul treasure? Let me see it. Xiao Hua asked again. It seemed that he was very bored in the 9 heavens of spirit origin, and these bones and soul treasures were good things for him to pass the time. Fellow Taoist, are you sure there is no problem? Xiao Hua still didn't dare to send the soul bridge that hadn't been refined into the mysterious dark clouds, and asked tentatively. Xiao Hua said indifferently, Fellow Taoist, if you want to take it, then take it. If you don't want to take it, then slowly refine it. Okay, Xiao Hua waved his hand, wanting to drag the bone ball to the endless sky. Unfortunately, beyond his expectations, He didn't see the bone ball appear even after waving his hand a few times. How strange. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked outside the dark clouds thoughtfully and said with a faint smile. Let's go take a look. Xiaohua turned into a green light and rushed out of the endless sky. Xiaohua naturally followed him out of the mysterious dark clouds. Outside the dark clouds, the bone ball was stuck to the surface of the mysterious dark clouds and rotating at an extremely fast speed. The bone particles had long disappeared, leaving only layers of white flashing light. As for the mysterious dark clouds, where the bone ball touched, the heaven pattern earth deed was emitting a faint green light, blocking the bone ball. Moreover, where the bone ball touched, the thousands of lightning threads and broken fireflies also gathered to block the bone ball. Chapter 3290. This thing is a genuine soul item. According to the bone, it can change the shape of the soul bridge according to the soul of different people. It matches the heavenly pattern and earth deed of the soul. Only then can it enter the soul of another person. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said indifferently after taking a glance at it. It seems. I can only refine it myself. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Really? You're underestimating me too much. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand and the bone ball fell into his hand. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green gas that covered the bone ball. The bone ball flew into the air and entered Xiaohua's mouth along with the green gas. Then, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua rushed into the mysterious cloud, but the heavenly pattern and earth deed didn't react at all. Good, Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands, that's the way to do it. That's the style of an expert. Jade Archive Xiaohua once again flew into the mysterious dark clouds. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua had already hidden himself within the soul strands. He knew that Jade Archive Xiaohua would no longer look for him. He didn't know if Jade Archive Xiaohua was cultivating the Nine Heavens spirit origin or refining his soul bridge. Fellow Taoist, my cultivation has yet to recover. Looking at the situation outside, I'm afraid I'll have to compete with others. Only then can I have a good ending. I wonder if fellow Taoist can lend me a hand? Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head and laughed. You want me to go out? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't show himself. Instead, he spoke with a thunderous voice and thousands of green seal characters overflowed in the sky. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Do you think I can go out? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said indifferently, I'm just a strand of your soul. Without another body, I'll turn into dust as soon as I go out. But Jade Archive Xiaohua thought of the soul inside the flying sword and was about to ask. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua naturally knew what he was thinking and immediately said, the soul on the flying sword is the carrier of the flying sword. Naturally, it can go out alone. Or perhaps, when your physical body perishes, our primordial spirits will be able to leave. As for now, it's absolutely impossible. External incarnation technique. Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly thought of the body extension technique mentioned by the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress. That's right. Once you have successfully cultivated an avatar, perhaps all of us will be able to lend you a hand. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua replied, actually, you should know all of this, but you. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Having too many primordial divinities isn't necessarily a good thing for you. As Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's voice disappeared, Jade Archive Xiaohua's face turned awkward. Yes, as long as the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua knew, the Jade Archive Xiaohua should also know. But there was only one Jade Archive Xiaohua. What green-robed Xiaohua? What Soul Cultivator Xiaohua? What Karmic Xiaohua? There were simply too many. There was no way he could learn all of these primordial divinities at once. He could only slowly assimilate and digest them. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed as he thought of the important matter. He hurriedly called Little White over and told it about the dragon bones in the auction house. Then, he asked, Little White, your soul is already full. Aren't you just waiting for this body? Hee, many thanks, Xiao Hua. Whitey laughed loudly, its dragon roar echoing through the entire sky. What I want is a complete body. Not only do I want the dragon bones, but I also want the blood essence. These incomplete dragon bones. According to what you said, only the dragon horns are of some use. I can't use them. Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded and said, how do you say? I can only rely on my luck in the future. Let's leave it to fate. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to go out. Little White didn't seem to mind, and then said somewhat apologetically, it's a pity that my memories are now very fragmented. I don't know what many of them are, so I can't give you any pointers in your cultivation. I'm really sorry. Hee, this is nothing. Jade Archive Xiao Hua laughed, you and I share weal and woe together. There's no need to mention these empty courtesies. Little White's huge dragon head nodded up and down, and then said with some hesitation, with your cultivation level, I can just touch the layer of seal in your soul, but this seal is a bit strange. As for how strange it is, I'll have to enter it first. Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart settled, and said, oh right, Little White, can you see my 9 heaven spirit? See? Little White didn't seem to understand. After thinking for a moment, it asked, are you talking about the surroundings? Yes. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart jumped, and nodded. I can. So many soul strands, so many green lines, how can I not see it? Little White answered straightforwardly. Jade Archive Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, what I mean is, when you enter here, can you see the shape of this place? I understand. You're talking about the appearance of this soul. Little White suddenly realized. That's right. Of course I can't see it. Little White laughed, otherwise, why would I struggle with all my might when you dragged me in? You can't see it? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was a little surprised, but why can I see your appearance? You can even cultivate layer by layer? Xiao Hua, you have to understand. Being able to see and being able to sense are two different things. Little White explained, moreover, the soul is fused with the body, and is protected by the body. Others can't see it. A soul that has left the body can be called a soul, and is no longer a soul. Perhaps it can be seen by others. Of course, even if it is the soul of the body, if there is a powerful secret technique that can surpass the protection of the body to the soul, perhaps it can be seen. Speaking to here, Little White apologized again, these are just some of my incomplete memories, I don't know if they are correct. It can be considered as a reference. That is to say, if there is a soul sword piercing from the outside. Jade Archive Xiao Hua had a trace of understanding, this is just based on feeling. In fact, no matter what, their soul sword can't see the appearance of the soul. Yes, that should be the case. Little White nodded, the soul is the most mysterious place in the body. How can it be exposed there? Then, you may not be able to see the layer of seal in my soul? And just by sensing it? The seal may be visible, but what is under the seal, I can only sense it, but not see it. Little White laughed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned and said, then you can slowly break the seal, I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. Little White knew that Jade Archive Xiao Hua was about to leave, and the huge dragon head retracted into the sea of soul strands. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked around, the sky was full of flickering lights, and sighed, alas, if this is a soul cultivator. It's really strange. But what's even stranger is this Zhao's Dharma eye. After speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua retreated from the mysterious dark clouds. However, when his primordial spirit returned, he was shocked again when he looked at the auction field. He saw that the auction field, which was very lively just a moment ago, was now completely silent. Even Zhu Qing was silently standing in the air with her lips tightly shut. Although there was a trace of a smile on her face, there was a trace of strangeness in her eyes. Strange. Xiao Hua was puzzled. It was only a moment. What happened? However, the bright moon, which was as bright as the sun, was still hanging there. Obviously, the bidding for the dragon bones was not over yet. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was about to ask Fu Jiwen when he suddenly saw Zhu Qing's somewhat helpless expression. He came to a realization. Damn it, this is the voice transmission of the people from the Dragon Palace, young Master Duanmu, and a few cultivators who have the strength to bid for the dragon bones. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. In this world, there is nothing that can't be compromised. As long as there are enough benefits, everything can be exchanged. A set of dragon bones can be measured with top-grade primordial stones, and a promise can also be measured with top-grade primordial stones. These people, just now, were all very aggressive. One wanted to add 1 top-grade primordial stone more than the others, and another wanted to add 10 top-grade primordial stones more than everyone else, as if the dragon bones were something that must be obtained. But in fact, only the East Sea Dragon Palace had the intention to obtain it. The others were just looting a burning house, wanting to gain benefits from it. It seems that I should have bid just now. Maybe I can even get a high-level water escape technique. Strange. Just when Xiao Hua was thinking whether it was too late to bid now, Fu Jiwen whispered, "This has been discussed for a long time. Why hasn't the result come out yet? Could it be that, besides the East Sea Dragon Palace, there is someone who urgently needs this thing?" Ha ha ha. For a moment, Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Xiao Hua was definitely not the only smart person in this world. Although Fu Jiwen's cultivation was ordinary, he obviously understood the strangeness of it. What does young Master Fu think? Besides the East Sea Dragon Palace, who else needs this dragon bone? Xiao Hua naturally did not know, so he could only ask in order to advance and retreat. Fu Jiwen looked out of the window at the slightly strange third floor and whispered, "This dragon bone may be an excellent material for refining weapons in the eyes of Taoist cultivators. In the eyes of Buddhists, it is also a material for refining Buddhist weapons. In the eyes of the East Sea Dragon Palace, it is the remains of a senior to be revered and collected. But in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, the most important thing is the fate of the royal family." What? The fate of the royal family? This dragon bone has something to do with fate? That's right. Fu Jiwen nodded. The fate of the royal family is related to the amount of imperial qi of the royal family descendants. And the dragon aura on the dragon bone, especially the dragon horn, can be transformed into imperial qi with the help of Confucian cultivators' secret techniques. Xiao Hua understood and glanced at the third floor's windowsill. There must be a royal family of the Bronze Pillar country on the third floor. Also, Zhai Xinglu is eagerly bidding for this dragon bone, probably because they are afraid of attracting the attention of the royal families of various countries. Especially the royal family of the Bronze Pillar country. There is definitely no royal family of the Bronze Pillar country here. Fu Jiwen said decisively. There can only be the royal family of another country. And the king of the Bronze Pillar country is definitely not in the country. The regent should be the crown prince, and the relationship between the crown prince and Zhai Xinglu is ordinary. Chapter 3291. Yes, yes, yes. When Xiao Hua heard that Fu Jiwen was able to read so much information from it, he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he couldn't help but be convinced. He nodded and said, "If the king of the Copper Pillar country was here, this dragon bone would definitely be left in the royal family of the Copper Pillar country. But since the dragon bone is being auctioned here, your king must not know." Since he doesn't know, Zhai Xinglu won't inform the other royal family members. Otherwise, Zhai Xinglu won't exist in Bronze Pillar country. Those who can come, can only be the royal family of other countries. But the problem is, since the East Sea Dragon Palace is here, which royal family is not afraid of the East Sea Dragon Palace and dares to compete with them? Hearing this, Xiaohua finally understood Fu Jiwen's real doubts. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "The hidden immortal continent is so big, who knows?" Xiaohua stopped talking. Nonsense, Zhai Xinglu organized the bidding for the dragon bone in such a hurry. How could they invite all the royal families of the hidden immortal continent? It must be the royal family of Yuzhou or the vicinity of Yuzhou. Although there were many royal families, Fu Jiwen must know these royal families like the back of his hand with the practice of reading 10,000 books and traveling 1,000 miles. Even he found it strange. There must be a secret behind this matter. There were many secrets in this world, and the answers to these secrets were definitely known by someone. However, as for who that person was, that was another mystery. However, the secret of this matter is obviously not something the cultivators of Bright Moon Palace can know. Just as Fu Jiwen was racking his brains to calculate, the voice of the East Sea Dragon Palace sounded again, "Young Master Zhu, this old man wants to buy this item." Then, the voice disappeared again. But seeing Zhu Qing's expression lighten, he shouted again, "Okay, we'll do as Senior says. This item belongs to Senior." Saying this, Zhu Qing waved his hand, and the ink brush flew out from his sleeve and rushed to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Hee, how can this old man use Zhai Xinglu's item? A strange sound was heard again. Woo! A gust of wind suddenly came from a balcony on the 3rd floor. Immediately, the golden full moon was elongated. The dragon might that appeared earlier rushed everywhere again. However, this time, it seemed to be a demonstration of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon might disappeared as soon as it appeared. Then, the golden brilliance fell somewhere on the 3rd floor. Inside the Bright Moon Palace, the golden light disappeared, and the ink brush fell from the sky. Zhu Qing flew over and caught the ink brush, but didn't fly back. Instead, she stood there silently. When Yu Linfeng saw this, he hastily flew out from his hiding place. At this moment, he had already regained his smile and naturally cupped his hands towards the surrounding people. "Fellow immortals, I've made you wait for a long time. I'm back. There aren't many opportunities left for us to bid. If any fellow immortals are still hesitating, don't say I didn't warn you. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this one. If you want to find another good treasure like tonight's auction, I'm afraid it won't be too possible." This guy really knows how to talk. Xiaohua smiled. Yu Linfeng's words covered everyone's awkwardness and his own mistake. He even teased them a few times, which eased the atmosphere by quite a bit. Suddenly, Yu Linfeng slapped his forehead again, as if he had just woken up. He shouted, "Io, I'm afraid I was wrong. Everyone has been waiting for this moment, right? Waiting to bid. Flying Imperial equipment, right?" As he spoke, Yu Linfeng tapped the folding fan in his hand. A small boat flew over from the distant light spot. The boat's bow trembled as if it was riding the waves. This is an ink boat personally made by a disciple of Hidden Immortal Continent's School of Moism. It has the School of Moism's unique symbol. It's the real deal. Yu Linfeng seemed to have grasped the rhythm of the auction. He regained his confidence and introduced it with a smile. "School of Moism?" Xiaohua heard this from upstairs and asked Fu Jiwen, "School of Moism should also be one of the schools of the 100 schools of thought, right?" "Indeed." Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "This school of Moism is very powerful. It's second only to Confucianism. Previously, there was a saying that anyone who wasn't a Confucian was a school of Moism. The founder of School of Moism was Mod. Later on, he was revered as Z, or Mozi. This school of thought uses love with impartiality, mutual benefit as its basis. Impartiality means to see others as oneself. Love with impartiality means to love others as oneself. Love with impartiality can achieve the goal of mutual benefit. Politically, they advocate for virtuousness, unity, and non-aggression. Economically, they advocate for a strong economy and frugality. Ideologically, they advocate for respecting the heavens and ghosts. At the same time, they also advocate for non-life, emphasizing on relying on one's own strength. Love with impartiality, non-aggression, virtuousness, unity, frugality, non-happiness, heavenly will, understanding ghosts, and non-life. This is what all disciples of School of Moism must practice. If it's only like this, then this School of Moism can't be considered powerful. Fujiwen said again, School of Moism is unique in 2 points. First, School of Moism has a strict organization. Most of its members come from the lower strata of society. According to legend, all of them are willing to go through fire and tread on knives to inspire themselves. Their disciples who engage in debating are called Mabian, those who engage in martial arts are called Moxia, their leaders are called Zi. Their discipline is strict and clear. According to legend, School of Moism, those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. Oh. Isn't that a ranger? Hearing this, Xiaohua came to a realization. He originally thought that a ranger was something from Confucianism. He didn't expect that it was actually from School of Moism. Yes, a ranger is from School of Moism. Fujiwen nodded. However, that's an ancient matter. In today's 100 schools of Confucianism, which youth doesn't want to be a free and unfettered ranger? Which school doesn't have a few rangers whose names will be remembered for hundreds of generations? Then what's the second powerful point? Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Is it this flying device? Correct, what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks is correct. Fujiwen said with a smile. According to legend, Senior Moism is an expert in craftsmanship. His wisdom and dexterity far surpass the other schools of Confucianism. He can be said to be knowledgeable and multi-talented. It is said that he can instantly cut a 3-inch piece of wood into an ingenious object that can carry more than 600 kilograms. This ingenious object doesn't rely on noble spirit. According to Han Fizi Waichua Shuozhua, Moism is a wood kite. It took him 3 years to succeed and 1 day to fail. Even in ancient times, in order to teach the people, Moism even used leverage to develop oranges to carry water. He also made pulleys, ladders, and so on for production and military purposes. He was also an expert in city defense techniques, the so-called Moism. His disciples summarized his experience into the 21 chapters of city defense. These mechanical techniques of his are the embryonic form of our current Confucianism's imperial equipment. It can be said that Confucianism's imperial equipment came from School of Moism. Unfortunately, Moism's views are tit for tat with Confucianism. He opposes the system of feudal officials and advocates valuing the virtuous. When appointing officials, one must pay attention to talent. He breaks the old concept of hierarchy, and makes officials impermanent and the people impermanent. Therefore, in ancient times, Confucianism and School of Moism fought very fiercely. School of Moism was suppressed by Confucianism to the point of choking. Looks like this esoteric debate is also a matter of luck. School of Moism's luck is far inferior to Confucianism's. Xiaohua says with a smile. This Xiao does not understand the essence of School of Moism, but it sounds somewhat similar to my Taoist refiners. Indeed. Fujiwen nods and says, most of the Confucianism's refiners are basically School of Moism's disciples. Although they don't admit it. Moreover. Speaking to here, Fujiwen pauses for a bit. He glances at Xiaohua and says, previously I told fellow Taoist about the mysterious demon god chess, right? On the hidden Immortal continent, there is a rather strange saying. That is, the demon god chess was originally owned by School of Moism. Senior Moism obtained a lot of enlightenment from the demon god chess. The mechanism technique and the refining technique also originated from the demon god chess. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, Fujiwen's understanding of the godly devil chess, the most mysterious of the 10 great imperial artifacts, could be considered vague. But now, Fujiwen's last sentence made Xiaohua feel somewhat enlightened. The godly devil chess, the 6 great generals, the 6 great demon realms, weren't they puppets? It's just that this kind of puppet is really high level and can resist a real cultivator. That's right, young Master Fu, Confucianism also has puppets, right? Puppets? Fu Jiwen stares blankly for a moment. Soon after, he somewhat understands and says with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao should be talking about puppets. Puppets? Xiao Hua has never heard of this name. He tries to probe, is it to take some materials and refine them, and then listen to the orders of the refiner like a human? Yes, it's puppets. Fu Jiwen nods and says, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. School of Moism indeed has this method to make puppets. This is not rare in the hidden immortal continent. Oh, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. Puppets didn't appear in today's auction. Then that's it. Xiao Hua nods, that demon god chess should be the puppets that School of Moism is talking about. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Fu Jiwen shakes his head. There are many people in the hidden immortal continent who are as knowledgeable as fellow Taoist Xiao. They didn't say anything, I'm afraid. Fu Jiwen doesn't finish, but obviously, Bing doesn't agree with what Xiao Hua says. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua laughs. School of Moism is an aristocratic family of mechanics. They are also the best at imperial artifacts. Their strength cannot be underestimated. They are the strongest opponent of Confucianism. This. Fu Jiwen mutters, how can the demon god chess be puppets? Who can control such a powerful puppet? Furthermore, the biggest opponent of Confucianism is no longer School of Moism. Xiao Hua naturally doesn't have any evidence to say that the demon god chess is a puppet. Everything is just a guess. But Fu Jiwen mutters in the end, he laughs again, this Xiao naturally knows. Currently, Confucianism's opponent is Buddhist sect. Although it's a tripartite balance of power, it seems that Thousand Demons' sacred realm isn't too interested in Pure Land and hidden immortal continent. This. Fu Jiwen sees that School of Moism's ink boat has already been sold out. He subconsciously reminds, fellow Taoist Xiao, if you want to freely gallop in the hidden immortal continent, having a good spirit beast or flying imperial artifact is the best choice. Fellow Taoist Xiao didn't bid for the previous spirit beast, it's better to bid for an imperial artifact. Chapter 3292. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua waves his hand. He has the refining method of Imperial Thunder Sex Thunderboat in his space, as well as enough materials. If given time, refining a real thunderboat is not a problem. Who cares about some ink boat? Tell me, why is Moism not the opponent of Confucianism? Then Buddhism and demons are also not the biggest threat to Confucianism? Alas. Fellow Xiao, haven't you heard that those who are defeated internally must be defeated externally? Or should I say, to resist external aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs? Fu Jiwen sighs and says, nowadays, the biggest problem of Confucianism is not Buddhism, but themselves. Oh. What do you mean? Xiao Hua is surprised. Isn't this hidden immortal continent the world of Confucianism? Fellow Xiao, you know the words political and martial arts, right? Of course, who doesn't know those who have read books? Xiao Hua is somewhat baffled. Political and martial arts are naturally used to govern the world. Fu Jiwen says in a low voice, but what about martial arts? That is to use martial arts to expand the territory. Isn't this normal? Xiao Hua scratches his head, what's so strange about it? If it's just one school's opinion, it naturally doesn't matter. But if it's two schools' debate, one specialized in martial arts and the other in political, then, wouldn't it be contradictory? Fu Jiwen's voice is even lower. Xiao Hua is speechless, looking at the flying equipment that is still bidding. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. What young master said is too vague, I can't understand it. In ancient times, the one who opposed Confucianism was Moism. Now, Moism's disciples are reduced to great masters. They don't pose a threat to Confucianism, but Confucianism's disciples are proficient in the 6 arts, but after all, they are scholars. They are often ridiculed for not having the strength to truss a chicken. Now, the one who opposes Confucianism is militarism. Fu Jiwen finally says hidden immortal continent's biggest worry. Militarism? Xiao Hua is speechless. He naturally doesn't know what militarism is. Fu Jiwen is already used to Xiao Hua's ignorance. He patiently explains, the ancestor of militarism is the outstanding military expert Sun Wu. This senior is also respected as a son, his grandson. His work is the famous military book, Sun's Art of War. It was a military masterpiece, the earliest military book on the hidden immortal continent. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, and other military sayings came from this book. Even now, it enjoyed a great reputation on the hidden immortal continent. Many academies listed it as a must-study book. The militarists are opposed to empty talk of benevolence and righteousness. They advocate victory and strength, so the world is convinced. Of course, this is only their school's opinion. The most terrifying thing is their martial arts. Fu Jiwen continued, the art of war may be a contest between countries, but martial arts is a direct attack on the Confucians' refined politeness, ruling the world with etiquette, and winning people with virtue. Use virtue to win people over, use virtue to win people over, haha. This Xiao rubbed his nose, his heart filled with sorrow. If literary governance is the ideology of Confucianism, then martial arts is the ideology of the school of military strategy. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. The Confucian school uses words to contain the noble spirit and uses it to defeat the enemy. The militarists, on the other hand, use their fists, kicks, and martial techniques to trigger the noble spirit and use it to win. And this Xiao seems to understand a little. Xiao Hua understood martial techniques, so he naturally knew the difference. He nodded. It's a pity that martial techniques have a high requirement for one's aptitude. It's different from the Confucian school. As long as one is not unbearably ignorant, one can study. Therefore, although the militarists are somewhat tyrannical and overbearing, they are still not a match for the Confucian school. Fu Jiwen concluded. The bronze pillar state seems to be the militarists. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something in his mind. Perhaps it's not that serious, Xiao Hua smiled. Don't the legalists also have flying swords? Don't they also use the noble spirit to activate the flying swords? This is no different from using martial techniques to activate the noble spirit. It should be different. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. Martial artists are people who strive for strength and courage. It's very contrary to the Confucian school's philosophy of using words and not actions. Moreover, the Confucian school emphasizes etiquette to educate the world, while the militarists use force to conquer the world. So, Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. This is the fundamental difference between the Confucian school and the militarists. It has nothing to do with martial techniques. In fact, this is also the choice of the rulers of the various countries due to their own greed and ambition. It has nothing to do with the Confucian school or the militarists. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Fellow Daoist Xiao can see clearly. Most of the rulers of countries that promote martial arts and strive to expand their territory are heavily influenced by the militarists. This bronze pillar state seems to be controlled by the militarists. Perhaps. Xiao Hua was not particularly interested in the struggle between the Confucian cultivators and the militarists. As he spoke, he looked at the auction. The hidden immortal continent had a lot of flying imperial tools, and their styles were also strange. In addition to flying boats, there were also carriages, houses, flying birds, and so on. What was special was that there were actually 2 fish-shaped imperial tools, which opened Xiao Hua's eyes. After Yu Linfeng finished bidding for these flying imperial tools one by one, he looked at the 2 balls of light above the hidden immortal continent and above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. He took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoists, the tense moment has finally arrived. There are still 2 things that have not been shown to fellow Taoists in this auction. Aside from the treasure of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, these are the two most precious things. Similarly, these two things can only be bid for by the VIPs on the balcony. Fellow Taoists below the balcony, due to the lack of primeval stones that my Zhai Xing Lu has, we cannot bid. Please forgive us, fellow Taoists. This time, when everyone heard Yu Linfeng's words, no one dared to be noisy. The last two treasures were on par with the dragon bones. They were absolutely priceless treasures. When the dragon bones appeared, everyone had suffered a lot. Now, they naturally knew that this treasure wasn't something they could get their hands on. The only thing they could do was look at it and enjoy it. Fellow Taoist Yu, this auction is really long. Hurry up and explain the treasures that are about to be auctioned. A voice urgently said, although we don't have enough primeval stones to bid, it's good to be able to broaden our horizons. Okay. Yu Linfeng raised his hand and pointed his fan. The light above the hidden immortal continent slowly flew over. However, under everyone's expectant gazes, it only flew halfway before stopping. Yu Linfeng continued, fellow Taoists, have you heard of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot? Yu Linfeng's words were truly shocking. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. The cultivator who asked the question almost stuttered, Fellow Taoist Yu. Are you sure you're not mistaken? This Scarlet Emperor, is it one of the 5 ancient heavenly emperors? The one that killed the 1,000 demon sacred realms Kunpeng and fought against immortal Emperor Gochen for 1,000 years? Yu Linfeng, this is the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot that he used to command thousands of generals and defeat immortal Emperor Gochen? Another person hastily shouted. It seemed that this Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Emperor's war chariot were something that everyone on the hidden immortal continent knew about. Fellow Taoists. Yu Linfeng hastily smiled and said, don't worry, didn't I already say before? Our Zhai Xing Lu's auction won't have anything too rare. You don't mean what you say, fellow Taoist Yu. That dragon bone just now, isn't it rare? Before Yu Linfeng could finish, someone interrupted him. Yu Linfeng wasn't angry and smiled, there are exceptions to everything, right? The dragon bone just now was personally bid by my lord, and this item was bid by me. Do you think this is the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot? Ha ha ha. Someone on the 3rd floor laughed. If it really is the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, then I'm afraid we don't have the qualifications to be VIPs here. Fellow Taoist Yu, hurry up and reveal it. Yes, senior. Yu Linfeng heard this and hastily bowed. He pointed the fan in his hand and the light that stopped in the air flew over again. As it flew closer, a silhouette of several feet in size appeared. Before anyone could see it clearly, there was a loud bang, and a crimson flame rushed out from the brilliance. A feeling of being burned by fire involuntarily arose in everyone's hearts. Moreover, the fiery red light was very glaring. Everyone's eyes were once again blinded by the glare. However, even with their eyes closed, the simple and unadorned yet ferocious battlefield was still reflected in everyone's eyes. Good heavens, this war chariot is really powerful. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and felt the hot aura of the battlefield. He couldn't help but whisper, the material used to make this war chariot is very special. It can emit fire-type spiritual energy. The cultivator who drives this war chariot can use this war chariot to display power that is even more powerful than a magic treasure. Moreover, this war chariot itself contains a baleful aura, full of blood and resentment. Even if it isn't the real Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, it must have gone through thousands of battles, and tens of thousands of people must have died under this war chariot. If one sits on this war chariot and flies, not to mention its awe-inspiring, even some cowardly cultivators would have to hide far away. If one were to fight with others, it would make them tremble in fear, and they wouldn't be able to display even 70% of their cultivation. Shua. Yu Linfeng, whose face was also illuminated by the scarlet flame, took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle emitted a misty light. It was like a layer of gauze that completely covered the war chariot, and the scarlet flame was contained within the gauze. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and laughed. This is a replica of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot. It's called the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Although this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is a replica of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, its size and carvings are exactly the same. What's special is that this Scarlet Flame War Chariot was also owned by a general who commanded tens of thousands of troops. He also relied on this war chariot to achieve great achievements on the battlefield. It's not convenient for me to announce the specific details of this Scarlet Flame War Chariot here. However, what I can reveal to fellow immortals is that this war chariot's entire body is made from a complete piece of fire spirit stone. Sealed within it are the soul essences of 3 fire spirit beasts. Without the strength of 4th grade essence energy, it is impossible to control it. Chapter 3293. Hiss. All the cultivators were shocked. A whole piece of fire spirit stone? How many top-grade primordial stones will it cost? Fire spirit stone is precious, but don't forget the 3 fire spirit beasts inside. Those are fire-bathing spirit beasts. They were extinct in ancient times. Xiaohua didn't care about the material of the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, but after hearing about the fire spirit stone, he hurriedly scanned it with his divine sense and couldn't help but groan. Oh my god, this is a fire essence flame crystal. Such a big piece of fire essence flame crystal is actually made into a war chariot. And there are 3 spirit beast souls inside. If it's a real Scarlet Emperor war chariot, what will it look like? Of course, Xiaohua also understood that the Scarlet Emperor war chariot must look like this Scarlet Flame War Chariot, but he just couldn't imagine that there was a material more precious than the fire essence flame crystal. This was what they meant by there was no best, only better. Not bad, this war chariot is excellent, I like it very much. Little friend you, how much is this war chariot? A faint voice came from the room of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Senior, the starting price of this war chariot is 50,000 top-grade primordial stones. Yu Linfeng hurriedly said respectfully, every increment is 1,000 top-grade primordial stones. Okay, I bid 50,000 top-grade primordial stones. The person from the East Sea Dragon Palace opened the bidding without hesitation. Your East Sea Dragon Palace is in the East Sea, the water element primordial chi is rich. What use can the Scarlet Flame War Chariot be in the East Sea? A woman's voice said faintly, I bid 60,000 top-grade primordial stones. Sister already has so many ceremonial guards, why do you still need this war chariot? This little sister just so happens to be lacking a carriage, so this item can be given to this little sister. Another delicate girl spoke up. This little sister bid 61,000. I bid 65,000. Xiaohua didn't show any weakness, this was a big piece of fire essence flame crystal. The price of 60,000 top-grade primordial stones was definitely not high. Moreover, Xiaohua really liked this war chariot and wanted to use it as a means of transportation. 67,000. An old man at the side immediately said. On the contrary, young Master Duanmu, whom Xiaohua was worried about, did not bid. However, Xiaohua understood after thinking for a bit. Young Master Duanmu had the dragon horse and the golden carriage. Naturally, he did not need this Scarlet Flame War Chariot. There were many VIPs who had taken a liking to the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. In just a few moments, the price had been raised to 100,000. However, it was clear that this price was far from the limit. The people on the 3rd floor leisurely increased the price bit by bit. Meanwhile, the people downstairs were already dumbfounded. Previously, the bidding for the dragon bone was done through voice transmission, so they did not hear it. But now, the number of top-grade primordial stones that had not been decided had far exceeded their expectations. For a time, all kinds of envious and jealous gazes fell on the blurry balcony on the 3rd floor. Apart from the East Sea Dragon Palace, who were the other clans? Everyone was whispering and guessing. Naturally, Xiaohua's identity had also become a mystery. Everyone was guessing who the person who had previously competed with young Master Duanmu was and who had now suddenly bid for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot was. In the crowd, there was a stardust figure whose gender could not be determined, and whose height could not be determined. He did not talk to anyone and only coldly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the illusory balcony. He seemed to be carefully observing and also seemed to be carefully distinguishing the cultivator who was competing with him for the cultivation method. As the number of primordial stones increased, the number of people bidding also decreased. In the end, only Xiao Hua and 2 girls were bidding. After Xiao Hua called out a number, the entire auction house was silent. The 2 girls stopped, as if they had retreated. Yu Linfeng's face was flushed red as he said loudly, "If the 2 seniors do not increase the price, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot will be this senior's." Then, Yu Linfeng said to Xiao Hua, "Senior, you should know that this war chariot is really rare. If senior wants to take this war chariot, you must first complete the transaction of primordial stones." "Well said." Xiao Hua faintly smiled and was about to call Xiao Yi in. But at this time, a slightly weak voice spoke, "Fellow Immortal Yu, please wait a moment." "Oh?" Yu Linfeng raised his eyebrows. "Senior wants to bid?" "Hee hee." Following the girl's chuckle, a light smoke like fog appeared from the windowsill. In a moment, the 3-story balcony was covered. The people downstairs were immediately separated from the 3rd floor. The fog blocked everyone's vision and divine sense. In front of Xiao Hua's eyes, the source of the voice came from. As the fog gushed out, a window was slowly pushed open. The face of a girl in her 20s appeared in front of the window. This woman's skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Her 2 faint eyebrows were black without drawing, and her small cherry lips carried a graceful smile. Coupled with her light red palace dress, she could make 100 flowers blush to death. Looking at her fairy-like features, Xiao Hua was momentarily dazed. Her beauty was completely different from Xue Xue and Fairy Hongxia. Other than her innate beauty, it was more of an aura and charm that she had nurtured. "Fellow Immortal." The girl opened her mouth. Her voice was still somewhat weak, and her brows were slightly furrowed. This caused Xiao Hua's heart to ache. He couldn't help but want to speak. Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, Fu Jiwen had already spoken. "Fairy, if you have something to say, please speak. This junior is all ears." "Hee hee." The girl pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Little friend, this servant is Princess Bai Hua of Liang Province's Cha New Country. My name is Xine. This Scarlet Flame War Chariot is exactly what this servant needs. I wonder if little friend can explain it to your esteemed teacher?" Hearing this, Fu Jiwen's face turned red. He looked at Xiao Hua somewhat embarrassedly and hurriedly shut his mouth. His eyes didn't dare to look at Princess Bai Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Princess Bai Hua's beautiful face. He circulated God's guidance in his body but didn't find anything strange. He knew in his heart that Princess Bai Hua didn't use any soul-sucking secret technique. Everything was based on her own beauty. This kind of beauty even made him slightly dazed. Fu Jiwen's answer really didn't count for anything. "So it's Princess in front of me. I really am a bit rude." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. "This servant has already told fellow Immortal my name. Fellow Immortal shouldn't be so stingy, right?" Princess Bai Hua looked somewhat embarrassed and angry. However, this embarrassment and anger made people feel inferior. Xiao Hua only cursed himself in his heart for being foolish. The girl had already told him her name. He was actually such a bastard that he didn't even tell her his name. "I, Xiao Hua, greets Princess." "Oh, so it's fellow Immortal Xiao. This servant really hasn't heard of fellow Immortal's name." Princess Bai Hua's face was filled with astonishment. "May I know where fellow Immortal is cultivating?" This Xiao was originally a loose cultivator from overseas. Princess not knowing this servant's name is really too normal. "Fellow Immortal Xiao, do you have a place to stay?" Princess Bai Hua hurriedly smiled and said, although my Cha new country wasn't founded by a Daoist sect, we still welcome capable people like fellow Immortal Xiao. If fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't mind, you can come to my Cha new country to be the country's teacher. Xiao Hua almost agreed. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he immediately came to his senses and said with a smile, "Princess has misunderstood. This Xiao's cultivation is shallow. How could I dare to be the country's teacher? Princess, if you have something to say, just say it. This scarlet flame war chariot, this Xiao really likes it." Hee, since fellow Immortal Xiao is so straightforward, this servant won't be polite. Princess Baihua smiled again. It was really like 100 flowers blooming. Scarlet Flame War Chariot, as the name suggests, is a war chariot. It's not a simple flying imperial equipment. It's used for battle. If fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't want to lead troops in battle and doesn't want to be the commander of 10,000 troops, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is really not as suitable as those flying imperial equipment from before. This Xiao doesn't want to be the commander now, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to in the future. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Princess Baihua slightly nodded her head. Fellow Immortal Xiao, this servant congratulates you in advance for having this ambition. However, fellow Immortal Xiao, this is your future ambition. This servant needs this Scarlet Flame War Chariot right now. This servant is now facing a battle and this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is a great help for this servant. Forget it, I won't hide it from fellow Immortal Xiao. This servant will tell you the truth. My Cha new country has always had a princess take over the throne. Like this servant, there are 2 other princesses who are qualified to take over the throne. The country wants to choose one of the 3 of us to take over the Cha new country. Naturally, there are methods to choose. One of them is to be the commander and fight. With this Scarlet Flame War Chariot, this servant will be like a tiger that has grown wings, increasing my chances of success by 10%. Speaking to this point, Princess Baihua slightly hesitated. She looked to the side and said, Murong family's big sister originally also liked this war chariot and wanted to use it as her ride. However, after hearing this servant's difficulties, she already gave this war chariot to this servant. Sigh. A voice of hidden bitterness sounded like the cry of a group of kingfishers. That so-called Murong family's big sister opened her mouth and said, Your Highness Princess, you can just say what you want. Why do you have to drag this servant into the water? This servant only pulled on Murong family's banner, that's all. Elder sister doesn't need to mind. Princess Baihua laughed. Even Xiao Hua had the heart to reprimand her, let alone Murong family's elder sister. Forget it, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, although this war chariot is not bad, this Xiao has the heart to take it. However, since Princess has a more important matter, this Xiao can give it to you. This servant knew that fellow Immortal Xiao would give this servant face. Princess Baihua was overjoyed, and this servant will also remember fellow Immortal's favor. In my Cha new country's treasury, there are some Daoist magic treasures as well as some cultivation methods and secret techniques. However, this servant does not have them with me. If possible, when you have free time, fellow Immortal can come to my Cha new country. This servant will return this favor to fellow Immortal. Good, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, as you wish. Good. Princess Baihua faintly smiled and stretched out her hand. Her fingers that were whiter than white jade waved. A white flower flew through the pink mist and landed in front of Xiao Hua. Princess Baihua's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear, this is this servant's token. Fellow Immortal can use this thing to report in front of this servant's palace door. Chapter 3294. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Hua looked at the flower that was like an ice sculpture. He reached out his hand and caught it. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. He said, if possible, this Xiao hopes that the palace door is the palace of the Queen of Cha new country. As you wish. When the time comes, this princess will hold a banquet for you in the palace. Princess Baihua laughed a few times. Her long sleeves fluttered, and the pink fog slowly disappeared, revealing the auction field. Seeing that the fog had dissipated, Yu Linfeng cautiously asked, "I wonder which senior withdrew?" "This old man has limited primeval stones, this old man withdraws," Xiao Hua said indifferently. Boom. The entire auction field exploded again. Many people didn't expect that the aggressive Xiao Hua would actually withdraw in the end. Good, if so, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot will be this senior's. Yu Linfeng didn't hesitate and said, "Senior, please hand over the primeval stones to Xiao Yi, this one will send the war chariot to senior's window." TSK, so this is Princess Bai Hua of Cha New Country. Xiao Hua indifferently looked at the Scarlet Flame War Chariot flying toward Princess Bai Hua. Fujiwen at the side exclaimed, "This one has long heard that Cha New Country has many beauties. The queen and the princess are peerless beauties. Now that I see them, they are really rare in the world. The queen of Cha New Country is a woman? Those who compete for the throne are also princesses. What about those princes? What about the queen's husband?" Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. Fujiwen smiled and said, "Fellow Xiao may not know, this Cha New Country is full of women, there are no men. Even the women of Cha New Country give birth to girls, I don't see half a boy." "Ah. Then how do they get pregnant?" Xiao Hua was a bit flabbergasted. Fujiwen shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in a strange manner. "Every year, there is a Tilian festival in the Cha New Country. It lasts for 7 days. Any young man in the hidden Immortal continent can come to the Cha New Country. If any man is fancied by a woman of the Cha New Country, that fellow Taoist Xiao, you know. Damn, this is really strange." Xiao Hua was flabbergasted when he heard this. He unconsciously looked at the plain flower in his hand, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a cold voice drifted into his ears like gossamer. "The flowers are good, and the color is beautiful. However, if they all carry the poison of snakes and scorpions, I'm afraid they will all take one's life." "Oh." Xiao Hua wasn't familiar with that voice, but he could tell that it was the voice of the woman from the Murong family who had just spoken. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and transmitted his voice, "Fellow Immortal, if you have anything to say, you can say it." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's voice was like a clay ox entering the sea. The woman from the Murong family simply ignored him. What does this person mean? Is it a warning? Xiao Hua thought to himself, but this Xiao doesn't know her at all. Moreover, she seemed to be very familiar with Princess Bai Hua of the Cha New Country. There's no need for her to speak ill of Princess Bai Hua behind her back for this Xiao, right? Forget it, I'm afraid, this person has other intentions. Xiao Hua really didn't understand the woman's thoughts. Looking at the source of the voice, he waved his hand and stored the white flower into his space. Pitiful Xiao Hua. Although he was already so old, had dual cultivation with her, and had even been tormented by Fairy Hong Xia's jealousy, in the end, he still didn't understand women. This warning had nothing to do with whether Xiao Hua and the woman from the Murong family knew each other. It had nothing to do with whether the woman from the Murong family had feelings for Xiao Hua. It also had nothing to do with the relationship between the woman from the Murong family and Princess Bai Hua. It was only related to the natural rejection between the two beautiful women. As Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, the Scarlet Flame War Chariot had already disappeared from the auction hall. Clearly, Princess Bai Hua had already paid the primeval stones. The entire auction hall returned to a deathly silence at the same time the Scarlet Flame War Chariot's brilliance disappeared. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the outline of the 3 continents, on the last ball of brilliance that landed on the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. From the previous arrangement of Zhai Xinglu, this last precious item should be related to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. It could be a demonic beast, or something obtained from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. But, what was this thing? To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon bones and the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. What kind of demonic beast could it be? Of course, in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, there were countless demonic beasts that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon bones and the scarlet flame war chariot. However, there weren't many demonic beasts that could bring the Zhai Xing Lu of the hidden immortal continent to bid. Thinking about the demonic beasts that the Bright Moon Palace had previously bid for, many people already had a plan in their hearts. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng looked at the entire Bright Moon Palace and said, "At this moment, this is the last item that my Zhai Xing Lu will bid for today. Of course, I believe that fellow immortals already know from the outline of the Thousand Demons sacred realm that this is a demonic beast. That's right, I will officially tell everyone that this is a demonic beast, not a demon. However, this demonic beast is different from the ordinary demonic beasts in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. As for what's different, we'll talk about it after fellow immortals take a look." Fellow immortal Yu. A cultivator anxiously said, "Could it be that this demonic beast can only be bid for by the distinguished guests upstairs?" Yu Linfeng nodded and said, "That's right. In the end, these two rare items can only be bid for by the distinguished guests upstairs." Sigh. That person wanted to say something, but thinking about the hundreds of thousands of top-grade primordial stones, he immediately shut his mouth. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Linfeng pulled the ball of light in front of him. When the light dissipated, everyone was stunned again. This was because in the air, a crystal that was several feet in size appeared out of thin air. Inside the crystal, there was a white horse that was 3 feet in size. Aside from its snow-white body, there was nothing special about this white horse. Although its white mane that looked like it was fluttering in the wind was extremely vivid inside the crystal, it was just a little lifelike. No one could see what was special about this thing. Fellow immortal you're not mistaken, right? Someone anxiously said downstairs, "Isn't this just an ordinary white horse? What's so strange about it?" That's right, if it was a white dragon horse, there would be dragon patterns in its eyes and a faint golden light around its body. But this white horse's eyes are pure and there's not a trace of golden light around its body. It doesn't have the bloodline of a dragon. That's not right, that's not right. Look at the white horse's forehead, it seems, there's a bulge. It's somewhat similar to a dragon's horn. That's right, that's right. Around the auction hall, the people downstairs were making guesses one after another. On the contrary, the VIP guests on the 3rd floor who were qualified to bid were now silent. Xiaohua pondered a little and understood that these people must have gotten the news. At the very least, they must have come to Zhai Xing Lu to find out what kind of demonic beast this last item was from Zhu Qing. That's why they didn't ask about it. This demonic beast is very strange. After everyone guessed for a long time, Yu Linfeng finally said, "It's not as simple as you think, little friend Yu." The voice from before was silent for a long time before it spoke again. "It's getting late. We still have other matters to attend to. If it's possible, it's better for us to bid earlier." Yes, senior." Yu Linfeng didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed and said, "This one will explain to the fellow immortal downstairs and immediately make a bid." This auction night was indeed long. Xiaohua stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking down at the entire auction hall. Xiaohua had been in the hidden immortal continent for a long time, but in reality, he had always mingled with the people of the secular world. He didn't understand the entire hidden immortal continent, or it could be said that he didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the people who cultivated on the hidden immortal continent. That Xing Chen, that Mo Jianli, they were considered experts in Xiao Jian's eyes, but in the hidden immortal continent, they were only nobodies. Only tonight, in this auction, the door to the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent gradually opened to Xiaohua. And Xiaohua also had a rough understanding of the entire hidden immortal continent through Fu Jiwen. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, do you recognize this demonic beast?" Fu Jiwen stood at the side and asked in a low voice. "No matter how I look at it, I don't understand. What's the difference between this and an ordinary white horse?" "Young Master Fu, this one also doesn't recognize it," Xiaohua answered honestly. And this one also doesn't have any interest in it. Oh, right, young Master Fu, this demonic beast, what's the difference between it and a demon? Today's auction has so many demonic beast eggs, does the 1,000 demonic sacred land not care about it? I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. My hidden immortal continent has a population of 1 trillion, but not everyone can cultivate. The majority of the people on hidden immortal continent are secular people. And the situation of the 1,000 demonic sacred land is the same as my hidden immortal continent. Their demonic beasts are more numerous than the population of my hidden immortal continent. The number of demonic beasts that can cultivate is also very small. And these are demons. AI, why didn't this one think of it? Xiao Hua patted his own forehead and said with a bitter smile. Actually, it's that simple. When cultivators stand out, demons will naturally stand out from demonic beasts. Actually, it's not as simple as fellow Taoist thinks. Of course, Fu Jiwen didn't know that Xiao Hua came from Xiaoyu continent. That place only has spirit beasts and demonic cultivators, there are no demons. Therefore, it's not very likely that Xiao Hua would know what a real demon is. However, he still explained, the 1,000 demonic sacred land is different from my hidden immortal continent. Their cultivation relies more on their innate talent. In other words, those who can cultivate to an extremely high realm all rely on their own bloodline and inheritance. Ordinary demonic beasts naturally can't cultivate. They can only rely on their instincts to survive and become the food of other demonic beasts. And some demonic beasts that have the opportunity to cultivate can also become demons. However, their achievements are extremely limited. While speaking, Fu Jiwen pointed at the white horse and said, for example, this white horse is an extremely ordinary demonic beast. If it's in my hidden immortal continent, it can only be a domestic animal, a meat horse waiting to be slaughtered. At most, it can only be a mount. But this white horse in front of us clearly has some abnormality in its bloodline. It can be distinguished from an ordinary white horse. It's even rarer than ordinary demonic beasts. That, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you understand? Chapter 3295. Although Xiao Hua is star-picking Tower's VIP, in Fu Jiwen's eyes, the primeval stones in Xiao Hua's bag are far more important than Xiao Hua's cultivation. Therefore, Fu Jiwen still treats Xiao Hua as a fellow Taoist. Even though Xiao Hua was a bit strange when the dragon bone appeared, Xiao Hua's performance was too shocking. He actually didn't make any movement to resist. This made Fu Jiwen have a misconception that Xiao Hua has a protective magic treasure or his innate bloodline is different from others. Therefore, he has always treated Xiao Hua as a fellow Taoist who he can talk to freely. Xiao Hua smiled and touched his nose. Speaking of bloodline power, he knows a lot more than Fu Jiwen. Therefore, he said, I naturally understand, demon beast's cultivation is different from my hidden immortal continent's human cultivation. It completely relies on the inheritance of memories, the power of the flesh body's bloodline. As long as you are born well, you can cultivate well. This is a typical competition of fathers. Competition of fathers? Fu Jiwen slightly dazed, then immediately laughed out loud. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really interesting. That's right, demon beasts compete with their fathers. Whoever's father or mother's bloodline is more powerful, that person is more powerful. Xiao Hua looked at the crystal floating in the air. The white horse in the crystal closed its eyes, its long horse face was somewhat convulsing. Obviously, the white horse was in a lot of pain before it was sealed. Suddenly, a kind of indescribable feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. Damn, it seems, when I was rescued by Xiao Jian, it should also be like this, right? At this moment, Fu Jiwen pointed at the white horse and said, as fellow Taoist Xiao said, this white horse's bidding is placed at the end of the auction. If it's not its father who is more powerful, then its mother who is more powerful. Then who are its parents? Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen very naturally had this question in their hearts. Not giving them much time to think, Yu Linfeng carefully put away his folding fan, the smile on his face disappeared, and he cupped his hands. Seniors, fellow Taoists, this horse is called Heavenly Horse. What? Heavenly Horse? Just as Yu Linfeng's words fell, an impatient cultivator immediately said, "Is this the Heavenly Horse of the Immortal Palace? How could the Heavenly Horse of the Immortal Palace be banished to my hidden immortal continent? The Immortal Palace strictly forbids the loss of Pegasus. Who dares to bid for Pegasus?" This person's words seemed to represent everyone's doubts, arousing everyone's curiosity. Everyone stared at Yu Linfeng, waiting for his answer. Yu Linfeng smiled faintly. "Although my Zhai Xinglu has some power, it can't compare to the Immortal Palace. How can my Zhai Xinglu bid for a Pegasus that the Immortal Palace has banned? This horse is called the Pegasus, but it is not the Pegasus of the Immortal Palace. My fellow immortals, please listen carefully. When you go out, don't say that I bid for the Pegasus and provoke the Immortal Palace to send troops to hunt you down." Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Some people even took the opportunity to shout, "Immortal friend you, since it's not the Heavenly Horse of the Immortal Palace, why is it called Heavenly Horse? Didn't they just want to have some disputes with the Immortal Palace? Maybe the Immortal Palace has sent troops, and Zhai Xinglu will become even more famous in the hidden immortal continent." Hee, it's not as you said, fellow immortal. Although my Zhai Xinglu can't compare to the Immortal Palace, we don't need to use their prestige to whitewash our face. Yu Linfeng smiled faintly and pointed at the white horse. This Pegasus has a pure bloodline. Its father's bloodline is the famous solitary windchaser beast of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Its mother's bloodline is even more mysterious. To be honest, I've never heard of it. Even my Zhai Xinglu's consecrator can only guess. Fellow Taoist Yu, why don't you tell us? Hearing Yu Linfeng's pause, several people hastily called out. Ahem. A slightly dignified voice sounded from the third floor. Little friend Yu, hurry up and bid. What's the use of saying all this? This. Yu Linfeng was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly shut his mouth, as if someone had transmitted a message. After a moment, he said again, "As for the Pegasus Mother's tribe, my Zhai Xinglu is not particularly clear. We only know that this mother's tribe may not be within the 3 continents. In short, this Pegasus deserves its name. Immortal friend Yu, your words." Some people were dissatisfied, but Yu Linfeng knew that he couldn't say more. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This Pegasus has the same starting price as the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, 50,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. I bid 60,000." Before Yu Linfeng could say the number of primordial stones for each bid, someone immediately bid. It didn't matter if this person bid, but everyone else bid. It seemed that other than Xiao Hua, all the guests on the 3rd floor had bid. Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled and whispered, "Young Master Fu, I don't understand. The Scarlet Flame War Chariot just now, from my Dao Sect's point of view, is a flying Dharma artifact with offensive capabilities. It should be worth hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade primordial stones. But a Pegasus, even if it's really a Pegasus from the Immortal Palace, it shouldn't be worth so many primordial stones, right?" Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "I'm not a person like immortal friend Xiao, so I don't know what these seniors are thinking. But if you think about it carefully, a Pegasus has such a bloodline that even involves the beyond heaven. If you get a Pegasus, you might be able to obtain information about the beyond heaven, which might be beneficial for your ascension. Moreover, a real Pegasus is the exclusive property of the Immortal Palace. It's something that you can't get no matter how many primordial stones you have. Now, this Pegasus doesn't seem to be inferior to the Pegasus from the Immortal Palace. If you use it as a mount, wouldn't it be even more imposing than the Scarlet Flame War Chariot? If immortal friend Xiao has extra primordial stones, you might as well take it out to bid. This thing, TSK, where do you go with it? People will know it's you before you even show up. You'll have a lot of face. Of course, if immortal friend Xiao rides it, you have to be careful not to be targeted by others." Ha ha ha. Xiaohua finally understood that Fu Jiwen was treating him as a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. Moreover, he said it so obviously, he was treating him as someone close to him. He couldn't help but laugh. I do have some primordial stones, but I'm used to flying. Who would ride a horse? At the very least. I'll get a phoenix to ride. Ride a phoenix? TSK. Immortal friend Zhao's tone is really big. When you ride it one day, let me broaden my horizons. Fu Jiwen curled his lips and smiled. He was very disdainful. Damn it, I have really ridden a phoenix before. Moreover, I've changed many positions. Xiaohua was secretly proud. 200,000 top-grade primordial stones. This voice seemed to belong to young Master Duanmu. However, when he thought about how he haggled over 3 top-grade primordial stones, Xiaohua really doubted whether he had 200,000 top-grade primordial stones. Sure enough, that leaky voice laughed coldly. Kid from the Duanmu family, Windy Mo, cut off your tongue. 200,000 top-grade primordial stones, can you take it out now? Immortal friend, whether I have 200,000 primordial stones or not is my business. Whether I bid or not is your business. There's no reason for you to doubt my primordial stones. Why don't you bid 1 top-grade primordial stone? Humph. Little brat, I bid 210,000 top-grade primordial stones. Hee hee, fellow immortal friends, I have just received everyone's support and obtained the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. I will not participate in this heavenly horse. Princess Baihua's somewhat weak voice sounded again. It was very clear to everyone who heard it. Duanmu Qing, the girl from the Murong family, opened her mouth and called out young Master Duanmu's name without any trace of politeness. You already have the golden chariot and dragon horse. Why are you bidding for the heavenly horse? Miss Murong, aren't you slapping this little brother's face? Duanmu Qing clearly did not dare to call out the name of the girl from the Murong family. She said with some hidden bitterness, I haven't been able to find a suitable flying beast for my golden chariot. That dragon horse was only temporarily borrowed from someone else. This heavenly horse is my main purpose today. And you already have a flying rock on your lily chariot. What's the use of this white horse? I like it. Miss Murong chuckled and said, furthermore, I have always wanted to ride the heavenly horse to every corner of the hidden immortal continent. I can't get the heavenly horse from the immortal palace. Isn't this heavenly horse what I want? What do you little brats know? I want this heavenly horse. 250,000 top-grade primordial stones. The voice that was the first to bid spoke again. Marshal Ao, I know that you are representing the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace today. If you let me have this item, I will owe the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace a favor. You. Who are you? The voice from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace that had always been as steady as a mountain was now somewhat surprised. You didn't even say your name. How can I agree? All right, in that case, little brother Zhu, I will offend you. That voice raised his voice and then a violent yellow wind was born from that place. It was like thousands of flying swords streaking across the sky, splitting the entire night sky. Seeing that the night sky illusion of the bright moon palace was about to be destroyed, Zhu Qing's voice sounded faintly, alas, seniors, you are making things difficult for me. Soon after, a shooting star was seen emerging from a corner, flying against the yellow wind. Sizzle. The violent sound of water falling into a pot of oil was heard. The yellow wind gradually stopped, but the entire night sky was boiling. All of the night sky was shaved off, revealing several white jade-carved towers. Now that the origin array on the 3rd floor has been removed, if seniors want to bid face-to-face, you can go to the pavilions. As Zhu Qing spoke, his figure appeared in front of the crystal of the heavenly horse. Faint ripples appeared under his feet, clearly separating the people on the 3rd floor from the people who had fallen down. Who are you, fellow immortal? Now that you can show your true appearance, I really want to know. Who dares to order my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace around? A humanoid man with a dragon head and a golden crown on his head and golden armor on his body appeared on a pavilion. He looked at the opposite side and said faintly. This man was more than 10 feet tall. On the ferocious dragon head, his arrogant eyebrows were thick and black. A pair of eyes that were half a size larger than an ordinary person's flashed with a trace of fierceness. Obviously, this was Marshal Ao of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Chapter 3296. Hee, the leaky voice finally came from a building. A short and thin old man dressed in an earthen yellow robe walked out of the light. I'm Archean Ian Ridges Jifong. People call me Old Demon Jifong. Old Demon Jifong? Ao Shui frowned and sized up the old man. The old man's head was very small. His eyes were wrinkled and shiny. Beside his slightly protruding mouth, there were 2 long and hard beards. If he was not wrong, he should be a rat spirit. If the Eastern Sea Patrol has not heard of my name, I have nothing to say. After all, I am only slightly famous in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Old Demon Jifong was not surprised by Ao Shui's sizing up. He smiled and said, after all, in this star-picking tower, one has to rely on primeval stones to speak. Hee, since Jifong knows that you are not famous, why should my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace give in? Ao Shui said coldly, one has to rely on strength to speak. Strength? Hee. Old Demon Jifong smiled, if strength is useful, why do we need primeval stones? Junior will raise the price by 251,000 supreme-grade primeval stones. Do the 2 seniors want to raise the price? On the balcony far away, Duan Muqing's figure appeared. She cupped her hands at the 2 and said respectfully. Little brat, Old Demon Jifong could not help but scold. Can't you see that I am negotiating with the Eastern Sea Patrol? What does it have to do with you? You are really holding down the gourd and raising the ladle. Duan Muqing was very unhappy. She said coldly, Senior, if you are talking to me and calling me that, I won't dare to argue with you. After all, you are old. Even if you don't respect me, I can't do anything about it. But now that we are bidding, I am representing my Duanmu family. If you call me a little brat, aren't you scolding my entire Duanmu family? Humph. Old Demon Jifong was slightly stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Duan Muqing to refute. He snorted and said, do you think that you can represent the Duanmu family because you are just a little girl from the Murong family? Even if I kill you, Duanmu Tianji will not blame me. Old Demon Jifong, the young mistress of the Murong family rebuked, are you joking with me? He is the only one from the Duanmu family here, and he can represent the Duanmu family on that day. Since I'm the only one in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, does that mean I can represent the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Old Monster Jifong looked at Duan Muqing with disdain and said, this heavenly horse is something this old man must obtain. Its bloodline is very beneficial to this old man's cultivation. You are not my opponent. I will deal with you after I discuss with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Old Monster Jifong, the East Sea Dragon Palace is also very interested in the bloodline of the Pegasus. We will never give up. Ao Shui immediately said before Old Monster Jifong could finish his sentence. Old Monster Jifong was not surprised by Ao Shui's determination and said with a smile, Inspector, actually, with your East Sea Dragon clan's bloodline, don't you think that the Heavenly Horse's bloodline is a little too thin? Ao Shui frowned and asked, whether it's weak or not, we can only know after using it. Who can say for sure now? What if this old man tells you a brighter path? Old Monster Jifong seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he spoke. Oh. Brighter? Ao Shui's bulging dragon eyes revealed a trace of light. Tell me first. Hee, how can it be that simple? If the inspector agrees to this old man's conditions, this old man will naturally say it. Furthermore, this old man will also lend you a hand. This. Ao Shui pondered for a moment and looked at the heavenly horse in the crystal. He nodded and said, all right, this old man agrees. Great. Old Monster Jifong was overjoyed and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Sure enough, after a few words, Ao Shuai's face revealed a look of surprise. He actually forgot to send a voice transmission and said anxiously, "Is this true? How can this old man lie to you?" Old Monster Zhifeng said proudly, "This old man still needs to help you from the side." Ao Shuai nodded and a fierce look flashed on his dragon head. "This inspector will listen to you and not bid for this heavenly horse with you. However, if you are lying, don't blame my East Sea Dragon Palace for being ruthless." "Yes, Inspector, please don't worry. This old man is a well-known figure in Archean Ian Ridge. How can I deceive the East Sea Dragon Palace? This old man doesn't want to be hunted down by the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas." Old Monster Zhifeng was overjoyed. The East Sea Dragon Palace was the strongest in this auction. Old Monster Zhifeng believed that he could resist Ao Shuai, but the primordial stones in his pouch could not compare to Ao Shuai's. With Ao Shuai's withdrawal, Old Monster Zhifeng was almost 90% confident. "Yes." Ao Shuai snorted faintly and retreated to the balcony, disappearing from sight. It was considered that he was no longer bidding. Murong family's little girl. Old Monster Zhifeng spoke again. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Zhu Qing coughed twice from afar and said, "Senior, you. Isn't this too obvious? You're making things difficult for me." Yes, Old Monster Zhifeng's actions were clearly not in line with Zhai Xinglu's interests. It was also prohibited by the Bright Moon Palace. As the saying goes, although a big shop bullies its customers, a big customer also bullies the shop. Old Monster Zhifeng was relying on his own strength to blatantly violate the Bright Moon Palace's prohibition. Wasn't this blatantly bullying Zhai Xinglu? However, there was another saying that was right. Amicability breeds wealth. Zhu Qing was clear that Zhai Xinglu also had a few high officials in charge. Not to mention dealing with Old Monster Zhifeng, even dealing with the East Sea Dragon Palace would not be a problem. However, the problem was that as long as they shed all pretense of cordiality, many things would have to be resolved with strength. This caused a lot of conflicts. Although Old Monster Zhifeng had violated the ban, he had already called the price to a relatively high level, which could be considered as giving Zhu Qing some leeway. It was not at the end of the line, so Zhu Qing only spoke out to remind him and did not use the consecrations. Since that's the case, this old man does not dare to make things difficult for young friend Zhu. I bid 270,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Old Monster Zhifeng's rat eyes glanced at the Bright Moon Palace and laughed loudly. I bid 280,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu's face was very calm and did not show any signs of movement. That young Miss Murong also laughed, but still did not reveal her true feelings. This servant bids 290,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. It seemed that the three of them were not willing to give up. In just a moment, the primordial stones had increased to 400,000. Sigh, young friend Zhu, look, if this continues, there will be no end. Old Monster Zhifeng laughed bitterly. This old man really has other things to do. I really cannot afford to waste time here. This old man can also see that these two young friends are determined to get this item, but there is no meaning in bidding with primordial stones. Moreover, if the two young friends from the aristocratic families suddenly bid 1,000,000 supreme-grade primordial stones, to be honest, this old man also cannot afford it. If Senior cannot afford it, you can withdraw. Young Master Duanmu smiled faintly. This old man can withdraw. Old Monster Zhifeng's tone was also indifferent, but this item involves this old man's cultivation. This old man cannot let it go. If you do not use this old man's method to bid for this item, if this old man does not live well, others should not think about living well. Even if there is someone who can be protected by Zhai Xinglu, this old man does not believe that he will not walk on the hidden immortal continent in this lifetime. Senior. Zhu Qing's face turned cold as he said, spirit fruits can be eaten carelessly, spirit wine can be drunk carelessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. What is the meaning of Senior saying all this here? Could it be that you are threatening the other immortal friends? No, no. Old monster Zhifeng stretched his waist and laughed. This old man is just casually complaining, that's all. That's good. Zhu Qing said faintly, those who come to my Zhai Xing Lu are this Zhu's honored guests. This Zhu does not wish for any unpleasant things to happen. Moreover, this Zhu's patience is also a bit, I do not wish to be forced. Hee hee. Young friend Zhu, this old man will raise the bidding price of this Pegasus to 500,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Old monster Zhifeng laughed, of course, this is already the limit that this old man can take out. This one. Not waiting for old monster Zhifeng to finish, young master Duanmu opened his mouth again. Humph. Old monster Zhifeng snorted coldly, why is the Duanmu family's upbringing so bad? Can't you see that this old man has not finished speaking? Old monster Zhifeng. Young master Duanmu was also unhappy, this one respects you as a senior and has always been patient. Don't think that just because you have some reputation in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, you can be arrogant in my hidden immortal continent. Young master Duanmu. Young Miss Murong spoke, who doesn't know how to raise the price? Why not be a little patient? This is Zhai Xing Lu's auction, it will definitely be fair for us, why be anxious? Young Miss Murong was patient while the other was anxious. Naturally, she also expressed her displeasure. However, she was much more polite than young master Duanmu, causing old monster Zhifeng to roll his eyes in confusion and become vigilant in his heart. Forget it, old monster Zhifeng, you can speak. Young master Duanmu was clearly somewhat afraid of young Miss Murong as he sighed. Old monster Zhifeng ignored him and looked at Zhu Qing, young friend Zhu, this Pegasus race will be sold for 500,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Today, it can be considered as not letting your Zhai Xing Lu down, right? Zhu Qing's eyes were bright as he looked at old monster Zhifeng and said, Senior, if you have something to say, please say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. This old man only wants to say. Old monster Zhifeng chuckled and said, your Zhai Xing Lu has sold this Pegasus race for others to watch? Or for others to use it? Zhu Qing's expression did not change as he said with a smile, whether it's to watch or to use it, it has nothing to do with Zhai Xing Lu. That's what the Pegasus owner wants. But if one does not have the ability to subdue the Pegasus, they can only seal it in the crystal. Or if the crystal seal is opened, the Pegasus will escape and return to your Zhai Xing Lu to bid again. My Zhai Xing Lu will not do such a boring thing. Zhu Qing shook his head and replied. Young Miss Murong smiled and said, Senior Zhifeng, what you mean is, we will all use 500,000 supreme-grade primordial stones as the base price. Whoever has the ability to subdue the Pegasus can bid for it. Chapter 3297. Ha ha ha, the girl from the Murong family is smart. That's exactly what I meant. Old demon Zhifeng laughed loudly. Humph, if we can subdue it, who will it belong to? Young Master Duanmu laughed coldly. Naturally, it will belong to young Master Duanmu or young Lady Murong. It has nothing to do with me. Old demon Zhifeng answered cleanly. All right. We'll do as you say. Young Master Duanmu did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It was obvious that he was prepared to subdue the Pegasus. Old demon Zhifeng looked in the direction of the Murong family and asked indifferently, what about the girl from the Murong family? How about it? Senior Zhifeng, the eldest young lady from the Murong family, did not say anything. Instead, Zhu Qing asked, it would be best if one of you can subdue the Pegasus. But if no one can subdue it, who will it belong to? Naturally, it will belong to young Master Duanmu or young Lady Murong. It has nothing to do with me. Old demon Zhifeng looked like he had the confidence to capture it. What if the Pegasus is released and my Zhai Xing Lu's origin array and consecrators are unable to subdue it? Zhu Qing asked again. Oh. This time, even Xiao Hua, who was listening at the side, felt his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, it seems that old demon Zhifeng was right. Zhai Xing Lu, is hiding something. Don't worry, little friend Zhu. Old demon Jifeng smiled. Since this idea was thought of by me, the 500,000 supreme grade origin stones will naturally be paid by me. All right. Zhu Qing heard old demon Jifeng's words and took responsibility for all the accidents. Naturally, he did not have any objections and nodded. Fellow immortals. Old demon Jifeng raised his head and said loudly, please, everyone, watch carefully. If anything happens, this old man's supreme grade origin stones will fly with the Pegasus. Ha! You old demon, you're so troublesome. You want to take advantage of my Zhai Xing Lu, yet you want us to help you. A slightly old voice sounded from the top of the Bright Moon Palace. Many thanks, many thanks. Old monster Jifeng cupped his hands towards the sky and laughed heartily. I didn't have enough confidence to subdue this heavenly horse. At this moment, the voice of the eldest daughter of the Murong family rang out. Then, a woman dressed in pink with a scarf covering her face walked out from the balcony. Beneath her feet was a cloud of lilies as she steadily stood in midair. However, since Senior Jifeng is willing to take on the same risk, this servant can't not show her support. Good. Since that's the case, let's use our methods. Let's see who can lead this heavenly horse away. Old monster Jifeng waved his hand, revealing a sharp little claw from within his loose robe. Right at this moment, another voice resounded. Xiao Hua, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, stepped out from the balcony. He took 2 steps in midair and said with a smile, I didn't expect this auction to be so lively. I wanted to wait until the end of the auction. Who knew that things would develop to such an extent? If I still don't come out, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain this heavenly horse. Oh. Everyone was surprised. Old monster Jifeng blinked his small eyes and looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. He sneered, who the hell are you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? This one is not a green onion. This one is the Dao Sex Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua wasn't angry and said indifferently, moreover, I don't think I'm being arrogant. I'm only bidding for a heavenly horse. Especially, even if I fail, I won't lose half a piece of origin stone. Why wouldn't I participate? Xiao Hua's sudden appearance not only made old demon Jifeng unhappy, but even young noble Duanmu narrowed his eyes. He closely stared at Xiao Hua and waited for old demon Jifeng to ask before speaking. Xiao Hua, do you know what is meant by, if you don't seek death, you won't die? Earlier, you went against me time and time again, and I endured it time and time again. I even sent you a visiting card, but I didn't expect that, at this moment, you really want to fight me to the death. Young Master Duanmu, what young Master Zhu said earlier was extremely good. Spirit fruits can be eaten indiscriminately, spirit wine can be drunk indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I'm here to bid with origin stones and have taken a fancy to this heavenly horse. Moreover, I'm also a VIP on the 3rd floor. Why can't I bid? Could it be that young master has already taken this heavenly horse as his exclusive property? Xiao Hua didn't care about young master Duanmu's anger and only said indifferently. At first, he didn't want to participate in the bidding, but when he saw the pitiful state of the heavenly horse being sealed in the crystal, he sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at the heavenly horse, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He didn't have any flying mounts, and bidding for this heavenly horse was just right for him to use as a means of transportation. Moreover, Xiao Hua, who was used to using the lightning escape technique, could only rely on the flying talisman to fly. How could he endure it? If he offended a certain expert, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. If this heavenly horse could fly very fast, it would definitely be the best method for him to escape. Therefore, he participated in the bidding at the last moment, and he also had the heart to win. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although young Master Duanmu didn't say that thing, at the end, it was obvious that he really didn't care about Xiao Hua. He still remembered the matter of the 3 origin stones clearly. Golden core cultivation method. What would he do with that thing? However, Xiaohua indeed didn't seem to have any high cultivation, but that kind of calmness that was as steady as a mountain couldn't be underestimated. Especially when Xiaohua's words were reasonable. This was a bidding. If Xiaohua had the qualifications, why couldn't he bid? Young Master Zhu. Duanmu Qing looked at Zhu Qing, who was watching from the side, and said indifferently, "Does this Dao sect loose cultivator have the qualifications to bid for this heavenly horse?" If young Master Zhu doesn't have the confidence, after he bids, young Master Zhu won't be able to receive any origin stones. Many thanks for young Master Duanmu's reminder. Zhu Qing's face didn't reveal any special expression as he said, "Every VIP who participated in the auction, my Zhai Xing Lu, has seen their small Qingkuan bags. Although this immortal friend is a Dao sect loose cultivator, he is no exception. He can pay 500,000 top-grade origin stones. A broken down Dao sect loose cultivator can take out 500,000 top-grade origin stones. What's wrong with this world? Why do I feel that it's unreal?" Duanmu Qing really couldn't understand. Luckily, he was also from a prestigious family. Perhaps he had other thoughts in his heart, but his mouth and face didn't show any strange expression. Xiaohua smiled. "What? Are you looking down on my Dao sect? If I can take out 500,000 origin stones, will you be able to bid for this heavenly horse? Does young Master Duanmu dare to make a bet?" Young Master Duanmu said coldly, "If you dare to continue bidding with me, let's see who has more origin stones. I will definitely bet with you." "Of course." Xiaohua took out his small Qingkuan bag and said, "Let's compete now. Whoever has more origin stones will take the heavenly horse away." Of course I can. But does anyone else agree?" Young Master Duanmu didn't back down. Although he didn't take out his small Qingkuan bag, he still replied. Hearing young Master Duanmu's reply, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. Just now, for 3 top-grade primordial stones and other things, young Master Duanmu wanted to express his goodwill. How could young Master Duanmu have 500,000 top-grade primordial stones on him? He would definitely buy it first, then leave the golden carriage and dragon horse here, and then make up for the rest of the primordial stones. Thus, Xiaohua said loudly, "How about this? Let's compete in origin stones. Whoever has less origin stones will withdraw from the bidding for the heavenly horse. How about that? You." Young Master Duanmu's suppressed anger finally exploded. His expression changed and he shouted loudly, "Xiaohua, did you eat a leopard's guts? Although I don't want to cause trouble, but you insist on finding trouble with me. Don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing young Master Duanmu's stern voice, Xiaohua knew that his guess was not wrong. His cultivation had not recovered, why would he take the initiative to find trouble with him? Xiaohua smiled and said, "Look at what young Master Duanmu said. I met young Master Duanmu before entering Zhai Xing Lu. It can be considered fate. Didn't we appreciate each other when we were bidding just now? Why did young Master Duanmu lose his composure when I participate in the bidding for the heavenly horse? Even if young Master Duanmu is determined to win, there are still others beside you. Did I hinder young Master Duanmu by participating?" Hearing Xiaohua mention others, young Master Duanmu's heart trembled. That old demon Jifeng of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm was the first to question Xiaohua. He refuted Xiaohua for a long time and didn't want him to participate. However, that old demon Jifeng didn't say a word. It was really strange. Since he didn't speak, there was no need for him to block anything for old demon Jifeng. "All right," young Master Duanmu casually said and looked at old demon Jifeng. However, he, who had an unhappy face just now, was now quietly standing there. He didn't even look at Xiaohua. His pair of rat eyes fell on the heavenly horse in the crystal, as if the heavenly horse was about to fly out. Is there something strange about the heavenly horse? Young Master Duanmu hurriedly looked at the crystal. However, the heavenly horse in the crystal was the same as before. There was no change at all. What young Master Duanmu didn't know was that on another balcony, young Miss Murong was indeed staring at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes. Her brows were slightly knitted and no one knew what she was thinking. There was indeed something strange about this. However, the strange thing wasn't the heavenly horse, but Xiao Hua. Young Miss Murong could clearly see that old demon Ji Feng was originally looking at Xiao Hua unhappily. However, when his gaze fell on Xiao Hua, he couldn't move. It was as if Xiao Hua was a monster that was even more female than a female mouse. He deeply attracted old demon Ji Feng's rat eyes. However, soon after, an indescribable expression flashed through old demon Ji Feng's eyes. He immediately looked at the heavenly horse and no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua. Did he discover something? This filled young Miss Murong's heart with curiosity. He was only a loose cultivator from a broken Taoist sect. What did he have that was worthy of the attention of an old demon from the Thousand Demons sacred realm? Although she was curious, young Miss Murong still smiled and said, "Young Master Duanmu, this suggestion was made by Senior Ji Feng. Why don't you ask him first? What's the point of agreeing for no reason? Don't you think so, Senior Ji Feng?" Chapter 3298. I don't mind. Old monster Ji Feng shifted his gaze away from the Pegasus and looked thoughtfully at the veiled Miss Murong. He lightly nodded. As long as you have the qualifications to bid and believe that you can subdue this Pegasus, you can naturally participate. Old monster Ji Feng's tone was so light that Duanmu Gongzi didn't know what to do. Perhaps I was making a mountain out of a molehill. Duanmu Gongzi immediately blushed with shame at his own lack of calm. Unfortunately, he wasn't a roundworm in old monster Ji Feng's stomach. How could he know that old monster Ji Feng's heart was currently in turmoil? Old monster Ji Feng's original body was a spirit mouse. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was able to see through the mysteries of the heavens and stepped into the ranks of demons from an ignorant demonic beast. In the hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation, he had encountered countless dangers. These dangers were admittedly the tribulations on the path of cultivation, but they also allowed him to cultivate an extremely sharp sense. In addition to the spirit mouse's innate intelligence, it allowed him to have the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. This instinct had saved his life more than once. Today, the moment old monster Ji Feng saw Xiao Hua, he did not pay attention to him at all. He felt that Xiao Hua was merely a little fellow with around the first grade of elemental energy. However, when he finished speaking and was about to look at Duanmu Qing, who had spoken, and ponder on how to benefit from the conflict between Duanmu Qing and Xiao Hua that had yet to be made clear, a slight sense of vigilance arose in his heart. This caused him to have no choice but to look at Xiao Hua again. This time, a fear that came from the bottom of his heart when facing a high-level demon actually appeared in his heart. Although this fear disappeared in a flash. Even old monster Ji Feng himself felt that it was inexplicable. He simply couldn't capture it. However, this feeling caused old monster Ji Feng's heart to tremble. Following which, old monster Ji Feng unhesitatingly used 1,000 Goblin Saint Realm Spirit Mouse's secret technique. However, what made old monster Ji Feng surprised was that he couldn't sense any 1,000 Goblin Saint Realm aura from Xiao Hua's body. He couldn't even find any traces of a demon. What Xiao Hua displayed was the cultivation of a human from the Tao sect. It was the same as what he saw. Therefore, old monster Ji Feng used the opportunity to observe the Pegasus in the crystal to carefully organize his thoughts. He was pondering what kind of thing Xiao Hua was. He didn't doubt his own extraordinary acuity, nor did he doubt his own secret technique. Since there was a contradiction between the two conclusions, this contradiction must lie with Xiao Hua. Perhaps Xiao Hua had the relics of a high-level demon of the 1,000 Demon Saint Realm, or perhaps Xiao Hua had a high-level demon pet. This kind of powerful backing gave Xiao Hua the courage to come and bid. As for the possibility that Xiao Hua was a demon, it only flashed through old monster Ji Feng's mind for a moment before disappearing. This was because old monster Ji Feng's secret technique had never failed. No matter how high-level a demon he faced, no matter what kind of aura concealing secret technique this demon cultivated, This was because this was old monster Ji Feng's innate ability as a spirit mouse. In particular, if Xiao Hua was a demon, it was impossible for him to have the cultivation of Taoism. Old monster Ji Feng smelled the aura of true essence from Xiao Hua's meridians. How could a demon have meridians? How could Xiao Hua know that old monster Ji Feng had seen through him so much? Seeing that the most troublesome old monster Ji Feng didn't even say a second word in agreement, Xiao Hua also stared blankly. Then, he smiled and said, "Since it's like this Xiao thanks Senior." Amen. Old monster Ji Feng nodded. However, he shouted towards the surroundings again, "The four of us are preparing to use our own methods to subdue this Pegasus. If any immortal friends still have ideas, please come out now. Otherwise, when we begin to subdue it, you can no longer make a move." After old monster Ji Feng finished speaking, no one answered for a while. Old monster Ji Feng said to Zhu Qing, "Little friend Zhu, you also saw it. Only the four of us are preparing to subdue this Pegasus. Why don't you quickly release this Pegasus?" Wait, just as Zhu Qing was about to speak, the eldest miss of the Murong family opened her mouth. "Senior Ji Feng, little girl, what's wrong now?" Old monster Ji Feng was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He said somewhat impatiently. The eldest miss of the Murong family smiled and said, "This servant originally planned to return to my family's seniors to tame this Pegasus after buying this Pegasus. Just now, because young Master Duanmu participated in the bidding, this servant mustered up the courage to accompany young Master Duanmu. Now that immortal friend Xiao is participating in the bidding, I reckon that he also has a method to tame this Pegasus. Then this servant will not blindly meddle in this, so as to avoid making a fool of myself." Oh. Not only was old monster Ji Feng surprised, his small mouse eyes slightly flashed. Even young Master Duanmu frowned. Although the eldest miss of the Murong family spoke courteously, everyone present understood that this eldest miss of the Murong family was giving face to Xiao Hua. Strange. This Murong Songyun has always had her eyes above her head. When did she know this little tramp from the Dao sect? Young Master Duanmu was truly puzzled. Actually, not only Duanmu Qing, even Xiao Hua himself was greatly stunned. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Miss Murong, we do not know each other, there is no need to be so courteous. It has nothing to do with this." Murong Songyun said with a smile, "This servant is a woman, I cannot compare to the divine abilities of men like you. If I continue to be angry with this beast, wouldn't I lose my Confucian upbringing? This servant will not make a fool of herself. You all use your divine abilities to tame this Pegasus." After speaking, without waiting for anyone to speak, she turned around and disappeared into the pavilion. Old monster Ji Feng naturally did not care if Murong Songyun participated in the bidding or not. He cautiously glanced at Xiao Hua, turned his head and said to the distant Zhu Qing, "Little friend Zhu, you can release this Pegasus now." Zhu Qing glanced at the three people and could not help but remind them, "Three immortal friends, this Pegasus' speed is definitely much faster than what you all think. Moreover, its temper is extremely violent. It is said that, it was only by luck that we were able to capture it after being surrounded by many experts. As for others, they were only able to sell it to my Zhai Xinglu for bidding when they were unable to tame it. Why don't the three immortal friends work together to surround this Pegasus and then do the other things?" Alright, Duanmu Qing naturally trusted Zhu Qing's words. She glanced at Xiao Hua and old monster Ji Feng's position and flew up a bit to face the two of them. She surrounded the crystal that sealed the Pegasus in the middle. Xiao Hua, who was opposite Duanmu Qing, did not mind. After all, the space in the Bright Moon Palace was not too big. Moreover, the three of them surrounded the Pegasus. No matter how fast the Pegasus was, it might not be faster than his ethereal steps. Moreover, his current magic power was not enough to activate the lightning evasion. However, he could activate the wind evasion for a moment. As long as he had the opportunity to get close to the Pegasus, wouldn't he be able to use the dragon elephant force in his arms to tame this Pegasus? Looking at old monster Ji Feng who was standing there without moving, he was even more confident than Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Zhu Qing naturally could not say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the night sky above the bright moon palace. He extended his hand and took out a thumb-sized rhombus-shaped crystal. That crystal seemed to be of the same origin as the crystal that sealed the Pegasus. Just as he took it out, it immediately emitted a faint radiance. That radiance swept across the surface of the rhombus-shaped crystal and refracted onto the large crystal. A multicolored light suddenly flashed from the large crystal. Zhu Qing waved his hand and the small rhombus-shaped crystal landed in midair. Then, Zhu Qing opened his mouth and a breath of vital energy landed on the crystal. Pung! A crisp sound rang out and the entire small crystal immediately turned into 9 petals. It was like a transparent chrysanthemum blossoming in midair. Zhu Qing extended his hand again and extended his middle finger. He opened his mouth and a ray of sword aura shot out. Then, he flicked his middle finger and a bunch of blood essence flew out from his middle finger and landed on the 9 flower-like crystals. Go! Following Zhu Qing's final flick of his sleeve, numerous righteous qi rushed out and carried the 9 small crystals to 9 spots on the large crystal. But at the places where the 9 small crystals landed, ripples immediately appeared on the large crystal. At the places where the ripples collided, even more fine lines appeared on the surface of the entire crystal. In just a moment, the entire surface of the crystal was completely covered by the ripples and started to rapidly tremble. Just like boiling water, the crystals became smaller and smaller under the ripples. The Pegasus' snow-white back and its frosty ponytail were revealed. Senior Zhifeng, young Master Duanmu, fellow Immortal Xiao. Seeing the Pegasus appear, Zhu Qing's face showed caution. He could not help but remind them again, the Pegasus is about to be released. All of you, be careful. Don't worry. I have woken up. Duanmu Qing smiled proudly. She reached into her bosom and took out a dazzling golden object. She glanced at old monster Zhifeng and said, Senior Zhifeng, who will make a move first? Should we make a move now or wait until the Pegasus is completely free? Oh my, this is your Duanmu family's dragon subduing lock. Old monster Zhifeng glanced at it and said somewhat exaggeratedly, it seems like those 4 dragon horses were subdued by this dragon subduing lock. You have prepared extremely well. Hee, Senior Zhifeng, this kid does not have your cultivation. If I did not have any imperial equipment on me, how would I dare to come down and subdue the Pegasus? Duanmu Qing replied with a smile. At the same time, she looked at Xiao Hua. Old monster Zhifeng looked at the Pegasus' neck that was already revealed and said, as long as the Pegasus is able to wake up, there is no need to wait for the crystals to disappear. The 3 of us will make a move at the same time. Whoever can make a move first will get it. Okay, we will do as Senior says. Hearing that, Duanmu Qing immediately chanted. It was actually the same as the Dao Sex magic equipment. That dazzling golden object flew into the air and actually transformed into a long chain. At the front of this chain, there was even a chain-like protrusion. A kind of hard-to-resist restrictive force was born from this dragon subduing lock's golden light. Kid, what magic equipment do you have? Why are you not taking it out? Old monster Zhifeng looked at Xiao Hua curiously. Although Xiao Hua looked like he was eager to fight, he did not take out the magic equipment that he expected. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I do not need any magic equipment to subdue the Pegasus. Oh. Old monster Zhifeng faintly raised his eyebrows. He did not show any astonishment. Chapter 3299. Fellow Immortals, I am about to make my move. Seeing that the Pegasus had already revealed its head and that the crystal only had a small layer around the Pegasus's stomach and tail, Duanmu Qing glanced at Xiao Hua and old monster Zhifeng. She pointed with her finger and that dragon subduing lock released a golden light that soared into the sky and slowly flew towards the Pegasus. Nay. The Pegasus's head was able to move, but its eyes had not yet opened. It immediately raised its head and let out a not too loud neigh. Following that, a pu sound came from its mouth and nose. The tail that had been sealed in the crystal rose into the air at the same time. Lock. Seeing that the Pegasus had moved, Duan Wuqing did not dare to be slow. She pointed with her finger and that dragon-subduing lock turned into a ray of light and fell towards the Pegasus. The golden chain was aimed at the Pegasus's body and the golden chain was aimed at the Pegasus's head that had just been raised. Roar. The Pegasus seemed to have sensed danger and opened its mouth again. At this time, the neigh was like that of an angry demonic beast. Following this neigh, the Pegasus finally opened its eyes. Hiss. Xiaohua saw the Pegasus's eyes and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because the Pegasus's eyes were not an ordinary dark brown. It did not even have any obvious pupils. Furthermore, they were bright balls of light. Together with two bright pearls, they were even more like two balls of bright moonlight. Just as Xiaohua was stunned, the four hooves of the Pegasus moved slightly. For clouds that seemed to glow with the same light appeared in midair. At the same time, the Pegasus emitted a faint white light around its body, blocking the power of the dragon-subduing lock. As the muscles on the Pegasus's forelegs trembled like flowing water, the Pegasus's incomparably strong figure really was like a white horse passing through a crack in the air. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, easily escaping from Duan Wuqing's imperial equipment. Duan Wuqing saw that her attack that she was confident in had missed. Her face immediately revealed shame and anger. Especially when she saw that the Pegasus was actually escaping towards Xiaohua's direction, she did not even have the time to be surprised. She only stared at Xiaohua. Good timing. Xiaohua did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. He shouted and activated the little amount of true origin in his meridians. His entire body was like a breeze as he floated towards the Pegasus. Old Demon Jifeng was extremely shocked in his heart when he saw Xiaohua actually execute the wind escape technique. His sharp mouth opened and closed as an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Sure enough, the Pegasus was flying towards Xiaohua. Its momentum did not decrease, and Xiaohua met it with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua was already in front of the Pegasus. He was facing the Pegasus' head. Aoo. The Pegasus let out a furious roar and opened its mouth to bite towards Xiaohua's head. Its momentum was ferocious, and its movements were fast beyond everyone's expectations. It was about to bite off Xiaohua's head. At this dangerous moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly swayed and suddenly turned strangely to the side. He was about to land on the back of the Pegasus. This was also part of Xiaohua's plan. As long as he was close to the Pegasus, he would immediately execute the ethereal steps. As long as his fists and feet touched the Pegasus, he would definitely not let the Pegasus escape from his hands. Nei Lulu. Just when Duan Wuqing's eyes were filled with jealousy and old demon Jifeng's eyes were filled with vexation, the Pegasus suddenly neighed. Layers of white light were emitted from the Pegasus's back. Within the white light, half of a pure white wing opened up. With a slight tremble, the Pegasus's figure immediately retreated like lightning. Xiaohua's hand had yet to touch the Pegasus's mane, but the Pegasus had already retreated by more than 10 feet. Damn it, I failed at the last step. I was just a few inches away. Xiaohua's magic power to activate the wind escape technique had already been exhausted. He could only stop. If he relied on the flying talisman, he would definitely not be able to catch up to the Pegasus. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the wings of the Pegasus. These wings were several zhang long. The entire wing wasn't made of feathers, but was completely condensed from a pure white brilliance. However, between the scales formed by this pure white brilliance, 50% of the space was filled with pure white feathers that were several inches long. What kind of Pegasus is this? Xiaohua looked at the Pegasus's wings and seemed to have thought of something. However, he could not touch anything. Ha ha ha, since all of you have failed, then watch this old man. Seeing that Xiaohua and Duan Wuqing had both failed, old demon Jifeng laughed loudly. Without waiting for old demon Ji Feng's voice to land, there was a loud boom. A ball of faint yellow brilliance bloomed from where old demon Ji Feng was standing. A spirit mouse that was several feet long swept up a hurricane and pounced towards the Pegasus. Wind escape technique. Seeing this, Xiaohua could not help but groan. This is the true wind escape technique. Damn it, old demon Ji Feng. That's right, the spirit mouse was like a fish in water in the wind. It was several times faster than Xiaohua as it charged towards the Pegasus and landed on its back. Damn it, this old demon Ji Feng is a wind mouse. Speed is his specialty. It is really easy for him to subdue the Pegasus. Not only was Xiaohua wringing his hands, even Duan Muqing was sighing. Seeing that the spirit mouse was about to land on the Pegasus's back, she thought to herself, this Pegasus. It is too easy for him. But at this moment, something strange happened. The white light that had blocked Duan Muqing's dragon subduing lock appeared once again. It appeared around the Pegasus and blocked the tornado of the spirit mouse. It was like a sharp sword that prevented the spirit mouse from landing. Seeing that the white light had blocked the spirit mouse, the Pegasus flapped its wings and suddenly soared into the sky. It immediately threw the spirit mouse a few feet down. Squeak squeak. The spirit mouse immediately let out an extremely horrifying squeak. When the squeak landed in Xiaohua and Duan Muqing's ears, the blood in their bodies immediately boiled. Countless goosebumps appeared on the surface of their bodies. The white light around the Pegasus condensed and fell down like scales. This mouse's divine ability is incredible. Xiaohua hurriedly activated the blood drop paradise and controlled the blood essence in his blood. Seeing Duan Muqing's face was blood red as she hurriedly flew towards the balcony, he could not help but praise. Following the spirit mouse's display of might, the white light around the Pegasus's body fell like snowflakes. The spirit mouse once again created a hurricane and appeared on the Pegasus's back. Pooh, seeing that the spirit mouse was about to land, the Pegasus suddenly turned its head. The broken horn on the Pegasus's forehead shot out a white light that was as thick as a bowl at a speed faster than lightning. It accurately hit the spirit mouse's claws that were baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Squeak, squeak. With a loud scream, the earthy yellow light around the spirit rat was penetrated. Half of its claw was hit. Its entire body, which was several feet long, flipped in the air and fell far away. Roar. Old monster Ji Feng's body was sent flying. Duan Muqing was also so frightened that she retreated back to the balcony. Only Xiaohua was left in midair. The Pegasus did not even look at Xiaohua, as if it was extremely disdainful. It raised its head and let out a long neigh. It flapped its wings and flew towards the sky like a beam of light. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua did not expect that someone as strong as old monster Ji Feng would be sent flying by the Pegasus. He hurriedly activated his flying talisman and chased after the Pegasus. Unfortunately, his current speed was not as fast as the Pegasus. He was similar to a snail. With a loud roar, the Pegasus had already charged into the origin formation of the Bright Moon Palace. How could he still catch up? Rumble. At the top of the heavenly horse's head, layers of water blue brilliance poured down like jade waves. 3 sneers came from 3 different directions of the jade waves. Evil creature, where do you think you are going? Soon after, 3 old men dressed in scholarly attire appeared from the jade waves. As the 3 of them chanted incantations, their true energy was agitated. Waves of awe-inspiring energy were born from the incantations, causing the jade waves to become like an inescapable net that enveloped the Pegasus. Go. Zhu Qing did not dare to be negligent. Unknowingly, she had already flown high into the sky. As she waved her hand, the 9 crystals from earlier flew towards 9 different directions of the jade waves. The brilliance of every crystal that came in contact with it gradually condensed. That inescapable net was like a huge crystal that was about to seal the Pegasus. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as the crystals were about to form, a series of loud rumbling sounds came from the Pegasus's body. Waves of brilliance that was even more holy than white light shot out from the 7 apertures of the Pegasus. It shot out from the Pegasus's horn and feathers and frantically swept towards the crystals. That holy brilliance was so powerful that once the crystals came in contact with it, they would all turn into nothingness. However, in the blink of an eye, that holy brilliance had already pierced through the crystals and illuminated the entire bright moon palace. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The awe-inspiring energy of the 3 old men dressed in scholarly attire seemed to be inferior to this holy brilliance. They were actually counterattacked by their true energy. They couldn't help but spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood and withered in midair. Xiaohua's face was also illuminated by this holy brilliance. However, the expression on his face was not like the regret on Zhu Qing's face, nor was it like the overjoyed expression on old monster Ji Feng's face, nor was it like the shocked expression on Duan Muqing's face. His face actually carried a trace of enlightenment. It was as if a strand of distant memory was born in his mind. Seeing that the heavenly horse had already rushed several feet away from the bright moon palace and was about to escape with its wings of light, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out Blackie from the space. He pointed his finger at the heavenly horse and instructed, "Can you subdue it?" Blackie suddenly appeared in midair. It was originally a little dazed. However, before it could open its eyes, its nose immediately twitched a few times. Then, it raised its head in pleasant surprise and looked directly at the heavenly horse that was spreading its wings and trying to escape. As far as its eyes could see, its scarlet little tongue stuck out from its mouth and circled around its lips. It looked like it was hungry for food, like a little dog that had seen a fragrant bone. At this moment, the heavenly horse had indeed begun to raise its wings of light. However, the broken horn on its head that was previously raised was abnormally dim. Even the white brilliance emitted from its body had become much thinner. Only a thin veil was left around the heavenly horse. It was obvious that it had expended a lot of energy to escape from the blue crystal just now. Moreover, in the night sky above Zhai Xinglu, because of the heavenly horse's white brilliance, it had already illuminated the surroundings several hundred feet. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the mystical display of the great scholar's authentic work. Chapter 3300. Of course, Xiaohua's family wasn't the only one making a move. Just as Blackie flew out of the space, a suffocating dragon aura rushed out from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although it wasn't as overwhelming as the dragon aura from the dragon bone, it was still extremely agile as it pounced on the Pegasus. Clearly, Ao Shui wanted to use this dragon aura to control the Pegasus. In addition, a faint stream of air that was much purer than the moonlight also flew out from Murong Songyun's pavilion. A faint scent of lilies instantly filled the entire place. Moreover, within that stream of air, traces of movement turned into tiny petals. The entire stream of air was like a rain of millions of flowers rushing towards the Pegasus. If Murong Songyun didn't have the means to subdue the Pegasus, then she was obviously shirking her responsibility. Her intention to withdraw from the bidding was even more thought-provoking. "Can you do it?" Xiaohua was a little anxious. After seeing the Pegasus' divine ability, he liked it even more and couldn't help but urge. "Father, what is subduing? Did you eat it?" Blackie still asked unhurriedly. His blinking eyes clearly had a fawning look. A trace of pitiful light appeared in his pitch-black eyes, as if the Pegasus was his delicacy. He was hungry and wanted to eat it. Xiaohua angrily scolded, "Father doesn't have a horse to ride. This thing has to carry father on its back." "Oh, boy knows. Just like Huan." Blackie immediately understood and cheerfully said, "Father, wait for me." Immediately, a pitch-black lightning streaked across the sky and quickly rushed into the sky. On the 3rd floor, the other VIPs who didn't participate in the bidding naturally didn't look at Xiaohua. The dragon aura from the Dragon Palace and Murong Songyun's lilies were enough to attract their attention. However, old monster Ji Feng was different. Although he was still injured by the Pegasus in his original form, he was wearing a shirt and had transformed into a humanoid form. However, he didn't look at the dragon aura or the lilies. His attention was always on Xiaohua. When Xiaohua released Blackie, old monster Ji Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was because Blackie didn't make him feel any vigilance. Moreover, the secret technique that followed made him unable to see through Blackie's depth. However, when he saw Little Black turn into a bolt of black lightning and overtake it, surpassing the dragon power and the lily airflow, the shock in his eyes could not be suppressed. Dragon aura, even the Confucian scholars of the hidden immortal continent would tremble in fear when facing it, let alone the demons and demonic beasts of the thousand demons sacred realm. It was an innate fear of high-level demons. Although old demon Ji Feng had some success in his cultivation and could use a mystic technique to resist the dragon's might, there was a limit to it. He was not afraid of a patrol envoy like Ao Shui, but against a superior dragon general, old monster Ji Feng had no confidence at all. As for this Little Black, it seemed to be of a very low level in his secret technique. It actually treated the dragon's might as if it was nothing. Old monster Ji Feng really didn't know what this meant. Perhaps that demonic aura from before came from this black dog? This was old monster Ji Feng's final guess. Of course, following this guess, old monster Ji Feng's bright eyes made a decision. Ao Shui's dragon's might, Murong Tsongyan's lily airflow easily formed a new triangle with the black lightning that Little Black turned into, wanting to clamp the Pegasus in the middle. At this time, the Pegasus had already spread out its wings of light. Although it looked dispirited, facing the dragon's might and the lily airflow, the Pegasus' moonlight-like eyes did not have any reaction at all. However, its figure that streaked across the night sky slightly dodged these two attacks that were close to it, not putting them in its eyes. However, just as the Pegasus was about to break the jade cage and fly the rainbow phoenix, break the golden lock and move the flood dragon, its figure that had already turned into a light shadow suddenly trembled. Because, in front of the Pegasus, about 10 zhang away, in the night sky that was illuminated by the Pegasus' brilliance, a black dog that seemed to have appeared out of thin air blocked the Pegasus that had already accelerated. Similar to the previous boiling crystal ripples, the light around the Pegasus' body rapidly trembled, like a flickering candle in the night wind. This was a situation that had never happened since the Pegasus appeared. Oh! In the bright moon palace, without exception, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone could see that this was the Pegasus' expression of fear. Roar! Suddenly, on the Pegasus' single horn that had already dimmed, a light pillar that was as thick as a bowl appeared and shot towards the black dog. Although this light pillar was not as bright as the one that injured old monster Ji Feng previously, its speed was much faster by a few notches. As for the Pegasus, at the same time that the light pillar shot out, its body flashed and actually rushed towards the lily airflow as fast as lightning. That light pillar that was as thick as a bowl instantly rushed in front of the black dog, as if it could instantly pierce through the black dog. However, just as everyone was slightly worried, the most shocking thing happened. That seemingly obedient black dog barked softly and immediately opened its mouth. A silver light shot out from the black dog's mouth and covered the light pillar. Everyone watched as the light pillar that was the size of a bowl actually entered the black dog's mouth. Furthermore, after the light pillar was swallowed by the black dog even let out a small burp. Whoosh! The black dog that seemed to have not eaten its fill moved again. Once again, it turned into a streak of black lightning and shot up several tens of feet into the sky. There, although the Pegasus waved its wings of light with some difficulty, it still managed to dodge the lily airflow's attack. As for the dragon's aura of the dragon palace, it seemed to only stir up the light around the Pegasus' body and was unable to subdue the Pegasus. Harumph! Seeing that Blackie was flying over again, the Pegasus' forehooves impatiently kicked a few times in the air. Its snow-white tail rapidly swayed behind its butt as it raised its head and neighed unyieldingly at the night sky. Although the Pegasus' expression could not be seen from its eyes, there was an obvious sadness in its neighing. The raised wings of light trembled once again and seemed to have suddenly grown several tens of feet. The entire Pegasus rushed towards Blackie like a ray of light. It actually seemed to have the intention of a life and death struggle. Blackie and the Pegasus were both extremely fast. In just a breath's time, they had already collided. However, at the moment of collision, Blackie once again spat out a silver brilliance from his mouth and landed on the broken horn on the Pegasus's forehead. The Pegasus, which was originally as fast as lightning, suddenly became limp and fell from the sky. As for Blackie, he landed lightly on the Pegasus's forehead. It turned its head to show off and barked at Xiao Hua with a woof woof. Hee hee. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. His figure flew up and flew towards where the Pegasus had fallen. At this moment, old monster Ji Feng, who was watching from afar, suddenly flew over. What? Old monster Ji Feng, this Pegasus was subdued by me. Are you going to stop me? Xiao Hua's smiling expression disappeared as he indifferently looked at old monster Ji Feng, who was flying over, and asked. With a smile on his face, old monster Ji Feng hastily said, "Fellow Immortal Xiao misunderstood. This Pegasus was subdued by fellow Immortal Xiao in front of everyone. How could this old man dare to go back on his words? However, this old man has a matter to discuss with fellow Immortal Xiao. I ask fellow Immortal Xiao to wait in the room after bidding for this Pegasus. This old man will personally pay a visit. Be careful, be careful." Xiao Hua saw that old monster Ji Feng wasn't stopping him and was instead stopping in midair. He faintly nodded his head. Without stopping, his figure flew several tens of feet. That previously incomparably arrogant Pegasus was like a pile of mud as it fell from midair with a loud bang. Although the Pegasus' fall was very fierce, Xiao Hua extended his hand and easily caught it, as if it didn't have any weight at all. Then, Xiao He jumped down from the Pegasus' forehead and ran a few rounds around Xiao Hua as if he was having fun. Then, Xiao Hua kept the Pegasus into his space. Seeing that Xiao Hua kept the Pegasus, everyone became quiet. Ao Shuai's dragon might disappeared and Murong Tsongyan's lily rain was also kept. Duan Muqing stood at the balcony and coldly looked at Xiao Hua for a long time. Like old monster Ji Feng, although she was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing she could do. She turned around and entered the room. Only Zhu Qing flew over with a smile. She greeted Xiao Hua, who was descending from midair, and cupped her hands. "Congratulations, fellow Immortal Xiao." Hee hee, Xiao Hua laughed and said, "What are you congratulating for? Aren't you just here to ask for vitality stones? Take it." As he spoke, Xiao Hua extended his hand and took out a small Qingkuan bag from his bosom and handed it over to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly waved her hand. "Fellow Immortal Xiao, I am only here to congratulate you. You only need to hand over these vitality stones to Xiao Yi. Forget it, it's the same no matter who I give it to." Xiao Hua waved his hand and the small Qingkuan bag landed in Zhu Qing's hand. Zhu Qing had no choice but to accept it. She looked at it and said in a low voice, "Fellow Immortal, I have already seen the things in this small Qingkuan bag. However, I still need my subordinates to estimate the exact amount. Therefore, fellow Immortal Xiao is still not done with my Zhai Xing Lu." "Alright, then this Xiao will wait in the room." Xiao Hua nodded. Then, he looked around and sighed. "Your Bright Moon Palace's third floor was originally meant to hide our true faces. Now, I'm afraid that everyone will know that it was me who bid for this Pegasus." "Fellow Immortal, don't worry." Zhu Qing hurriedly said, "Just now, I saw clearly that fellow Immortal did not fly up into the sky. Furthermore, the vitality formation on the third floor and the auction hall still exists. Others might not know about it. Of course, this Pegasus is too conspicuous. No matter where fellow Immortal rides it, as long as it wants to fly, it will definitely be discovered by others. It is no different from revealing your true face today." "All right." Xiao Hua looked at the quiet third floor. He cupped his hands and said, "Thanks to young Master Zhu, I was able to find such an excellent mount. I am truly grateful. No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Zhu Qing waved her hand. "To be able to help fellow Immortal Xiao, I am also happy. This means that my Zhai Xing Lu is still useful to fellow immortal Xiao. Xiao Hua naturally understood the meaning behind Zhu Qing's words. He only smiled and nodded slightly. Then, he activated his flying talisman and returned to his room. Chapter 3301. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua enter the room, Fu Jiwen immediately stood up. Previously, he still doubted Xiao Hua's cultivation. Even now, he still couldn't figure out Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, from Murong Songyan's attitude towards Xiao Hua and old monster Ji Feng's attitude towards Xiao Hua, Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not a low-level cultivator with only primeval stones. How could he dare to neglect him? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior really had eyes but failed to see, young Master Fu. You are treating me as an outsider. Calling me fellow Taoist Xiao, I am very happy." Xiao Hua was obviously a little unhappy and hurriedly pulled Fu Jiwen up. Hee, all right. Fu Jiwen was also not a stickler for formalities. Seeing Xiao Hua stop him, he also stood up and said with a smile, "Then I will congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao for obtaining the Pegasus. In the future, no matter how big the hidden immortal continent is, it will all be under your feet." Same to you, same to you. Xiao Hua also said happily, "Actually, I also didn't expect to gain so much. This Pegasus is definitely a pleasant surprise." Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua said mysteriously in a low voice, "Young Master Fu, can you guess what I was planning to do when I first came to this auction?" "This?" Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Perhaps it was a pill? Or a cultivation technique? Either way, it should be related to the Dao sect, right?" "Ha ha ha, young Master Fu is very wrong." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "I first came to use primeval stones to exchange for some gold and silver and then get a map of the hidden immortal continent." Ah. Fu Jiwen was of course also shocked. Soon after, he said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's idea is really out of my expectations. Forget it, let's not talk about anything else." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "To be able to meet someone like young Master Fu is much harder than this Pegasus. The so-called 3 lifetimes of luck is exactly like this. I am the same." Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's unusually young face and the sincere gaze in his eyes and said with the same sincerity, "If not, AI, don't say that." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand again and took out a few spirit fruits from the space and said, "Let's use these fruits to stuff your mouth." Ha ha ha. Fu Jiwen laughed heartily. He hadn't felt this happy for a long time. Xiao Hua stood still in the room and raised his eyes to look out the window. The auction had already ended. Yu Linfeng was standing in mid-air giving a speech, which could be considered as sending off the people who had come to participate in the auction. There was no movement from the other windows on the 3rd floor. They must have already left their rooms. Xiao Yi, who was serving him, had not yet come over. Clearly, Zhai Xing Lu had not yet evaluated the spiritual herbs in his storage bag. He still had to wait for a while. What does old monster Ji Feng mean? At this moment, Xiao Hua frowned. He did not understand why old monster Ji Feng blocked him. From the looks of it, he wanted to trade the Pegasus with him. This was obviously impossible. But other than the heavenly horse, Xiao Hua couldn't see anything else about him that could attract old monster Ji Feng's attention. Right at this moment, Xiao Yi's voice resounded from outside. "Senior, a senior has come to visit. May I know if senior can invite this senior in?" "Hee, please come in." Xiao Hua hurriedly replied and walked to the door. Sure enough, with a flash of light, old monster Ji Feng did not hide his figure and walked into the room. Seeing that there was actually a Confucian scholar in Xiao Hua's room, old monster Ji Feng was clearly stunned. However, he only took a glance and did not care. Instead, he directly cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this old man greets you." Xiao Hua looked at old monster Ji Feng, who was several heads shorter than him. That slightly loose robe covered his body, and the hands and feet that were exposed outside of the robe were thin and small. They were basically mouse claws that did not change much. On the head that was wearing an official's hat, there was a small nose and a small mouth, and slightly trembling ears. He looked exactly like a human mouse, which was extremely strange. However, Xiaohua's gaze did not dare to linger on these places for long. He only swept a glance and raised his hand to return the greeting. He said with a smile, "This Xiao greets you. But I wonder why fellow Immortal Zhifeng is looking for this Xiao so urgently." Old monster Zhifeng shook the two long whiskers beside his sharp mouth and waved his hand. He said, "Fellow Immortal Zhifeng? Hee, why does it sound so awkward? Fellow Immortal Xiao, you should just call this old man Old Monster Zhifeng. What fellow immortal or fellow immortal, when used on humans like you from the hidden immortal continent, it is still pleasant to hear. When used on demons like this old man, it is truly uncomfortable." All right. Xiaohua did not understand what was different. Moreover, since old monster Zhifeng had already called him fellow immortal, then wasn't that putting him in the position of fellow immortal? However, he still nodded and said, "Since it's like this, you can just call this Xiaohua Xiao." Old monster Zhifeng nodded and said, "Xiaohua, this old man does not like the hypocrisy of you humans. You clearly have something to say, yet you still ask about my well-being for a long time. This old man likes to get straight to the point. This time, I came to find you to invite you to participate in an auction." Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fujiwen stood at the side, waiting for old monster Zhifeng to say a few words to Xiaohua so that he could immediately take the time to greet old monster Zhifeng and then leave. However, he did not expect that old monster Zhifeng had already spoken of his intentions in a few words. Fujiwen was caught unprepared and hurriedly said, "This one will wait outside first." "Young Master Fu, there is no need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said to old monster Zhifeng with a smile, "Fellow immortal, thank you for thinking highly of this Xiao. However, it is already late and this Xiao still has to rush back. Let's talk about this later." Xiaohua's intention was obviously to decline and not plan to go. However, old monster Zhifeng hurriedly said, "Xiaohua, this auction will be held in Bright Moon Lane, and it will be held in an hour. If you agree, this old man will bring you along right now." Old monster Zhifeng. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry and explained, "This Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse and has already given all the top-grade origin stones in my bag to Star Picking Lu. Now that my bag is empty, what's the use of going to that auction?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, old monster Zhifeng first laughed. "You humans are all hypocrites, your mouth is full of lies. This old man has been with you for a long time, even if I don't want to learn, I have learned it. Previously, this old man lied to Zhu Qing, saying that I only have 500,000 top-grade origin stones on me. Even he did not believe this, so how can this old man believe your words? This old man will definitely not believe that you do not have extra origin stones." Xiaohua rubbed his nose, looked at old monster Zhifeng and said indifferently, "You are right, this Xiao does have origin stones in this small Qingkuan bag. However, this Xiao does not want to participate in any auction anymore. Tonight, this Xiao's harvest has already satisfied this Xiao. Hee, this is nothing." Old monster Zhifeng waved his hand and said, "If this old man remembers correctly, you still have a so-called golden core cultivation method that you have not bid for. Of course, looking at your appearance, it is not because you do not have enough origin stones, but because that golden core cultivation method is not in your eyes, right? This is bad." Xiaohua saw that even old monster Zhifeng saw something fishy, and he unconsciously became vigilant. Just from this, they should be able to know this Zhao's cultivation level, right? Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, old monster Zhifeng advised again, "In the auction at Jiaxing Lu, due to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, your Dao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques, as well as some of the more secretive things of the Buddhist sect, do not dare to bid. However, in the auction that this old man is going to, there is no such misgivings. Presumably, the cultivation methods that you want can all be obtained. Even if the auction does not have the things that you want, you can also ask others to provide you with useful information. In short, this old man can pat his chest and guarantee that if you do not go, you will definitely regret it. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and could only say directly, Old Monster Zhifeng, this Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse is something that you must obtain. To be honest, this Xiao does not understand your intentions. Therefore, although this little one has the intention to follow you to take a look at the auction, this little one does not dare to casually agree. Moreover, you and I have never met before, this auction is not something that ordinary people can enter. Why do you insist on inviting this Xiao to go? Good. Old Monster Zhifeng clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua, since you have said it so clearly, then this old man will also open the window and speak frankly. At this point, Old Monster Zhifeng said to Fujiwen, you can leave first. The words that follow are not suitable for you to hear. Yes, this one understands. When Fujiwen nodded, he glanced at Xiaohua. After obtaining Xiaohua's approval, he hurriedly left. Xiaohua, what you said just now is extremely true. This heavenly horse is something that this old man must obtain. It is extremely beneficial to this old man's cultivation. Old Monster Zhifeng watched Fujiwen's back disappear, and hurriedly explained, however, you only know one side of the story and do not know the other. Other than this auction at Jai Xinglu having a heavenly horse, the auction after that will also have a strange beast that is similar to the heavenly horse. Previously, this old man sent a sound transmission to the Eastern Sea Patrol envoy, Ao Shui, regarding the auction. This old man promised to help him obtain that strange beast. A strange beast that even the Eastern Sea Patrol envoy is interested in. This old man does not need to say anything, right? Oh. Xiaohua suddenly understood, and said with a nod, you invited this Xiao to participate in the auction to ask this Xiao to help you, right? Indeed. Old Monster Zhifeng said with a smile, to be precise, I want to borrow the power of your demon pet. How do I help? What benefits does this Xiao have? What benefits? Hee, Xiaohua, without this old man's guidance, you will not be able to enter this auction, and will not be able to bid for anything from the Dao sect. This is the benefit. Old Monster Zhifeng said with a cold smile, as for how to help, this old man has not thought of it yet. Actually, this old man and Ao Shui have already reached an agreement. With the strength of our two sects, we will definitely be able to obtain that strange beast. This old man is only bringing you along as a hidden chess piece. If it can be used, that would be the best. If it can't be used, it is also fine. This is also the reason why this old man cannot give you any other benefits. Allow this Xiao to think about it. Xiaohua said with a frown. All right. Old Monster Zhifeng nodded, however, you do not have much time. This old man will wait here. If you agree. Chapter 3302. Without waiting for Old Monster Zhifeng to finish speaking, light flashed at the door of the room, and Zhu Qing's voice came from outside. Fellow Immortal Xiao, may I enter? Hee, young Master Zhu, please enter. Xiaohua heard this, turned his head, and hastily called out. When Zhu Qing came in and saw that Old Monster Zhifeng was also in the room, he wasn't surprised at all. He only nodded towards Old Monster Zhifeng and said to Xiaohua, fellow Immortal Xiao, the items in your small Qingkuan bag have already been appraised. It's more than 500,000 top-grade origin stones, but it's difficult to estimate exactly how much more it is. Therefore, I've specially come to explain to fellow Immortal Xiao. If fellow Immortal Xiao is willing to wait, please rest for a while in Star Picking Tower. When the sun rises, I'll return the excess origin stones to fellow Immortal Xiao. If fellow Immortal Xiao is unwilling to wait, then it won't be too late for fellow Immortal Xiao to come and take the VIP token when you have the time. Moreover, Fellow Immortal Xiao can use this token to take primal stones from other Zhai Xing Lu on the hidden Immortal continent. You can also use this token to wait for more benefits and information from my Zhai Xing Lu. As he spoke, Zhu Qing took out a golden star tablet from his bosom. 6 stars were engraved on it, and countless star patterns were overflowing on the 6 stars. Since I can take it anywhere, why should I wait here for so long? Xiao Hua was very happy when he heard this. He took the star tablet and said with a smile, "Fellow Immortal Xiao is now my Zhai Xing Lu's VIP. If you have the chance in the future, please visit my Zhai Xing Lu more often." Seeing Xiao Hua accept the star tablet without any trace of politeness, Zhu Qing was also happy. He said with a smile, "That's right, young Master Duanmu has just left Zhai Xing Lu. According to my subordinate's report, he has already boarded the golden carriage. The coachman has brought more than 10 cultivators and is waiting in front of Zhai Xing Lu's door. These cultivators aren't ordinary Confucian scholars. They look similar to the coachman. Fellow Immortal Xiao, please be careful when you go out. Since I'm your Zhai Xing Lu's VIP, why can't Zhai Xing Lu protect me?" Xiao Hua asked sarcastically. Zhu Qing said with a smile, "If fellow Immortal Xiao is in my Zhai Xing Lu, I will definitely protect you with my life. But once we leave Zhai Xing Lu, I won't be able to take care of you. Moreover, young Master Duanmu is also an honored guest of Zhai Xing Lu. How can I favor one over the other? Forget it, forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "It's just a clown, don't mention it." "Oh, young Master Zhu, according to old demon Ji Feng, there's a place in Bright Moon Lane where the auction is being held. Do you know of it?" Zhu Qing was stunned and asked curiously, "Oh? There's also a auction? Why didn't I know about it?" But it wasn't clear from his face whether he really didn't know. However, no matter how big Bright Moon Lane was, how could it escape Zhu Qing's eyes and ears? Xiao Hua didn't believe that Zhu Qing didn't know about the auction. However, since Zhu Qing didn't admit it, Xiao Hua couldn't do anything about it. However, he still held on to the last bit of hope and asked, "It's normal that Zhu Gongzi doesn't know about it. However, this Xiao wants to know, in this auction that even Zhu Gongzi doesn't know about, would there be something that Bright Moon Palace didn't have?" This. Zhu Qing hesitated slightly, glanced at old demon Ji Feng and said, "The auction that fellow Immortal Xiao mentioned isn't public, so it can't be confirmed by the Copper Pillar country's royal family. Therefore, in that auction, the cultivators who participate in the auction won't be in Bright Moon Palace. With the protection of Zhu Qing and the other masters, their safety can be guaranteed. Moreover, everything in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction has been appraised. My Zhai Xing Lu can guarantee that it won't be fake. As for the auction that fellow Immortal Xiao mentioned, it depends on one's own vision. No one can guarantee the authenticity of the treasures, so the result of the auction can only be borne by oneself. Of course, this auction doesn't put the rules of hidden Immortal Continent in their eyes, and also doesn't put the Copper Pillar country's royal family in their eyes. In particular, they absolutely won't have the same misgivings as my Zhai Xing Lu, not daring to bid for anything. Fellow Immortal Xiao is looking for Dao Sex medicinal pills. They can be found there. Okay, thank you young Master Zhu for your explanation. This Xiao understands." Xiao Hua nodded and made his decision. He turned to the silent old demon Ji Feng and said, "This Xiao has decided to participate in that auction. However, since this Xiao didn't get any promises from you, then this Xiao can't promise you anything." "Good." Old demon Ji Feng clapped his hands and said, "It's as you said. We will head there now. Actually, this old man wants to borrow your matter. When you see it, you will definitely take the initiative to join hands with this old man. You don't have to worry at all." Zhu Qing saw that Xiao Hua still decided to head there even though he had made his words so clear. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had been in Zhai Xing Lu for so many years and finally found a cultivator who could head to Star Moon Palace. How could he bear to give up? After thinking for a while, Zhu Qing still reminded, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, there is an old saying in hidden Immortal Continent, a greedy snake tries to swallow an elephant. Fellow Immortal Xiao has already bid for many rare treasures in my Zhai Xing Lu today. This Jew feels that fellow Immortal Xiao should stop before going too far. Of course, this is this Jew's own opinion. If fellow Immortal Xiao feels that it is very safe to head there with fellow Immortal Ji Feng, then just pretend that this Jew never said this. After speaking, Zhu Qing didn't look at Xiao Hua's and old demon Ji Feng's expressions. He cupped his hands and said, "Once again, I thank both fellow immortals for coming to my Zhai Xing Lu. I hope that I can still see both fellow immortals at the next auction." Although Zhu Qing emphasized the two words, "still can," she didn't stay any longer. She turned around and left. Old demon Ji Feng's expression didn't change. Seeing Zhu Qing leave, he also smiled and said, "What little friend Zhu said is indeed reasonable. This old man can't guarantee your safety. You have to consider it carefully." It's fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao isn't a 3-year-old boy. How can I not understand these interests? Since this Xiao has decided to head there, then let's go. Please." A strange look flashed across old demon Ji Feng's eyes. However, this strange look was so obscure that Xiao Hua couldn't see it. Soon after, old demon Ji Feng raised his hand to signal. Xiao Hua opened the door and followed old demon Ji Feng to the door. At this moment, other than the two women and Fu Jiwen, there was no one else at the door. One of the unfamiliar women saw old demon Ji Feng come out and hastily walked to the side and respectfully saluted. Xiao Yi, who was in Xiao Hua's room, also respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Xiao Yi respectfully sent Senior off. "Have the other VIPs in the other rooms left?" Xiao Hua nodded and asked tentatively. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Senior knows." Xiao Yi doesn't know if the other VIPs have left or not. However, if there is nothing else, they have already left Zhai Xing Lu. "All right, lead the way." Xiao Hua glanced at old demon Ji Feng and instructed Xiao Yi, "Senior, this way please." Xiao Yi responded and led Xiao Hua and the others out of the Bright Moon Palace. After a few steps, they arrived under the straight osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua paused slightly and sized up this osmanthus tree. He then turned his head to look at the huge vermilion palace. He couldn't help but think of the girl in Longevity Town who liked little white rabbits. I wonder how her injuries are. Her relationship with her father, has it already been mended? Xiao Hua was just thinking about it. He then followed Xiao Yi out of the moon door because he knew that the lifespan of people in the secular world was extremely short. Although Hao family's eldest miss was still young, once he left Longevity Town, who knew when he would be able to return? He was afraid that this girl would never see him again in her lifetime. The moon door was still as bright as the moon. However, when Xiao Hua walked past the moon door, a cool breeze blew past and the mask on his face suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a short flight of stairs. Looking to the side, other than himself, there was no one else. Xiao Yi was also gone. Sigh, I still wanted to give this girl a piece of primeval stone. Although Xiao Hua knew that this was Zhai Xing Lu's arrangement, he still felt somewhat regretful. He then stepped down the stairs. After only a dozen steps, there was another moon door at the bottom of the stairs. After passing through the moon door, he saw the empty Zhai Xing Lu. At this time, there was nothing but bright lights in Zhai Xing Lu. Even the green-robed youth from before was nowhere to be seen. Come. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then raised his voice. Senior, what instructions do you have? As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a green-robed youth answered and bowed respectfully. I have something to ask of. Number 307. How can I summon him? Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed youth's unfamiliar face and said. Number 307? Oh, Senior is looking for number 307 in the Star Palace. Senior, please wait a moment. The green-robed youth was stunned at first, but immediately understood. He hurriedly answered and turned to leave. At this time, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and ordered again, "That's right. Does your Star Palace sell the 100 Classics of Thought?" "The 100 Classics of Thought?" The green-robed youth was even more stunned. He smiled and said, "If Senior wants Confucian cultivation methods, my Zhai Xinglu naturally has them. But when it comes to the 100 Classics of Thought, they are all ordinary things in the Confucian Academy. This junior really does not know. You go find number 307 and tell him what I said." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Tell him to come as soon as possible." The green-robed youth did not dare to be negligent. After cupping his hands, he hurriedly turned around a corner and disappeared. Xiaohua looked around the silent Zhai Xinglu and saw the open door. He knew that this was not the only door at this time. There must be one in front of old monster Jifeng and Fujiwen. Fine, let me see what the Duanmu family is planning. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He reached out and took out the wishful staff, then slowly walked out of Zhai Xinglu. Xiaohua stepped out of the door and saw a light flash in front of him. He was standing in front of Zhai Xinglu in the night. At this time, it was probably past midnight. In the deep night sky, the bright moon was abnormally bright, covering the nearby stars. Xiaohua was used to seeing the starry sky of the bright moon palace. He could not tell which was the real starry sky and whether he had walked out of the bright moon palace. Chapter 3303. Senior, you are out. In front of Zhai Xinglu, Xiao Jian was anxiously waiting with Yuanya and Lu Yi. Seeing Xiaohua come out, he happily called out, "N." Xiaohua lightly nodded and looked to the side. Around 10 feet away, Fujiwen also hurriedly walked over. He seemed to be a little anxious from waiting. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Fujiwen approached and looked at Xiao Jian and the rest. He whispered, "Is this your disciple?" "Not really a disciple." Xiaohua waved his hand and asked, "Where is old demon Jifeng?" Senior Jifeng left first. Before he left, he asked fellow Daoist Xiao to be sure to reach the bridge in front of Drifting Smoke River in 15 minutes. There is a dragon boat parked there. If Senior can't make it, then, you don't have to go this time. Xiaohua nodded and asked, "Do you know that place?" "I know that place. It is only a few dozen feet away from Zhai Xinglu. It is right there." Fujiwen pointed with his finger and smiled. "Hee, do you still need 15 minutes? Xiaohua smiled coldly and raised his eyes to look outside the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. He saw that at the location of Dark Night, there were a dozen boorish men wearing the same golden armor as Duanmu Qiu standing there in a strange formation. They looked scattered and strange. "Young Master Fu, you wait and get to know them." Xiaohua said, "Later, you will follow them to Seven Suns Temple." After speaking, without waiting for Fujiwen to speak, Xiaohua waved the wishful staff in his hand. The staff let out a whooshing sound in the night sky. "Where is Duanmu Qing?" Xiaohua walked out of Zhai Xinglu's signboard and faced Duanmu Qiu. Xiaohua glanced at the golden carriage parked in the distance and the dragon horse pulling the carriage. "Humph, you better remember that my name is Duanmu Qiu. This matter has nothing to do with my young master." Duanmu Qiu took 2 steps forward. The golden armor on his body made a clattering sound. With a hong sound, he took down a huge copper spine from his shoulder and placed it on the ground. The ground nearby shook. Then, Duanmu Qiu looked at Xiaohua with a sinister smile and said, "When my family's young master just came out, he also told me about this matter and asked me to keep the peace. However, I feel that even though I was the one who offended you in the first place, if you had stopped the dragon horse and grabbed the horsewhip, I would definitely have gotten off the carriage and apologized to you. But you actually pulled me out of the car when I wasn't paying attention. This is an insult to my reputation. If I don't defeat you, will I still have the face to get on the carriage?" How could he have the face to continue staying in the Duanmu clan? What face do I have to face the Duanmu surname? Xiaohua looked at the people behind Duanmu Qiu. An obvious killing intent was emitted from these people. Moreover, after passing through this scattered formation, this killing intent actually condensed together and shrouded him from afar. It was as if he said something wrong, this killing intent would turn into a huge sword and smash him into pieces. Xiaohua patiently listened to Duanmu Qiu's explanation and said coldly, "So you've entangled so many people? Bullying with numbers?" "I'm not bullying you with numbers. These are my good friends. They heard that you have amazing divine power and that you can subdue a dragon horse. They all want to come and see for themselves." Duanmu Qiu was obviously someone who had been taught by others. His words were seamless and flawless. "Good." Xiaohua nodded. "This old man will ask you one last question. If this matter has nothing to do with Duanmu Qing, then does it have anything to do with the Duanmu clan?" He. Duanmu Qiu laughed coldly. "I really want to do as you wish and say that this matter has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. But I and these good friends behind me, most of them have the surname Duanmu. Do you think this matter has anything to do with the Duanmu clan?" "Ha ha ha." Xiaohua laughed heartily. With a flip of his hand, a flying talisman was placed on his body. "As expected, you're still a bunch of dogs who rely on their master's power. You don't even dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. However, since you all want to use the Duanmu clan as a fig leaf, then this old man will give the Duanmu clan face." Hit! Xiaohua shouted as his figure soared into the sky. He raised the wishful steel staff and smashed it towards Duanmu Qiu's face with a whining sound. Good. Duanmu Qiu had been accumulating his power for a long time. Seeing that Xiaohua had made his move, he also roared loudly. He stomped his feet and a light cloud appeared under his feet, lifting his body up. The muscles on his arms flowed like water and with a "hoo" sound, he lifted up the huge copper spine. Following a gust of wind around Duanmu Qiu, he rushed towards Xiaohua's wishful steel rod. At the same time, the 10 people behind Duanmu Qiu also moved. Each of them let out a loud roar and brandished their fists and legs, striking towards Xiaohua's direction with all their might. Woo! It was as if a mountain was collapsing. 10 streams of noble spirit that were enough to split rocks were triggered by them. Following the rush of everyone's fists, these 10 streams of noble spirit condensed and merged into one in mid-air, forming a cloud that was like a fist. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It surpassed Duanmu Qiu's copper spine and smashed towards Xiaohua from top to bottom. The wind whistled as Xiaohua flew in mid-air. That gust of wind hit his face and almost pressed him to the ground. Within that gust of wind, the noble spirit was like a red fire that wanted to ignite him. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Although his voice was blown away by the noble spirit, it still clearly resounded in the night sky. The noble spirit is controlled by people like you who rely on their master's power. How can it be called noble spirit? How can there be righteousness? Even if all of you have righteous spirit flowing from every pore of your body, you are still not this Zhao's match. As he spoke, Xiaohua shook his hand and threw out dozens of fire talismans. Each of them drew a slightly mysterious arc and attacked the fist-like noble spirit. He did not face the combined attack of the 10 people at all. The wishful staff drew a shadow in mid-air and hit Duanmu Qiu's copper spine. Seeing that Xiaohua actually used an unexpected method to attack the combined attack of the 10 people, Duanmu Qiu was shocked at first. However, seeing the wishful staff that was as thick as a goose egg was about to hit him, he also sneered, "I'll let you have a taste of my copper spine." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. The copper spine was hit by the wishful staff. That loud bang was like the impact of a mountain. Not only did it interrupt Duanmu Qiu's arrogance, it also shook his arm until it was numb. Both of his hands could not hold the copper spine at all. His entire body was uncontrollably sent flying under the huge force. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since you dare to challenge me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me." Duanmu Qiu's body was out of control, but his eyes were not affected. Seeing Xiaohua chasing after him like a fish, Duan Muqiu's heart was greatly shocked. The true qi in his middle dantian was rapidly twitching. The elemental energy around his body was also surging out like a river, trying to resist Xiaohua's pursuit. However, before the elemental energy could rush out, a soul thorn sharper than a sword rushed into Duan Muqiu's mind. Duan Muqiu was in so much pain that his vision turned black and the elemental energy immediately stopped. He could no longer raise it. When Duan Muqiu saw the light and shadow again, Xiaohua's inconspicuous wishful staff hit his two arms faster than the wind. Duan Muqiu's great shock had already turned into great regret at this time. When the wishful staff touched the golden armor, countless inscriptions flew out from the golden armor, and the entire golden armor shone with golden light. Unfortunately, as soon as the inscriptions flew out, they immediately turned into dust under the wishful staff. The golden armor was destroyed, but what about Duan Muqiu's arms? However, no one was paying attention to Duan Muqiu's arm right now. Just as Duan Muqiu was sent flying, a series of thunderous rumbles resounded in the air. A dozen fire talismans were comparable to a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators' attack. Not only did they defeat the extremely powerful noble qi, but they were also like a torrent of heavenly fire as they surged towards the ground and completely enveloped the ground in a radius of several hundred feet. Roar! The dozen or so people naturally saw Xiaohua's fire talisman, but they didn't expect the fire talisman to be so powerful. Seeing that their combined attack was about to be defeated, they hastily let out a deep roar. They didn't panic too much as they brandished their fists and feet. Another dozen or so streams of yuanli rushed out from their bodies, affecting hundreds of streams of righteous qi, forming a palm-like shape that supported the fire talisman. Huff! After the giant palm passed, more than half of the fire was extinguished. Although the remaining fire fell from the sky and still had some power, it was no longer a threat to these golden-armored soldiers. These people did not pay attention to it and hurriedly looked at Duan Muqiu, but before they could see Duan Muqiu's figure, a green light flashed in the air and an angry voice sounded at the same time, "Xiaohua! You, how can you be so ruthless? Young Master Duanmu!" The dozen golden-armored soldiers were shocked. They looked at Duan Muqing who was standing on a green cloud and then looked at the direction Duan Muqing was glaring at. Ah! Everyone was shocked. In the distance, there was a row of tall trees. But now, 3 or 4 of them were lying on the ground. On the last tree, Duan Muqiu, who was wearing golden armor, was lying on the ground like the tree. Blood was flowing out from his 7 orifices. The awe-inspiring copper spine that he was holding in his hand was now lying on the ground like Duan Muqiu. However, it was in a worse state than Duan Muqiu. It had been broken into 2. Ah Qiu! The eyes of the dozen or so golden-armored soldiers were completely red. A few of them quickly rushed over, while the remaining dozen or so people slowly formed a formation and walked towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua only coldly swept a glance at these people and did not pay any attention to them. He looked at Duan Muqing and replied, "Duan Muqing, how am I ruthless? Did I kill Duan Muqiu? Did I kill these Huang clan soldiers? You can just defeat Ah Qiu. Why did you shatter his arms?" Duan Muqing bit her lips and said, "Ah Qiu does not know your strength, but I do. You are his senior. Why did you bully him like this? Do you still want face?" Chapter 3304. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly. "You also know that I am Duan Muqiu's senior. Then why didn't you stop him? Since he dared to offend me, why can't I teach him a lesson? Is this old man's face to be offended?" Soon after, Xiaohua pointed at the dozen people who were approaching and coldly said, "Look at these people. They clearly know that they are no match for me, so why did they still charge forward? Could it be that I can't make a move just because I am a senior? Could it be that they dare to do whatever they want just because they have the name Duanmu? Don't they know how to respect their seniors? Why don't you say that they are bullying you with numbers? They only know that your arms have shocking divine strength and can subdue a dragon horse, so they want to see it for themselves. Why should I stop them? Duan Muqing looked at Xiao Hua without backing down and said, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious and merciless. You haven't seen true vicious and merciless yet. Seeing that the dozen people were already below him, Xiao Hua indifferently said, you, or these golden armored soldiers are willing, I will let you see what is vicious and merciless. Xiao Hua, are you challenging my Duanmu family? Duan Muqing's eyes flashed with a strange light as she said loudly. Duan Muqing, are you challenging me? Xiao Hua also coldly snorted, his voice was not inferior to Duan Muqing's. Duan Muqing naturally hoped that Xiao Hua would answer, but Xiao Hua did not answer directly and instead threatened Duan Muqing. If Duan Muqing wanted an answer, it seemed that she would have to answer Xiao Hua first. But if Duan Muqing answered, Xiao Hua would immediately make a move and kill Duan Muqing before challenging the Duanmu family. Duan Muqing's eyes were bright as she stared at Xiao Hua. She was quickly considering whether she should make a move. Unfortunately, when she thought of Xiao Hua's divine strength, Hua Fu, Little Black, Pegasus, and even Xiao Hua's strength of first-grade essence force, Duan Muqing did not have any confidence. Forget it. Duan Muqing waved her hand. Qiu is the driver of my Duanmu clan's golden chariot. You injuring Qiu is not something that I can do anything about. In the future, there will naturally be people who will question you. Xiao Hua, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some cultivation. There's always someone better than you. There are still many people and things that you don't know about. Duan Muqing, I will remember your words. However, this Xiao will also give you a piece of advice. Don't think that no one knows what's going on here. Even the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators can't block the mouths of the people of the world. A carriage driver from the Duanmu clan was so precious that he could only bully others, but others couldn't retaliate? This Xiao is waiting for your Duanmu family's punishment. I want to see if the so-called scholarly clans of today still have justice, fairness, and justice. Justice, fairness, and justice? A trace of mockery flashed in Duan Muqing's eyes. She smiled coldly and waved her hand, let's go. Let this Taoist priest wait for his justice. As she spoke, Duan Muqing waved her hand. She activated the light cloud under her feet and landed on the golden carriage in the distance. At this moment, Duan Muqiu had already stood up with the help of 2 golden armored soldiers. Although his arms were shattered and his body was injured, his legs were fine. He looked a little weak as he walked, but when he turned his head to look at Xiao Hua, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. The other 10 golden armored soldiers were afraid that Xiao Hua would suddenly injure them and didn't dare to be careless. They arranged themselves in a scattered formation and slowly left. In just a moment, they had all gathered around the golden carriage. As for Xiao Hua, he didn't even place these golden armored soldiers in his eyes. When Duan Muqing flew away, he didn't stop. He sent out his divine perception and saw that the few divine perception and essence perception that came into contact with his divine perception had all retreated and landed in front of Zhai Xinglu's signboard. Below the signboard, other than Fu Jiwen, Xiao Jian, and the others, there was only the green-clothed youth called number 307. At this moment, the green-clothed youth's eyes flashed with an indescribable brilliance. When he saw Xiao Hua land, he hurriedly bowed respectfully, Junior greets Senior. And, have you done what I instructed you to do? Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and asked the green-clothed youth. Junior has done it. The green-clothed youth hurriedly took out a small Qinkuan bag and handed it over. Other than the map and some strange items that Senior wanted, Junior has also helped Senior find the 100 classics of thought. In addition, Senior gave me a lot of essence stones. Junior took the initiative to find some common cultivation techniques for Senior. Xiao Hua took the small Qinkuan bag and kept it without even looking. He took out a few mid-grade essence stones and handed them over, smiling, many thanks to you this time. These are some thanks from this old man. I don't dare, I don't dare. The green-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand. There are still a few pieces of essence stones left from Senior. Take it. Xiao Hua flung his hand and the essence stones landed in front of the youth. If you can, give 2 pieces to Bright Moon Palace's Xiao Yi. After speaking, Xiao Hua left without turning his head back. Seeing Xiao Hua leave, Fu Jiwen, Xiao Jian, and the others hurriedly chased after him. After several people left, Zhu Qing slowly walked out of Zhai Xing Lu's door and looked at their backs with deep worry on her face. Tower Master. The green-clothed youth took the essence stones and said in a low voice, that senior insisted on giving this. And, keep it for yourself. Give 2 pieces to Lianhong. Zhu Qing nodded, but her gaze left Xiao Hua and the others and looked at the river in the distance. The green-clothed youth didn't dare to disturb Zhu Qing and hurriedly entered Zhai Xing Lu. Zhu Qing kept watching, and after a long while, she sighed, midnight has already passed, and the ghosts have already returned. But why are there still so many demons in this world? Xiao Hua didn't hear Zhu Qing's sigh. Instead, under Fu Jiwen's lead, he came to the side of a stone arch bridge. The river under the stone arch bridge still flowed as before, but the clear river water was now filled with the smell of alcohol and cosmetics. Occasionally, there would be Confucian headscarves and women's tube tops floating by. It was unknown which debauchee did this. At this moment, a pleasure boat was docked by the river bank. This pleasure boat was several meters in size and was almost as wide as the river. Moreover, this pleasure boat was different from the usual ones. At the railing in front of the pleasure boat, there was a coiling dragon carved from red paulownia wood, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws fiercely. In the middle of the boat, where the boat's tower was completely hollow. Strips of gauze covered the empty railing. Although some lights could be seen through the gauze, the situation inside could not be seen. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing this pleasure boat from afar, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, this should be the dragon boat that the demon clan senior mentioned. Yes, there's no mistake. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and said with a nod, this Xiao will get on the dragon boat now. You follow Xiao Jian and the others back to Seven Suns Temple first. When Xiao Hua returns tomorrow morning, we will pay a visit to Great Master Dao Shan together. Yes. Fu Jiwen replied and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Ever since Xiao Jian came out from Star Picking Tower, other than being anxious, he was only depressed. Other than being silent, there was only silence. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Xiao Jian didn't get anything from the auction and was worried about when he would recover his cultivation. However, he didn't say anything and turned to walk towards the dragon boat. Senior, be careful. Lu Yi looked at Xiao Hua's back and couldn't help but shout. Yes, I know. You all should go back and rest early. Xiao Hua turned his head and smiled. He waved his hand and said, this Xiao will return tomorrow morning. When he walked to the front of the pleasure boat, 2 strands of divine sense and 2 strands of divine sense swept over him. Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, since you want to watch the show, why don't you go closer? Watching from afar. I'm afraid it's not satisfying enough. Hee, fellow Immortal Xiao is really awe-inspiring. Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a charming voice rang out. Then, the exceptionally beautiful Princess Baihua walked out from the veil of the pleasure boat and looked at Xiao Hua with a faint smile. Moonlight beauty, it's all the moon's fault. The beauty was unexpectedly so smooth. Princess Baihua. Xiao Hua saw Princess Baihua appear and was clearly startled. He just thought that the divine sense belonged to Murong Songyun. Oh. Princess Baihua's smile froze and stayed at the corner of her mouth. Instantly, the moonlight shining on Princess Baihua's body cooled down. Could it be that fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't want this servant to appear again? Could it be that fellow Immortal Xiao thinks that someone else is here to help you? No, no. The soft-hearted Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let the beauty have a hidden grudge. He hurriedly smiled and said, this Xiao is only a commoner in the mountains. I thought that a royal family like the princess would definitely have thousands of brave guards. You only came to Star Picking Tower to have a look. Since you got the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, why don't you hurry back home happily? How could you stay in Bronze Pillar country for long? Therefore, when this Xiao saw the princess, he couldn't help but exclaim. How could there be a second person as beautiful as the princess in this world? Gidge. Princess Baihua laughed. It was very sweet and even clearer than the flowing water under the pleasure boat. Fellow Taoist Zhao's mouth seems to be more powerful than his fists and feet. In the future, I don't know how many women will be deceived by fellow Taoist Xiao. This servant needs to consider whether my Cha New country should issue a decree to prohibit fellow Taoist Xiao from entering and leaving Cha New country. Ayaya, how can that be? Xiao Hua said happily and smoothly said, this Xiao still wants to go to Cha New country one day to congratulate Princess Baihua on ascending to the throne of the country. This decree of yours has really cut off this Xiao's thoughts. In the future, if I can't see a heavenly beauty like the princess again, wouldn't I be depressed to death? Jejejej. Princess Baihua's laughter became louder and louder. She seemed to enjoy Xiao Hua's undisguised flattery. Xiao Hua, if you want to go, then hurry up and get on the boat. In a moment, this boat will set sail. Old monster Zhifeng's voice sounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you continue to tease that little girl under the boat, even if you want to go, you won't be able to go. After seeing Princess Baihua, how could this Xiao still want to go to any other place? Xiao Hua sighed and flew up. I only wish to stand by this river for 100 days and 1,000 days. I also won't feel tired. Chapter 3305. Really? Princess Baihua's face blushed, even her jade-like neck turned red. Princess Baihua slightly lowered her head, her cloud-like black hair fluttered in the wind, and her white chin rested on her palace dress. Of course I'm lying to you. How many words of truth can these Taoist priests speak? If they don't have glib tongues, how can they fill their stomachs? A cold voice came from the veil of the pleasure boat. If you don't believe me, I'll catch a few Taoist priests on the streets of Bronze Pillar country tomorrow for you to see. Xiao Hua was also familiar with this voice. It was the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's Inspector Ao Shuai. Xiao Hua landed on the pleasure boat and looked up to see the situation inside the veil. The pleasure boat was very quiet. There were only 4 red lanterns around the boat, and then there were a few chairs. At this time, there were 2 Yao sitting on the chairs. Xiao Hua was secretly puzzled. Strange. Why don't I see Murong Songyun? But just as he was puzzled, Xiao Hua frowned and said, it's even stranger. Murong Songyun didn't say she would come to the auction, but I thought she would come. What does her not coming have to do with me? Why do I suddenly think of her? Xiao Hua. Princess Baihua's voice suddenly became like a mosquito. Why don't you answer my question? Are you thinking of someone else? How could that be? Xiao Hua said with a smile, I'm just thinking, what is the national surname of Cha New country? This Zhao Qian Sun Li Zhou Wu Jing Wang is too hard to guess. It seems like I have no choice but to cultivate my Dao sex divination techniques first. Pft pft. Princess Baihua was about to laugh, but suddenly she seemed to realize something. The blush on her face became even more intense. She hurriedly covered her mouth and laughed in a low voice. Her eyes actually flickered. She didn't dare to stare at Xiao Hua like before. Xiao Hua, it's windy and snowy outside. Why don't you come in and have a drink? Old Demon Jifeng sat on a chair, his short legs hanging in the air, and shouted. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand. Your Highness, the wind and frost outside is strong. Don't let the wind and frost blow the princess's flower-like face. The bashfulness on Princess Baihua's face gradually disappeared, and she stepped into the veil. However, after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said with a smile, Brother Xiao, don't mention the word princess again in the future. This servant's name is Xine, and my nickname is Xian Er. After saying that, she giggled again and quickly stepped into the light muslin room. Brother Xiao? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed his nose and mocked himself. Am I really that young? Humph. Not waiting for Xiaohua to walk into the veil, Ao Shuai's cold snort once again sounded out. In this world, the three things that you can't trust the most are the promises of a cultivator, the feelings of a cultivator, and the reasons of a cultivator. If a cultivator gave you an everlasting promise, you could rest assured. That was because he didn't have any confidence in the feelings between the two of you. Instead, he placed his feelings on time. But what was time? What cultivators did not lack the least was time. If a cultivator deeply revealed his sweet words to you as soon as he met you, you could rest assured that he had definitely said these words to others before. Otherwise, how could he so skillfully dissect the feelings in his heart? Let you see the freshness within? As for the reasons of cultivators, TSK, they are even lighter than the dewdrops in the grass. They appear every day, but every time, when the sun rises, these dewdrops disappear. The reasons of cultivators are all kinds of excuses, appearing and disappearing at any time. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To tell the truth, Princess Baihua was indeed very beautiful. She was just like her name. She had the beauty of 100 flowers, but also the bashfulness of 100 flowers. However, how could he be like Ao Shuai and spread his peacock tail as soon as he met her and let her admire him? Men, after seeing a beautiful woman, casually saying a few words, wasn't that normal? Besides, such a night, such a moon, even if it was somewhat ambiguous, it was still the moon that caused the disaster, right? There was no need to beat all the cultivators in the world to death all at once. Lord Inspector, you seem to also be a cultivator, right? Could it be that this is your experience when you were young? Xiaohua walked into the light muslin, glanced at the arrogant Ao Shuai who was sitting on the chair, and said indifferently. Who knew that Ao Shuai only glanced at him and choked Xiaohua with a sentence, "This old man is a demon, and even more so a dragon. This is an innate divine ability, the darling of heaven and earth. How could you cultivators compare to me? Don't use the word cultivators in this world have already become unbearably dirty on this envoy's head. In this envoy's eyes, you cultivators are the greediest locusts in the mortal world." Xiaohua frowned. He coldly glanced at Ao Shuai and no longer paid any attention to him. Who would want to talk to this ugly dragon-headed humanoid? Hee, Brother Ao's words are a bit extreme. Old Monster Jifeng, who was sitting on the other chair, hastily stood up and reached out with his hand. He took out a dark green copper pot and a wine cup from his bosom, walked in front of Xiaohua, smiled and handed it over to Xiaohua, then said to Ao Shuai, "How many billions of cultivators are there in the world?" "So many cultivators, how can you generalize them? There must be someone as straightforward as Xiaohua, right?" Ao Shuai glanced at old demon Jifeng from the corner of his eyes. He raised his hand and poured the wine that was as red as blood into his mouth. He said indifferently, "We demons are the true rulers of this world. Humans are nothing more than food for us. They have taken advantage of the heavens to live in this world. But now, these locust-like things have actually occupied 2 continents, squeezing us geniuses to the 1,000-demon sacred realm. Our sacred dragon race has no choice but to settle down in the dragon palace of the 4 seas." Dragon palace, sounds very mysterious, but that is the bottom of the ocean. It doesn't see the sun all day long, it only relies on pearls for illumination, regardless of whether it is armor or weapons. They are all covered in seaweed and rust. Who wouldn't want to lie under the warm sunshine, sleep in, and stretch their bodies? Unfortunately, these places are all occupied by humans. Even when this old man is rolling on the beach, there are people peeping. Hee. Old Monster Jifeng smiled and raised his hand, indicating Xiaohua to pour wine for him, but he himself tried to smooth things over. "Brother Ao is from the dragon race, your birth is noble. This old man is nothing more than a lowly demon. How can I have so many thoughts? To be able to cultivate for one more day, to live for one more day is this old man's pursuit. As for whether it is a human, demon, Confucian, Buddhist, or even Taoist, this old man doesn't care." As he spoke, He pointed at the wine in front of Ao Shuai and said with a smile, "Besides, isn't Brother Ao's wine the 100 flowers little girl's toast? Your Dragon Palace's wine is indeed good, but there is only one taste. Drinking it every day is already boring, right? How can it compare to Hidden Immortal Continent's endless wine? Also, the cultivators that Brother Ao mentioned just now, hehe, don't tell me that Brother Ao didn't transform into a human to train in the mortal world?" Humph. Xiaohua at the side snorted coldly, "My human race is the spirit of all living things, where the heaven and earth are. No matter if it is intelligence or cultivation, we are the best. When cultivating, we can advance 1,000 miles in a day. How can demons compare?" The best medium for cultivation in the world was none other than human beings. Everything in the world would eventually transform into the Tao of human form. That was why there were so many flowers, birds, fishes, and insects in the world who tried their best and went through all kinds of trials and tribulations to finally attain the Tao and cultivate into a human form. However, there are so many twists and turns. Only when they reach the basic human form can they obtain the simplest conditions for cultivation. You are the Eastern Sea Patrol. Didn't you also go to the mortal world of my human race to train? Taste all the flavors of my human race? Sharpen my intellect? Ha, ha ha ha. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ao Shuai laughed until he swayed back and forth, those sharp dragon claws scratching in the air as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. Seeing Ao Shuai laughing at him like this, Xiao Hua didn't say much. He raised the wine pot and sniffed it, then placed it on the table in front of him. Although the spiritual wine was good, Xiao Hua didn't like it. Now, in front of Ao Shuai and old demon Ji Feng, he couldn't drink too much. While Ao Shuai was laughing, the dragon-shaped pleasure boat began to move. The sound of a flute resounded from the bow of the boat. It was Princess Baihua, who had entered the vale a step earlier. She didn't linger around old monster Ji Feng and Ao Shuai for long. She walked to the bow of the boat and actually began to play the flute. The clear water is long, the flute sounds are faint, the moonlight entices, the thoughts are sorrowful, the boat swims. The pleasure boat passed through the arched bridge, turned a corner, and entered another river. This river was clearly much wider than before, and there were fewer pleasure boats. Ao Shuai's laughter gradually died down amidst the flute sounds. His mocking gaze looked at Princess Hundred Flowers' back, then landed on the messy water. After a while, he drank a cup of wine and said, "Sigh, I have to say. Although humans are cunning and selfish, they are also smart. Not to mention cultivation, even the Tao of zither, go, calligraphy, and painting is not something we demons can compare to. It's definitely not a coincidence that this world is filled with humans." That's right. Old demon Ji Feng took the opportunity to laugh. Our 1,000 demons sacred realms Archean Ian Ridge is filled with the sound of wind all day long. It's either lion's roar or wolf's howl. How can there be such beautiful music? If we don't enter the hidden immortal continent and don't take human form, how can we know? What a pity. How could an ignorant person like you know what we are thinking? They actually think that they are the spirits of all living things, and that everything in this world has to follow them. Not to mention that flowers, birds, insects, and fish can't be lumped together, even if they are considered the same species, they can't be considered demons. Taking a step back, even if they can take human form and look like humans, how can they cultivate like humans? Taking human form is just for a better survival. If this world is filled with cockroaches, they will definitely turn into cockroaches. Ao Shuai sighed and said without looking at Xiao Hua, "Humans being the spirits of all living things is just laughable arrogance. Humans being the leader of all living things is even more lamentable self-deception." Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and looked up. "Ao Shuai, let me ask you. Why did you take human form? Why did you come to the hidden immortal continent to train?" Chapter 3306. Xiao Hua. Didn't this old man say it just now? The reason why I transformed into human form is not because you humans are the leader of all living things, but because you humans are too good at reproducing. This hidden immortal continent and the pure land world are all humans. If I don't transform into human form, how can I succeed in gaining experience? Also, because there are too many humans in this world, we have no choice but to adapt to this change. We have no choice but to go to your human race to gain experience and know what you think and do. Otherwise, unless our demon race exterminates your human race, we won't have to do this. It is precisely because our human race is the spirit of all living things that our human race can reproduce like this, obtain the destiny of heaven and earth, and control the two continents. Xiaohua himself is a human, so he naturally has to speak for the human race. Since he has nothing to do now, he might as well debate with Ao Shuai. Otherwise, our human race would have been exterminated long ago. Xiaohua, weren't you talking about the theory of transformation just now? What kind of flowers, birds, insects, and fish need to transform to cultivate? Now that you know the fundamental reason why our demon race transforms, why don't you mention it? Ao Shuai sneered and retorted. That's true. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He used to think that this was correct, but after listening to Ao Shuai's words, his intuition told him that Ao Shuai's words were not wrong. Now that he thought about it again, Xiaohua used to think that flowers, birds, insects, and fish transforms into human form by using the human body's meridians to cultivate. But now, the hidden immortal continent and the pure land world's Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects don't use meridians, so the flowers, birds, insects, and fish transforms into human form without using meridians. Since they don't use the human body to cultivate, then, the human being is the spirit of all living things is somewhat unreliable. Just as Ao Shuai said, this sentence is a gimmick used by the human race to show off. Let this old man teach you a little more. Seeing that Xiaohua was somewhat silent, Ao Shuai proudly said, the so-called flowers, birds, insects, and fish should be divided into two categories. Flowers and plants belong to the lowest category. Although they are considered to have vitality, they don't have life. They are lower than humans. Perhaps they take human form to get closer to the human race. Birds, insects, and fish can only be regarded as demon beasts. They have obtained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can cultivate, so they can be regarded as demons. Only those like us who are born with the legacy of the demon clan, born with the strongest demon body in the world, are true demons. Right, speaking of which, since you humans are the wisest of all living things, why have I never heard that you humans have inherited memories and cultivation methods? Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss for words. At this time, Princess Baihua walked over. Although her voice was somewhat timid, her tone was clear and bright. Senior, although our human race doesn't have the ability to pass down inheritances, we still have the ability to pass down inheritances. But we humans have the ability to learn and create. Through learning, the human race can learn the abilities of the demon race. Through creation, the human race can innovate and bring forth new things. The student can surpass the master. Each generation will be stronger than the previous one. On the other hand, the demon race only knows how to pass down their legacies. They are stuck to the rules, and each generation is worse than the last. This is why we humans have the upper hand in the 3 continents. That's right, that's exactly the case. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. Even the little girl from 100 Flowers isn't convinced? Ao Shuai seemed to admire Princess Baihua very much. He chuckled and said, when it comes to learning, do you think we demons don't know? Wasn't transforming and going to the hidden immortal continent just to learn? Creation? What kind of forgery is that? Does it count as creation? Those cultivation methods of your human race, not to mention Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects or Taoist sects, aren't they all plagiarized from our demon race's inheritance? Aren't they all just drawing on gourds? If this kind of plagiarism is creation, then the word creation in this world has been blasphemed by you humans. The word creation was originally created by our human race. How we blaspheme it is our own business. Princess Baihua and Xiaohua had a common enemy and also refuted Ao Shuai without the slightest hesitation. Ao Shuai listened to Princess Baihua's roguish argument and faintly smiled. Since creation is a characteristic of your human race, then why don't you create something that doesn't exist in this world? Since you think that the human race is the wisest of all living things, then why do many origin formations, many Buddhist seals, especially in Taoist sects, many spells have traces of my demon race? If it's not a dragon form, then it's a phoenix form. Is it because any of the demon race's incarnations are more powerful than the human race? Boom. Ao Shuai's words struck Xiaohua like a bolt of lightning. Xiaohua was immediately dumbstruck. That's right, let's not talk about the demonic form of this magic art. Just talking about the true bloodline of the Dawn Rain continent, isn't it because the cultivator's essence blood contains the bloodline of spirit beasts that they can advance by leaps and bounds during cultivation and greatly increase their power? If the human race is the wisest of all living things, why would they need to rely on the blood of spirit beasts? Princess Baihua has been paying attention to Xiaohua's expression. At this time, seeing Xiaohua in a daze, she hurriedly refuted. Senior, nowadays, whether it's Taoist sects, Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects, our human race has thousands of cultivation methods, each of which has its own advantages. Although some cultivation methods have the demon form of the demon race, many of them don't. Most of the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators don't have it, right? The cultivation methods of Buddhist sects are mainly about Buddha. There's almost no demon form. Moreover, the so-called 3,000 great Taos, hundreds of schools, and 3,000 great worlds are the end of our human race's cultivation. Senior, don't tell this junior that you don't know about Confucian cultivators' ascension in Buddhist sects' heavenly gates guidance. This is different from your demon race's shattering of the void. This old man naturally knows about this. Ao Shuai smiled somewhat triumphantly. Since your human race's ascension and heavenly gates guidance are on par with my demon race's shattering of the void, what qualifications do you humans have to say that you're the wisest of all living things? This. Princess Baihua was also at a loss for words. She glanced at Xiaohua, who seemed to have lost his soul, and hurriedly took out a cup that looked like a flower bud from her small cosmos bag and handed it to Xiaohua. Brother Xiao, this is my Cha New country's new tea, please taste it. Xiaohua took it and only put it to his mouth but didn't drink it. His brows were still wrinkled as he looked at the blue waves beside the boat, as if he was still thinking about what Ao Shuai said just now. Princess Baihua waved her hand and a dark green flute appeared in her hand. She immediately put it to her lips and blew it a few times. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Xiaohua feel as if he had just woken up from a dream. Seeing that Xiaohua was somewhat sober, Princess Baihua hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, whether humans are the wisest of all living things or whether demons are the wisest of all living things, they all have their own reasons. If you want to search for the origin, I'm afraid you have to go straight to the ancient times. Or even back to the ancient times. Although we are human cultivators, if you want to search for the answer in the human world, it's impossible. The saying, people in this mountain, deep in the clouds, not knowing where to go, is exactly like this. Brother Xiao, you don't have to think too much at this time. If you want to know the details, first cultivate your Taoist cultivation method to the extreme. It won't be too late to search for it after you ascend. That's right. Xiaohua was really enlightened. This matter was related to the ancient times. What was the use of thinking too much about it? Xiaohua smiled at Princess Baihua, then glared at Ao Shuai. He knew that this guy had bad intentions and wanted to destroy his Tao heart. Fortunately, his Tao heart wasn't damaged at all under Princess Baihua's protection. Ao Shuai saw that Xiaohua had woken up and sighed in his heart. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but old eccentric Ji Feng, who had been silent all this time, reminded him, everyone, be careful. We're about to enter the auction, oh? Xiaohua frowned and looked out of the boat in confusion. They were just about to enter the auction. What was there to be careful about? Could it be that there was something strange about the auction? As for Ao Shuai's words, they were like a small thorn that deeply pierced into Xiao Hua's heart. Princess Baihua's words might be reasonable and represent the thoughts of all humans, but they were, after all, true humans. They could only think from the perspective of humans. However, Xiao Hua was now somewhat different from a pure human. Whether it was the Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist cultivation methods, the tempering of dragon veins, phoenix body, and divine bones, or even the cultivation of demon blood, they all gave him more opportunities to come into contact with things that humans didn't know about. They gave him the fate to come into contact with things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Although Ao Shuai's words were a bit extreme, if one really thought about it, they were somewhat reasonable. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua and the others, the pleasure boat quietly floated forward, as if it was being supported by a hand. And in front of the pleasure boat, there was an arch bridge. This arch bridge was very desolate, there were no lights, and there were no signs of infatuated men and women being together forever. Just as the dragon heads in front of the boat touched the arch bridge, an indescribable fluctuation was emitted from the balls in the mouths of the two dragon heads. Wang wang. It seemed like dozens of wasps were flapping their wings at the same time. A slight buzzing sound was actually emitted from under the bridge. Then, in the bridge, the pitch-black space warped like ripples. This warping seemed to be able to spread, and in a moment, the entire bridge was filled with this kind of warping. Following this kind of warping, the boat began to shake violently, and the deck of the boat made popping sounds, as if the entire boat was about to be torn apart. However, the light gauze that was fluttering in the wind just now emitted a faint brilliance, and in this shaking, it didn't move in the slightest. Xiao Hua and the others naturally didn't care about this kind of shaking, but when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over this distortion, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. But it was very simple. The fluctuation emitted by this kind of distortion was the fluctuation of an ordinary transmission array, just that it was somewhat different from the transmission array of Xiaoyu continent. Sure enough, after the several zhang long boat completely entered the less than 2 zhang long arched bridge, a gray brilliance flashed, and the boat disappeared. The entire arch bridge was still that arch bridge, and the flowing water was still that flowing water. There was no change at all. Transmission array? How is this possible? Xiao Hua was very astonished. Previously, in Zhai Xinglu's Bright Moon Palace, didn't Fu Jiwen say, no, even Xiao Yi also said that this hidden immortal continent doesn't have a transmission array, and one can only rely on flying to go anywhere. How could a transmission array appear here? Chapter 3307. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, but he didn't show it on his face. He just watched quietly. But at this moment, Xiao Hua and the others' eyes were different. After the gray light flashed, there was actually a huge space. There was still a river in this space, but the river was already dozens of zhang long. The pleasure boat seemed small in this river, and the water in the river was also turbulent, causing the pleasure boat to be a little bumpy. Xiao Hua turned his head to take a look. Behind the pleasure boat, there was also a huge cave entrance. The mountain was rugged, and there was a huge stalactite hanging there, blocking the entrance of the cave. The river water flowed under the stalactite, and it seemed that they could only enter this cave through the teleportation array. And the boats that came in from outside the cave would be blocked by the stalactite. Where is this? Xiao Hua glanced at it and naturally released his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept through the cave, Xiao Hua was shocked to discover that this cave was actually able to isolate his divine sense. Moreover, when his divine sense landed on the walls of the cave, there were signs of corrosion. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, interesting. I wonder if I'll have to use this transmission array when I leave. Withdrawing his divine sense, Xiao Hua looked at the other side of the cave. The entire cave was like the belly of a huge fish. Above Xiao Hua and the others, there were rows of protruding rocks at the top of the cave. A grayish-white mountain ridge about 1 zhang long passed through the middle of these rocks and disappeared at the end of the pleasure boat along the river. And at the end of the river, there was a cave that was dozens of zhang long. It was pitch black inside, and there wasn't any light. Only the faint sound of water falling into the river could be heard. Hearing the sound of water falling into the river, Xiaohua understood that when the river reached the cave, it would definitely turn into a waterfall. If there was no accident, there should be a huge abyss inside the cave. However, Xiaohua's gaze fell on old monster Ji Feng's face. This rat's spirit appeared to be very calm. When he saw Xiaohua looking at him, he actually grinned. Kiki, since he wasn't even afraid of a rat's spirit that was at the 4th level of elemental energy, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't care about the abyss. He didn't believe that the pleasure boat beneath him was just a pleasure boat. On the contrary, Princess Baihua Xine, who had just joined forces with Xiaohua against a common enemy, poured Xiaohua a cup of Cha Nu Kingdom's new tea. Her pair of eyes very curiously looked at this very strange cave. Her gaze moved from here to there. After looking once, she actually stood up from her chair and walked to Xiaohua's side. She whispered, "Brother Xiao, this place has a hint of gloom. It's better for this servant to walk together with Brother Xiao." Xiaohua held the petal-like teacup in his hand. The dark green tea in the teacup exuded a faint fragrance. He placed the teacup in his mouth and took a sip. A pure world spirit qi penetrated into his internal organs from the tea, giving him a very comfortable feeling. Hearing Princess Baihua's whisper, he couldn't help but smile. "Fellow Immortal Xian, why did you come to this auction? Who invited you here? Who are you supposed to be with?" This servant only wanted to see the excitement. Who knew that the auction would be like this? Princess Baihua spoke halfway and stole a glance at Ao Shuai, who was talking to old monster Jifeng. She stopped and said faintly, "Fellow Immortal, I don't know if you've seen the heirs of the Copper Pillar country's royal family. If fellow Immortal knows them, then you must know how lonely we are. Although this servant is above tens of thousands of people in the Cha Nu Kingdom, but this servant's body has countless shackles. These shackles seem invisible, but they're always present in every corner. Not to mention the various rules and regulations in the royal palace, just the scheming between people makes this servant sick to death. This time, this servant came to the Copper Pillar country to discuss cooperation with the Copper Pillar country's crown prince. But this servant didn't expect to encounter Zhai Xinglu's auction. What's more, this servant also obtained the Scarlet Flame War Chariot from that auction. Previously, this servant clearly stated that the value of this Scarlet Flame War Chariot to this servant is far greater than the amount of elemental stones this servant paid. This Scarlet Flame War Chariot is this servant's opportunity to control the Cha Nu Kingdom. Hehe, Brother Xiao, don't forget. This servant still owes you a favor. My Cha Nu Kingdom has many lost cultivation methods and secret techniques from the Daoist sections. I'm afraid this will be extremely useful to you. You must protect this servant well, otherwise, this servant's favor will fly away." As if afraid that Xiaohua would dare to let her go, Princess Baihua hurriedly mentions what she said at the auction. Then she continues, "This servant is very happy to have obtained the war chariot." During the day, the discussion with the Copper Pillar country's crown prince was also very harmonious. According to the plan, tomorrow, it should be early this morning, this servant will bring the war chariot back to the Cha Nu Kingdom. Thinking about the birdcage-like royal palace in the kingdom, this servant's heart is tangled. I really don't want to go back so early. Just now at the auction, didn't Senior Jifeng say something to the Eastern Sea Patrol? Thus, this servant took advantage of the time when you guys were bidding for the heavenly horse to sneak into Senior Ao Shuai's room to inquire. After this servant offered more than 10 jars of my Cha Nu Kingdom's new wine, Senior Ao Shuai finally relented and agreed to bring this servant to watch the fun. Since it was Ao Shuai who brought you here, you should be with him. Xiaohua sighs and touches his nose. He bitterly smiles and says, "This Zhao's cultivation is shallow. When I come here, I can't even take care of myself. How can I protect you?" You are the future ruler of the Cha New Kingdom. If something happens to you, this Xiao can't afford to take responsibility. Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua pouts her small mouth, showing that delicate and pitiful appearance. Just now, we fought together with Senior AO. You see, don't forget that we are all humans. He and Senior Zhifeng are both demons. If this servant doesn't follow you, who else can I follow? But it doesn't matter, Brother Xiao, you can rest assured. With this servant here, I will definitely protect you and won't let you lose a single hair. Who told us to be humans? Don't you think so? This. Looking at Princess Baihua's somewhat sly eyes, Xiao Hua is speechless. Just now, he said that he couldn't protect her, but she actually turned around to protect him. What can Xiao Hua say? Brother Xiao. Princess Baihua drags her voice again. It's just an auction, what danger can there be? This servant only feels that this place is gloomy. Moreover, when we were about to board the pleasure boat, Senior AO of the demon race already said that he was also invited here. He doesn't know the depth of this auction, so he can't guarantee this servant's safety. This servant is relying on you. Being unreasonably entangled by Princess Baihua like this, Xiao Hua is also helpless. Regardless of whether this auction is dangerous or not, what Princess Baihua said is right. He and Princess Baihua are both humans. In this place, they can only support each other and have no other choice. AI, the eyes of others blind, the mouth of others is soft. Xiao Hua sighs helplessly. Just now, the distance between this Xiao and you is too close. Now, this Xiao wants to taste your new tea, how can this Xiao dare not agree? Hee hee. Princess Baihua is not surprised that Xiao Hua will agree. She says with a smile, this servant knows that Brother Zhao's mouth is hard and his heart is soft. At this point, Princess Baihua's eyes turn and says, it seems that Brother Zhao's mouth is even softer than his heart, right? Xiao Hua's face instantly becomes a bit hot. He knows that Princess Baihua is alluding to the words he said before boarding the pleasure boat. However, before Xiao Hua can think of a way to answer, the entire pleasure boat makes a strange sound like a horse stepping on a bluestone. Xiao Hua hurriedly looks up. In this short period of time, the pleasure boat has already arrived in front of another cave. From the cave, a sound similar to that of a cow mooing can be heard. It seems that there is another world inside. At this time, under the pleasure boat, the water seems to be boiling and bubbles appear. These bubbles rush up to the pleasure boat and cause it to shake. Xiao Hua's heart is moved, and he looks at old monster Zhifeng. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, old monster Zhifeng's rat eyes also flash with a trace of doubt. It seems that he is also astonished. Old monster Zhifeng. Xiao Hua hurriedly calls out, when can we reach the auction? Is it inside this cave? Old monster Zhifeng bitterly smiles and waves his hand, don't ask this old man. This old man only knows that after sitting on this dragon boat and passing through the arch bridge, we can reach the auction. And this dragon boat can at most seat 4 people. This old man does not know anything else. Just as he is speaking, an enormous suction force suddenly appears in front of the pleasure boat. Everyone's body slightly leans back, and the entire pleasure boat rushes into the cave faster than flying swords. Boom! Inside the dragon's head in front of the pleasure boat, a completely different fluctuation appeared. This fluctuation overflowed into the cave, emitting a violent rumbling sound. As this rumbling sound rang out, Xiao Hua felt his eyes widen slightly. Soon after, a sound even louder than this rumbling sound rushed into his ears, as if 10,000 drums were beating at the same time. Deafening sounds are exactly what Xiao Hua was thinking. Hiss. Amidst the countless rumbling sounds, Xiao Hua releases his divine sense. After seeing it clearly, he gasps. The pleasure boat rushed into a huge abyss. Behind the pleasure boat, the river that was dozens of feet long rushed out of the cave like a snow-white dragon. It roared as it rushed towards the bottom of the abyss. When the water hit the rock walls, it made a loud noise. There are probably dozens of snow dragons like this in the abyss. These waterfalls all make the same loud noise. In the abyss, aside from this sound, there is only floating water. The pleasure boat rushes into the abyss and only pauses for a moment before falling into the abyss again. Xiao Hua is shocked, but Princess Baihua's scream has already sounded. Unfortunately, Princess Baihua's scream is like an ant's in the abyss. Even Xiao Hua, who is close by, can't hear it clearly. Not good. Xiao Hua is shocked. He immediately activates the little bit of magic power in his body. Before he can use the flying talisman, the veils around the pleasure boat suddenly rise like wings. Waves of graceful music actually comes from these veils. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.